Welcome to a stunning sunrise from Bells Beach, Victoria for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, as a mid-latitude low-pressure system has traversed the bight and lit up Bells Beach, Girard, the spiritual home of Australian surfing, as we get some arrivals with the locals getting excited about their free surfs and the traveling competitors such as Frenchman Edouard Del Perro up on that ride, as we see getting fired up with some really big hard hitters coming up today. If we move into the men's or women's, we'll find out soon. We've seen Ollie Packham from South Africa going for a free surf, Declan Whiten from Australia, Max Weston also from Australia. It's a pleasure, absolute honor to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Sam Bleakley. I'm joined by Berlin Alvarez-Kimball. Berlin, the energy is really positive this morning.
Everyone has been waiting for this swell to show up. And in the parking lot, you just see, everyone's looking, waxing, and just getting so excited to get out there right now.
We had a lay day yesterday because it was smaller. We all got the chance to free surf, but the forecast swell has filled in, and we're going to have a massive day ahead.
Oh, it's double overhead, a lot of consistent waves, and a lot of power surfing, great hectic nose rides too on such big surf. So this is going to be an amazing day to sit and watch.
Well, as we feast on that Victoria flight cam, somebody who is going to be very excited about this swell filling in is local charger B. Conroy. Let's go down to the call because B is with our 2022 WSL World Longboard Champion Harrison Roach.
Yeah, that's right. No stranger to big swells out here at Bells Beach. B. Conroy, you had a great heat a couple of days ago. What's going on today out there?
So we're starting with the men's round of 16 out there in a few minutes, and then we'll be running through to the women starting around lunch. It's a good day to surf.
Yeah, tell us about the swell. It's pretty west at the moment. We had a little bit of wind when we got down here, but it's cleaning up.
Yeah, definitely. I had a little bit of morning sickness, I reckon, at the start, but even just in the time watching, it's been getting a lot straighter lines. Yeah, it's looking really, really good. We just saw a few more sets coming in down the point, which is promising. Yeah.
All right, it's going to be a big day of competition. You got a heat to prepare for. Yeah. Good luck, and we'll see you later on today. That's the call.
Hey, exciting stuff. We are on. We're kicking off with the men's. It's that round of 16, so the winners will move to the quarterfinals to get a 5th or better. The losers will come out with a 9th, but we're going to start with Heat 1. Rogelio J.R. Esquivel from La Union, the Philippines, surfing against Clinton Guest. Ooh, Berlin, this is a beauty.
This is a good heat. Both of these gentlemen surfed in some solid surf not too long ago as well, so I can really excel. And they've got, they got time, and there's a lot of waves. So it's just about picking the right ones that's gonna get you nice long rides, big scores, and give you a chance to get back out.
Let's have a little look at the Surfline forecast, Berlin. This is what we've been looking forward to in the waiting period. When we saw that this was going to really light up our final weekend, we got 2 more days left. Of course, we had that opportunity on the forecast, and it's come to fruition, that mid-latitude low-pressure system traversing the bight, producing that combination of solid close-range swells with that more long-period west-south swell becoming dominant through the day. And we got that high tide at 10, and look what we got to come ahead as well, Berlin.
Yeah, 10 to 12 foot faces, and then in the afternoon, drop off a little bit with that tide, and then, the 8 to 10 foot. Offshore all day, which is going to be great. And like Bay was saying earlier, did have a little bit of morning sickness on it, but it's cleaning right up. And then tomorrow, 6 to 8 foot in the morning, still offshore nice, and then, just dropping down to the 4 to 6 foot in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to crown those Bells Bowls champions in style. Of course, that local iron bark, the source of the wood that makes those trophies that have become very sought after in the competitive longboard community, as we get to appreciate once again the Victoria Flight Cam rainbow arcs off the spray as the heat kicks off. 30 minutes, there it is, JR in red for Philippines, Clinton Guest in blue for Australia. Clinton himself a multiple Australian longboard and logger champion. He won the Open titles in 2023 and 2014, and he's got logger titles from 2013, 2018 and 2019. Learned at Noosa and really refined his skills at Burleigh, moved back up to Noosa, now in Bocarina on the Sunshine Coast, and building site safety officer, with traveling here with his wife Victoria, his daughters Bonnie and Blossom, but a fantastic international competitor who's represented the Irakanjis internationally for a number of years and is now here in big, juicy bells, surfing against the Philippine goofy footer. So front side against backside, big, solid conditions, Berlin, into the bowl. You know, positioning is going to be key. How difficult will it be to surf on your backside at this size?
You know, we watched him surf this big just, you know, not too long ago in El Salvador, and he handled it.
Sure.
He was able to really stay really tight in the pocket. It's just going to be about you making sure you get the one that's going to connect all the way for him.
It's shifty, isn't it? There's deep wands, as we can see the surfers moving into position. There's wide swingers. The bowl is the key money moment, as we see Clinton Guest straight to the 5, locks a 5, holds a 10, gets some lift, walks out of that, big drop, overhead section, things get foamy, he kicks out safely. He's going to get a score on a board. He recognized that had he dropped down into that section, he perhaps couldn't really have increased his scoring potential and would have had a harder paddle. It looks like he's got a good opportunity to get out back before this next set as well, Berlin.
Yeah, again, you know, we were talking about wave choice earlier, and you want to make sure you're getting those ones that are running all the way through and able to scratch back out before these sets come through, because we've seen what happens when you do get stuck on the inside. You get pushed all the way down towards Winky.
Yeah, there's going to be some scratching. We're going to see some Lee Scratch Perry remix today. People just like hungrily digging deep to claw their way out before they get rolled by those big sets.
Yeah, and as well, it'll be interesting to see the different approach of how to get through. Some of them, you know, some of the men can duck dive. Some can't, and you know, are they going to stand up and do the sunset, you know, dive off the board to try to get under and not just get, you know, fishing pulled
I hate
underneath.
That. Oh, it's the worst feeling, as we see JR moving into position. A score will drop for Clinton. Comes in at 2.33. JR high line on his Luffy. Straight to a 5. Solid and strong out of that 5. A nice carve. Cuts back and then comes off the middle of the wave into a second 5. Good, clean, controlled footwork. Staying composed and compact, and really good disciplined approach to this opening wave for JI. Doesn't want to make any mistakes, and so far he's been flawless. Again for a third nose ride as he just drives back to the tail and comes low there and just deals with all of that foam and power. It nearly knocks him off, but he just widens that stance as Daisy Valdez leads Team Philippines on the sand, cheering for what is going to be the strongest score of the heat.
Oh, was a great opening ride for him. He navigated that white water so well. Still a little bit of ribs in the face of that wave, but like you said, you know, just really read it. And I mean, I can't wait to see this replay.
Yeah, that's a great phrase to use in the heat of the moment. Navigation, Berlin. It was all about the control. He got his mariner's hat on, and he really guided that stern.
Yeah, great 5 off the top. And then his turns are so smooth, you know, just nice S turns, really engaging. And then again, just trying to stay in this white water. He's looking for another section. And you can see, you know, still there's a lot of texture in this wave right here, which, you know, nose riding, you don't want to get bounced off, especially in the opening ride.
He was so controlled. And you know what was good, Berlin? The way he didn't get knocked off here.
Yeah,
completed
it. And that inside section is so bumpy and powerful right now. And last thing you want to do is get stuck inside there and, you know, break a fin or snap your board.
Absolutely. I just felt like JR there. He wanted to just get composed. He wanted to get an okay score. He knew he didn't want to go too risky. He just wanted solid, completed surfing. And I also think in his head it was like a score scaler. It was like, if I just surf solidly here, what am I going to get? Where's the benchmark? Do I then need to dig deeper, go for 10s, go for more critical rail turns, or can I get through this heat with just solid, controlled, continuous flow in and out of nose rides and some more carving rail turns?
I think you just kind of hit the, the nail right there on that one. Just being safe and controlled, not pushing too much, not rushing it, and just getting a great score. You can see, judges are really going to take their time because this is going to be the opening, obviously the highest opening score for him, but this is going to kind of set the bar.
Look at that foam, that turbulence. Not easy today, paddling out through things. Timing could be key, even from the shore break. Just that plan to decide, at what moment you'll go for it. As we can just see JR now still on the inside, just really close down to the Winky Pop section there. So this is a demonstration of how challenging the conditions are today. So JR, after that opening ride, what he's doing is he's just eyeing up the opportunity to let this set move through. He may actually decide to work his way back up the beach for a slightly easier entrance, but he does now remind the surfers coming up that if you are going to take a wave all the way through to the inside, you need to make it count. As JR in that morning sunrise on the Victorian coast, look at the size of that shadow. Is that an omen for JR being larger than life today? Is it going to be his day for Team Philippines?
I think that that run back right now, that was a really good analogy there, Sam. I really enjoyed that. He is a very large in personality as well.
Superhero shots.
But yeah, I was saying earlier, here you are, is Clint on wave.
Here we go, Clint Guest, 9.4 Skin Dog surfboards. This is the dynamic model in Thunderbolt construction, a use of the EPS core and the carbon fiber laminate to just have that torsional flex and that controlled weight as he gets out of the nose ride, but that wave was very difficult to navigate. So it's not going to rival the 517 that we've now seen drop for JR. Clinton is going to get a backup score. Superman on the sand. Team Philippines cheering at home. And I will say, Berlin, Philippines will be tuning in big time because they have been excited about how JR has been part of a new movement of international competitors that have helped reinforce the investment from the Philippines government in surfing, as we get to see a replay of Clint.
Oh, what a great nose ride opening that wave. And then again, looks for another section. Nice little stall, back up to a quick little tap. And then he did so well navigating all that foam because that is so much power and bump lumping through. And he's like, to see Clint look kind of that small on a wave, he's a really tall guy. He's like 6'2".
This is big wave surfing, Billy.
It's solid out there.
And this is really interesting now. So Clint now with his backup wave, actually on the replay, we appreciated that there was a opening nose ride before that second. JR still on the inside, so he's got to come right up by the beach, closer to the cliffs there, and he's going to find that slightly easier route with the paddle, but nothing will be easy today during the sets.
No, it won't be. And as I was saying, I watched a bunch of this surfing this morning before the contest, and it was all about making sure you can get out before the corduroy showed back up, because when the sets came through, it was soldier after soldier after soldier wanting to put you down. And if you couldn't scratch over him, you just got pushed all the way, as you saw kind of what happened to JR on that last one.
Well, there is a lull, so this will be a chance for JR to get some momentum through the inside, but it's a long paddle. And of course, you can see that the conditions are pretty bouncy. We've got that combination of those really solid close range swells through this morning as we get to appreciate San Juan, La Union, hometown, home patch of JR. But through the day, that longer period west-south-west swell will become more dominant. So we'll expect things to clean up through the day. We've got that high tide at 10, low tide around 4 this afternoon. How do you think the tide is going to affect things pushing in Berlin on this big, short period to begin with swell?
I think it hopefully will start giving, it will maintain a nice long wall for them. And as it starts to go out, we might start to see people slowly start moving, moving around at different spots and takeoffs. But I want to see what's going to happen on that reef, how it's going to really show up. And right now with such a long period swell, the power behind this, it's traveled a long way. And it's a good workout for everyone.
And this is iconic Jurok. It's why it's such an important place in global surfing, exposed to those raw low pressure systems from the Southern Ocean, aided by that underwater ridge that extends southward directly offshore from Bells, which helps really refract those swells into the beach from Rincon to the Bowl to Winky Pop, as we can see now. Even Clint is looking for positioning, but it's JR midway out with a big set to come. Now, what would be going through your head right now if you were JR Berlin with this beast on the horizon?
I would just be scratching as fast as I possibly could to get over, because you're not going to want to turn around and catch these insiders. You need to get out and catch one of those big ones. Look at this.
Whoa, he's being cleaned up. So this is interesting. He took his first wave through to the inside, Berlin at 5:17. He did the walk around. He hasn't made it out back in time for this set. So if he gets washed through, he's almost back to square one. Is he going to get a little break in the action, or is he going to be back on the inside?
I think he's got maybe a little bit of a break. You almost kind of want to, you don't want to paddle towards, the point. You almost kind of want to paddle to the green. You see that big whitewater line right there, just to try to kind of poke out.
Sure.
And you don't have that inside rip pulling you back out like you would at a normal point. Right here, you really kind of got to paddle wide to get back out.
Well, let's talk more detail with ripping, bowls, paddles, big wave sets, because Hawaiian Johnny the Ripper is down there on the glass with Harrison Roach as Clinton charges through a section outside. Over to you, boys. What do you think?
Yes. We're down here on the beach. Sorry, a little bit of comms issues, but I'm down here with Johnny the Ripper, watching one of his best friends, JR, out in the water, the Philippines crew. How's it looking out there, Johnny? What's the call?
Yeah, the conditions are, the waves are, I think this is the biggest we've seen it so far, and yeah, the conditions, the waves are firing. It's just a little bit of wind, but I feel like the waves, I feel like the smaller ones are better because the big ones are just closing out and you're just getting stuck in the shore break trying to just get back out. But
yeah, talk to us about that. We saw JR get a big set and ended up here and drifted the whole way down to almost Winky Pop. He ended up doing a runaround. How was that?
Yeah, that was hard to watch. He's just getting pounded. So then we're just trying to tell him to come in and then just walk back up the beach and just try to time it back out when the sets are not coming. But yeah, he's back out there, and yeah, let's go, JR. I hope he wins this heat.
It's going to be a tough one against Clinton Guest, but it's a marathon session out there today, guys. Back to you up in the booth. Let's watch this.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Harrison. Great to hear from Johnny, who unfortunately he was eliminated in that round 2 against Gavin Idone, who got second in the trials and earned a spot. Clinton Guest won the trials. That's why he's here. He won his first heat as well to surf against JR. And Johnny, of course, based in Hawaii, but he has Philippines ancestry, and he's there with Team Philippines. He's on the sand, and he's going to be a real plus for JR today.
Yeah, it's good to have someone in your corner that is such a great surfer and, brings the best out of you. He's a real positive person, and yeah, you want that good crew. And look at them all down there. You got Daisy down there with her daughter,
Luke Landrigan, and Luke's daughter Luna, and also on the sand. And great energy, great team. But then let's talk about Clint. He's got that nationwide support from Team Australia, and Clint is such a cool customer. You've had the opportunity to travel with Clint as a manager of the Irukandji's team. How will he be coming into these bigger conditions?
Oh, he'll be feeling the love, and he knows that he's got all of Australia watching him and supporting him, and guaranteed everyone at Surfing Australia would be watching him right now or at home. So, he's got the whole country behind him right now, and he's just a gentleman and really soft-spoken and just a good human. And everyone loves to see that person win.
Well, it's edge of your seat stuff. Who's going to take the win, JR or Clint? We'll find out soon. Let's have a Bonsai Brew break first.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back to Jaruk, the Wadawurrung name, which means bended arm for the shape of the coast here at the Bay at Bells. Such an iconic spot and a favourite of so many, from Midget Farrelly through to Bob McTavish, Wayne Lynch and Gail Cooper. And right now we have got Clinton Guest looking to solidify his situation here against JR Esquivel. JR with a 5.17 in red, Clinton with 2 scores, counting so far of a 3.5 and a 3.43 as JR out back. Look at that wind, that blow, that steamy salt water in his face as he kicks out of an absolute belter, with Clinton Guest looking more like Sunset Beach, Hawaii, but with that iconic juice and rawness of bells that the Team Philippines are cheering on the sand there. But JR is going to have a small score for that wave. It was a big closeout, but Clinton, despite carrying 2 smaller scores than that 5.17, he's looking pretty solid. He's looking like he's just building. He's got 30 minutes to go, and he is certainly right there in the mix here. Even though JR's now in the lead with the 5.17 and that 1.83, Guest is just chasing a 3.51.
Yeah, and you can see now Rogelio's back out. He's got first priority. He'll have time to catch his breath. You know, you got a little bit of a lull right now. And, you know, dropping, as we see, this is the replay of Clint's last wave. Oh, just like, you know, survival nose ride right there. Nice swooping turns, and then sees a section here. Unfortunately, he gets, I think he almost thought he could get back in there, but yeah, just that offshore wind and just kind of cutting back and staying a little bit high. And this 5, great takeoff. And then again, sees that whole section just shut down, and Clint right there as well. So,
I think
goodness.
Clint's wave had a lot more to it. He got a 2.93. Had he just kind of kept the flow going, I think there was a big score in that wave.
Yep.
JR did everything right there. He needed to kick out of that. You know, he just would have straightened out, only to get washed through and have a harder time to improve a good backup score. But that 5.17, I mean, that's a great start for JR. But let's replay this on the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Oh, just, again, quick up to, you know, a little bit of a nose ride. And then you could just see his board kind of bouncing around a little bit. And this turn still is just such a nice turn. You know, digs his hand into there. Nice little way to keep the balance going. And then he's trying so hard. And then kind of gives up, and then, you know, you want to get back into that. But still, you know, he only needs a 3.51 to get back in. 11 minutes remaining. But you know, Rogelio's out there with priority. He's gonna be getting his breath back.
Sure, and JR won heat number 2 in that opening round. He beat Antonio Dantas and Ben Considine, and that pushed him into this round 3. As we appreciate the Victoria flight cam here, fantastic opportunity to really celebrate the exposure to swell of this natural amphitheater with those red clay cliffs dropping into the Great Southern Ocean. It's a technical wave as well, isn't it, Berlin? It requires good lines, it requires aggression and control, and really maximizing that bowl section as JR takes off. High line on the backside with his Luffy, gets the 5. A little shuffle of the feet back to the tail there as he cuts back, and then cleanly with 4 steps up for a second touch of the 5. Now he's on rail. Now things look silky, and now we start to think about that backup score being strong for JR as he drives through the bowl section and walks cleanly into a sweeping down carve off the middle of the wave using the footwork. He's been lively, he's been busy, and he's going to control this. Can he just keep composure to add to that 5.17, and will he now come all the way in and do the walk round once again with 9 minutes 40 seconds remaining?
It'll be interesting to see if he actually even paddles back out. You know, it took him like a solid 8 minutes to get almost 10 minutes to get back out. So he's having a look. That was a great looking wave for him.
Solid.
He would feel so confident right now after that.
Solid. And I feel like relative to that 517 is Luke Landrigan there. Of course, just guiding him. And you can see clearly what Luke is saying there. He's saying, come in, do the walk around. He's going to get a backup score. It's surely going to at least be the, similar to his opening score. It could be even better.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to hover at least around there as you see this takeoff. Nice, big, it's not that huge wave. It's that in-betweener that was recommended earlier. Nice 5. And again, it just still has a little bit of a bump, but he navigates those, those really bumpy sections up to this nose ride, really high here. Everyone's screaming on the beach for him. And these turns are so smooth. And again, great footwork, really controlled surfing.
Sure. I like the mid part of that wave. I felt like things were a little bit rushed at the start. Maybe he would have liked to have tidied up his footwork, got a little bit cleaner on the criticalness. But I think from the mid section, the way he walked out of that nose ride into that big sweeping down carve, and the way he, without hesitation, found that nice 5 on the inside and then drove down again. As we can now see the rounded pintail Luffy single fin there, some double concave through the tail, little sharp edge in the rails in the back. Luke Landrigan coming down to just give him a little bit of a positive cheer and support. 8 minutes. Is it enough time to paddle out?
We'll see. We'll see if he gets that break. But like I said, it was nice to see that replay because it actually gave me a little bit more time to kind of have a look at it. And here we go. Look at this score that just dropped for him. A 7.5.
Nice.
He's would be pumped.
Sure.
It's cooking out there. And to drive a 7.5 and a 5.17 now, he's put the pressure on Clint. Clint now needing a 9.17. Needs to, kind of start over a little bit.
So this bit, I felt, Berlin, was a little bit fluffy, a little bit of JR would like to improve, but from now, this is where things get so clean. Look at the way he just walks into this section here, and I think from now, we're talking world class. Into the 5, and the way he walked out of that 5 is just beautiful.
See how much it just sucked up underneath him, too? There was such a steep section, and I think, the judges would really appreciate the commitment in that critical part. And then again, this 5, and just, walking back with control and style and flow as well.
Absolutely, and not afraid to widen the stance when required, and that was exactly what was needed, that compact, lower center of gravity, just to really jam that pressure over the tail, over the back, to make sure that there was that continuous flow and that smooth control throughout what is a really big overhead section. And that speedy bowl section, I like the way he used that. He let the wave dictate. He was right in the pocket, but he finished things off with so much control and style and excitement as well.
And I think that's going to be a significant insight for those coming into the next heats, watching how these two have navigated this with the time and the size of the surf. What wave's going to be the best for you? And how are you going to get back out if you do catch one of those big ones?
I mean, he may well not make it out back with 6 minutes to go. So Clint now chasing excellent score, 9.17. Now, it looks as if there's not going to be enough time to get 2 scores in 6 minutes, because we have seen how long it's taken JR to get that 5.17 and that 7.50.
But
so
I have seen the big man, that's what we call him, the big man, pull that out. He is so capable of pulling that score if he gets the right wave. And his wave reading skill set is pretty on point. So we're just going to wait and hope that he gets that wave. Obviously, we want whoever's surfing the best to win, but would love to see Clint get a big bomb and showcase how talented and why he deserves to be here as well.
So Clint on the Skin Dog surfboards, 9.4 double scoop dynamic model. The dynamic differs from the original model. So the original a little wider, a little more hippie, a soft edge. The dynamic has a bit of edge. As we can see, Cole Robbins coming up in the next heat against Max Weston. Cole on his Wayne Rich harmonic model there. You can see that big sweeping single fin at the very tip of that fin, almost going just past the end of that square tail as Clint on the 5 walks out, chasing a 9.17. Nice turn, sweeps it off the bottom, sets himself up, cross steps with 4 nice clean controlled steps to a long lock 5, and then that wave just runs away from him. He takes a full 4 minutes 30 seconds. If he's lucky and there's a lull, he may get out back for one more chance.
Yeah, that was such a good looking wave, such nice style. That was looking to be able to get, you know, a really decent score. Unfortunately, yeah, just coming off of it. But as you said, well, here's a little bit of the replay. Nice takeoff, really high in the wave, quick 5. And his turns are just really smooth and clean. And nice footwork up to that 5 again. Tightens that 5 and then just comes off, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a high-risk 5 in that section. It was a fast, you know, perhaps maybe he would look back on the replay there and think maybe he needed to come to the bottom of the wave and drive around with a big bottom turn off that section, and then a high in the lip nose ride on the next section, as we see once again that Victoria flight cam, and of course that incredible geology of those red clay cliffs dropping here into the Great Southern Ocean. That white tent is where the judges are positioned. They'll be dropping scores out of 10. There'll be 5 on each heat, dropping a score, and the highest and lowest removed, with an average taken from the remaining 3. And Clint is looking still for a 917. There's the 5, holds up for a type 5, and then moves back to the middle of the wave. Sweeps on rail, sets himself up high with 2 steps, 4 to a 5, holds the 5. Things getting speedy now into the bowl section as he walks nicely back to the tail and then just keeps the board trimming, gets another high line, locks into a quick touch of the 10, walks out of that 10, and again he finds another nose ride wall and kicks out into the corner there. He's close to Winky Pot, right in the shallows. He knows he's going to need a backup score. Is there going to be a lull, or is there going to be waves to get through?
We'll have to see. All we can see is him duck diving that big board underneath that. That was amazing.
Good duck dive. You can see on the left hand, he just dug that in first. What do you think of this,
Up
Belly?
to a 5. He just set 5 to a little bit tighter of a 5. And again, it looks a little bit kind of stalled on his turns right there, and then up to the 5. Nice, and then again, tighten. Gets that little bit of a speed in this section. Just nice footwork, nice timing. Up to a 5 to a quick 10. This is a great wave. And a lot of movement, good nose rides through this, and then yeah, just a quick kick out.
If this was his first wave, he'd be right in the money from the get-go. But I feel as if this is coming a little bit late for Clint. It's not going to be the 917 that he needs, but it's likely to be his strongest score. And had it fallen 10 minutes ago, he'd still be in with a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that, you know, I think it might be around Rogelio's opening ride.
Sure.
Around that one, but yeah, I definitely don't think that's going to bring in the 917 that he needs. But, you know, he is a strong paddler, so we'll see if he's able to get out enough and get one of those kind of inside in-betweeners that does allow him to kind of keep building up whatever scores drop for him coming in.
There's Luna Landrigan cheering on JR. JR kicked off the season at the US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California with a 3rd, losing out to Taylor Jensen, who went on himself to be defeated in the final against Kai Ellis Flint. And there you were exactly on the money, Berlin. Well done, a 517 for Clint's last ride. So is there going to be a chance for him to scratch in here? He's got a 7.5 requirement. You can see a surfer in blue out back. That's Max Weston for the next heat, as we see JR straight on the 1 model from Luffy to a 5. A smaller wave, but is a good face ahead. Trademark cut back. Solid on the stance. 4 steps back up for another 5. Good, clean, controlled footwork in and out of 2 more nose rides. This one had lift. It was longer, and now he really opens that rail edge. Uses the drop knee as he drives down through the inside into the bounce and the foam and stretches through for another 5, accelerating right down on the inside as that chandelier's over his shoulders, and he will get another score. Team Philippines are happy. There's only 15 seconds left. I'm not even sure that Clint is out there with the chance to get another wave.
I don't know where Clint's at, but that was a really well-surfed wave and a beautiful looking wave. And as the countdown comes in. So here we go. This is kind of like, yeah, that nice medium-sized, beautiful 5. Look at that. Just board completely disappeared. Again, like you said, these turns are so lovely and swooping and just, you know, not out of step at all. Up to that 5. back up to a nice, look at this. Oh, he's flying too. He's beautifully drawn out drop knee. Again, a big mixture in turns as well, you know, the progressive and the traditional, and that 5 just jamming through. Almost had a little bit of a little shampoo there.
Power shower, that was. Good job, JR. Congratulations. Waiting for that last score to come in. It doesn't look like Clint had the chance to get that backup wave. So a great show, though, from Clint. He clawed, he dug deep, he got 6 rides. That 5.17, that added to his 3.5. He was chasing a 7.5. JR with a 5.17 and a 7.5, and he improves on his situation and gets a 6.17, and he takes the lead in a fantastic performance on our opening heat of our penultimate day of action.
What a great way to start today off. Great surfing from everyone. Beautiful. Yeah, really nice technique. As we see, look at Junior JR walking up. Go Rogelio, congratulations, and good job, Clint. Oh, look at that, he's exhausted.
That says a lot.
There you go, right
he
there.
He put a lot into that, you know, physically, mentally. Well done. We're going to have a break because coming up next, we have got Cole Robbins, Max Weston. Stay with us. It's the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and the surf is absolutely firing. It's every bit different. It's Victoria and the Surf Coast and the Great Ocean Road and Melbourne and Wadawurrung country. And of course, it is one of the most exciting surf coasts on the planet. And you can just head inland to the Otway Ranges and see lush rainforest waterfalls and wildlife such as koalas, echidnas, and the duck-billed platypus as we continue our penultimate day of action at Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, with JR having just booked himself a spot in the quarterfinals. The worst he can now do is a fifth. Luke Landrigan, team manager, team coach, head honcho for Team Philippines, supporting his crew as JR comes back happy but exhausted. You could see that he had to dig deep, but let's set the scene for our next heat. We got Cole Robbins from Rincon, Santa Barbara, coming in ranked 5 against Max Weston, our Australian, who's based here up the coast in Melbourne and is a regular now at Bells, and he's going to know these conditions really well.
Well, you got, as we say, oh, this is the opening ride of Blue. Oh, during the break. Great 5, back up to lovely, nice, smooth flow. Oh, that turn was just so nice. Oh, just coming off the, but still great opening ride. This wave came in as a 4.5 for Max.
Nice start.
Yeah, it's a really good way to start out.
So he would like to be carrying something in the, you know, the +6 range, but a 4.5 is decent, and he's going to be feeling good about that. And he got it early as well. Cole so far, no waves ridden. He got a 5th in Huntington, the US Open of Surfing, losing out to John Michael van Hoyenstein. Johnny the Ripper. Max also had a really good run at Huntington. He got a 9th, losing out to JR, who we've just seen win. As we get to appreciate the Santa Barbara home patch of Cole Robbins, of course, he's a regular at the Wave of Rincon in California. He's a realtor for Berkshire Hathaway Real Estates, and he also runs the Toes in the Cove Rincon Longboard Classic. So he's got a lot of experience. You know, he's been 3rd on the World Longboard Tour in 2018. He's been doing the tour since 2017. He got 5th in 2012 and 2017, and he's up and riding right now on his Wayne Rich harmonic model on rail, little sweepy, snaky S-turn start, stretching on locking for a 5, pulling the feet tighter, and then he kicks out of a big beastly section there. He's got something else to deal with though.
Oh,
Berlin. That would have been a heavy one on the head, as we just see JR congratulating Clint on his Skin Dog surfboards, double scoop. JR going back to his trusty Luffy there, and you can see that took a lot out of JR there. That was a big heat, you know, a lot of paddling. He did the run around twice, but he delivered the damage, and 3 significant scores that he got in the 5s, in the 7s, and the 6s. And here's the replay of Cole.
Oh, the setup and the take big turns from Cole up to a nice 5, and then he tightens this 5 here to get some speed, and then he kicks out, which is smart, but then look what's behind it.
Yeah.
As I love these topographical views right here. Look at this nice, great way to see how they sit their nose ride lines in there, and then that big kick out.
But what about next? He's scrambling, he's scratching. He's definitely on the remix there, re-scratching his beats. But did he get cleaned up by that set? We don't know. We'll just have to ask him afterwards. But Max is looking pretty relaxed out there.
Yep.
He's got a 4.5. Cole, I feel like it could be quite close to that score, maybe a bit smaller.
I think so as well. I think, yeah, it just should fall just kind of maybe, yeah, like you said, just a little bit under. But it was a great opening ride for both of them, and the fact that they both get an opportunity to get back out and catch their breath and just don't have, you know, big set on the heads as the ones in that last heat.
Dr. Max, he's got a PhD. He's our Australasia Oceania qualifier for this season. He sees Cole get a 3.83, so he stays that in the lead. He has a PhD in chemical and biomolecular engineering. He researched biosensors in food waste to do that. He now works as a data analytics engineer for an Australian energy tech company. But he works remotely now, so he gets to do a lot of surf travel. And he's a good friend of Kai Ellis-Flint. He rides the High Estate surfboards designed by Kai, and he is an absolute style master, and he is up and riding. This is more of a hydrolite heat to watch for sure. And Max Weston is perched on the tip in the 10. Walks out of that 10, and then really great body language, just recognizing the speed of the bowl on rail. A nice cut back, down carve, bottom turn, sweeping little snake move into the shoulder. I love the way he performed there. I just like the composure. It was critical, it was pretty radical, but there was moments of relaxation there. Were very hard to do in big waves.
That was so aesthetically beautiful. Look, it was literally 2 steps to the nose on this, and then just holds it. He's so smooth and collected, and that 10 was just butter.
Oh, that's cool.
And look at this, look at the trim.
Yeah.
And that flow. He doesn't rush anything, not too many steps to move, and he's just carving. He's really just surfed the wave so beautifully. And, you know, it just kicked out, nothing else for him there, but that was a really beautifully aesthetic, pleasing to watch wave, and nice technical longboarding. And again, up to that 10, just this again, just, you know, he didn't need to do anything else. Nice turns, just smooth, and you can see the rail to rail and the way it engages there, you know, from using the outside to that inside, and then goes in for, you know, just a nice little inside.
There it is.
Well surfed.
Well surfed. We'll wait for the score. With that, let's go down to the glass, because Harrison Roach is with JR, and I'd love to hear what those walk-arounds and those long paddle outs were like.
Yeah, terrific performance from JR. We're coming to expect that from this guy. But tell us, mate, you were the first heat in the water. It was pretty surprising when you paddled back out after that first wave. You copped a couple on the head.
Yeah, I got caught inside on the beach. So much sets and feel so tired. and my coach told me to just come in and go back on the this side. Like it's much more easier, and yeah, I felt so nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and you backed it up. You got back out the back and you got another great wave. Tell us about that wave. It didn't look like it had as long a wall going down the line. I was watching and wondering what you were thinking, and then it lined up perfectly. So tell us what you were looking for out there.
Yeah, that wave is just the mid-size wave, not the biggest one, because the biggest one is like hard to surf. There's so much wind, and I picked that wave because I look at it and it looks like a good and long wave, and yeah, try to surf on the pocket and wait for it to build up, and yeah, I got lucky. It reforms on the inside and made a big score.
Yeah, so tell us about that inside line, that the wave doubled up and you got a great nose right up high and tight. How did it feel being on the tip of a longboard on a wave like that?
Yeah, I saw the wave like it doubles, and I just need to commit and to get a big score, and yeah, lucky I made it. Yeah.
Yeah, huge commitment on the surf, huge commitment on the paddle. Great job, JR. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Well, I'm sure he got a bit of brain freeze on the inside, ducking those sets as well. We call it an ice cream headache, which has two interpretations. Ice cream as it's icy, but also I scream because you do scream out loud when the water is that cold on your head. And he would have felt that. Let's appreciate now the Stone and Wood slow-mo, the 567. This was nice.
This was nice. And again, he's just, look at it, the hands so collected, and then back up to the 10 there. Just really allowing the board to surf in how the wave was pretty much dictating. It wasn't forcing anything. And then this turn is so smooth. And again, just nice low drive off the bottom turn. And yeah, coming in as a 5.67 for Max. And you'd be so happy just getting those two nice rides underneath compared to that last heat of just survival surfing to get back out.
Absolutely. Big thanks, of course, to Bioglan, the official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and this amazing Australian-owned brand that offers a range of vitamins and supplements. And I know from speaking to you, Berlin, that you've been rocking the magnesium ashwagandha to help you sleep at night. You've really been believing in that product, and it's been helping you sleep really well down here in Victoria.
Yeah, it's been nice just being able to go in, have my muscles feel like they're getting a little bit of recovery, and just nice rolling into a very good deep sleep. So the product's really good, and highly recommend it.
Absolutely, loads of great things. Come on down to the activation center and watch the action. You can also feast on some of the merch as well. There's an incredible poster that we're selling down here on our merch, on our hoodies and our tees. A great artwork by Brittany March. Come and buy one. That's the artist who did that amazing, beautiful graphic on the poster. As we see the Victoria flight cam here and the situation. Let's talk about it, Berlin. Who's in the driving seat? Is it even Stevens, or has somebody got the edge?
Well, right now Max has the edge, but I think Cole's sitting out there with priority. And Cole, the thing about both of these men is they're used to the cold water, they're used to heavy, powerful waves. So and they both have such great traditional approaches to their longboard technique. So you get them, either one of them, on a wave, they're going to really bring out the beautiful, nice traditional longboard technique that we really like to see.
Yeah, Cole's first board, actually, it was a Reynolds Yater that was shaped for his dad.
Yeah,
that was his starting point. But of course, he's been a team rider for Wayne Rich now for a couple of decades, and he's on the Harmonic 67 model, and of course this would be the board he would ride on a big fast days at Rincon in Santa Barbara.
Yeah, Rennie Yater from Santa Barbara, great surfer shaper, had his own model of blanks as well through Clark Foam, as we see up and riding on a nice wave. This is Cole. Walk us through this, Sam.
Nice opening 5, holds the 5, cuts back, did a little rebound off the foam, got some open face ahead, stays in the pocket, takes a high line. He's got the bowl now to deal with as he just sweeps into, again, an opportunity to stall it. He's going to look for the 5. There's the 5. Now things will get a little bit foamy. There's going to be some bounce as he comes right through to the inside and gets a roundhouse. Very difficult section to deal with. There was foam. There was a lot of speed there. He doesn't come complete on that final turn. He would have liked to have finished in style there. Will he opt to go for the paddle out if there's a lull? He may well get a bit of momentum on these first few duck dives. You can see how easy it was for him to duck dive that as he sets himself up here on the 5. And then it was a bouncy wave, and it was difficult to hang on to this one, Billy.
Yeah, it was, and I was talking earlier, you see just the texture in that wave, you know, we kind of caught a little bit of ribs and so forth, and especially, you know, on a log and stuff, it really, you kind of get that little bit of a bounce, but these turns, and you know, it looks so smooth still, and as he sees the stall, sees the section, comes in for the 5, holds that. This right in here, this foam, there's so much air pockets, and oh.
Wow, that was a hard one.
That was a hard turn.
Body posture was perfect. You know, he was doing everything he needed to make that maneuver, but it just, the foam and the bounce, as he just widens his stance to drive in and out of these sections here. And this wasn't a wave that cooperated for him. I felt like his surfing was there to go big on this score. He's going to back up that 3.83, but he's chasing a 6.34. I don't think it's going to be enough for that.
Now, you know, there's when like Max's wave previous, you know, it was really quite easy and smooth and flowed, and Cole really had to not force that surf, but he had to really put the effort in to stay in and get those turns and nose rides in there and really hold on.
But the good thing is, Berlin, is look at his position. He's already nearly out back. I mean, he's over halfway. He didn't get caught on the inside. He had a little bit of luck that there wasn't a significant set following him. So with 40 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, he's still got the opportunity for 2 significant scores. And he may well need those, because a 5.67 and a 4.5 is what Weston is carrying. Is Cole going to get the chance, or is Weston going to take the win? Let's find out soon after this short break.
Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
Great sights as we see Jack Tyro on the sand with his dad, Steve, of course. Jack from Sumner, New Zealand, and Jack is going to be coming up against our tour leader, Kai Ellis-Flint from Australia, who took the win, of course, in the first event of the World Longboard Tour, the US Open of Surfing. Keo rider Tyro has got a big moment ahead, Berlin Alvarez Kimball.
Oh, he's so excited to be here. Got the call up yesterday, the day before, in the morning. Didn't quite know if he got in. We had someone not be able to show up, and he is frothing to be here.
Big shout out to Glyndon Ringrose, head of our water safety team at WSL, right here for Bells, and Glyndon just giving him the lowdown on the situation, you know, the role of the jet ski, the water safety rules, just letting Jack know that we're here for you if you need us, if anything goes wrong, we'll be right there. But Jack, he's no stranger to juice. He's really comfortable traveling. We've seen him in big waves in El Salvador over the last few years, and of course he knows these roaring 40s swells better than anyone down there in South Island, New Zealand.
Yes, it gets cold and powerful where he's from, and so again, he's no booties on. Everyone's rocking gloves and booties, and he's just down there.
They call that the Tyro Tirade. That's a really distinctive warm-up technique that they developed in Sumner, especially for the Tyro family.
The Tyro
always
family.
works.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Good job, Dad, keeping Jack happy. But Kai Ellis Flynn, what a mean competitor. I mean, that is an icy one.
This is going to be a really, really exciting heat to watch as well.
Okay, Berlin, we've got 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. What's the situation?
That last wave of Cole came in as a 4.83, and we spoke about kind of comparing that to Max Weston's 5.67, and you know, it's a great start. He's only needing a 5.35 now to move to take over the first place. You know, 10 minutes remaining. Both of them had a little chance to kind of, you can see Cole paddling back out, but both have had a chance to just kind of regain some composure, get a little bit of blood pumping through the muscles again.
Yeah.
You know, and then as we see a couple lines coming through for them.
There was a potential 6 in Cole's last ride had he just finished that final turn. So I think he's going to be pretty happy with that 4.83. Like you say, he's chasing that 5.35 as we see the Victoria flight cam just moving now from the jet ski. The buoy just dropped there, and there's blue and there's red, and in priority is Max Weston in blue. He's looking to better that backup score of a 4.5. He's got the highest score of the heat, a 5.67. There have not been as many sets, big steamers in this heat as the last one, so may well signify that, you know, you have, you know, a 30-minute patch of like really pulsing big sets, and then maybe a slightly slower patch, as we can see now Cole looking active, wanting to replace that backup score and go for that 5.35, but he can do that out of priority.
Yeah, I think with this tide coming in as well, you know, we'll get, like as you said, kind of a flurry of sets, and then, you know, those little in-betweeners, and then it'll be quite interesting when the tide is high, and as it goes out, how quickly the conditions are going to change.
Yeah.
With this new swell kind of filling in last night, and as well these big offshores, it got cold.
Yeah.
It wasn't as cold yesterday.
Sure.
And, you know, we were walking around in t-shirts and jeans, and now everyone's in like 4 layers with beanies on. So, you know, it right now everyone's just really trying to stay nice and warm and keep moving. And prepare for this.
And you use that phrase in-betweeners, and that's exactly what JR was hunting for, off the back of the advice of his coach, Luke Landrigan, and also John Michael van Hoyenstein said on the sand when he was talking to Harry Roach that it was those medium-sized ones, those in-betweeners, that they felt were going to be the significant scores, because the big wild sets were bouncy, hard to hang on to, but those mid-sized ones had a little bit more scoring potential. But we say mid-size relative to the swell size is still well overhead on the mid-size waves.
It's solid. Look at this right here.
Here we go.
You know, these guys are on 9-foot boards starting. You know, you see some of them take off, and, you know, they're on 9.6, and it's still way over their head.
So, some of the biggest surf we have had in our 3 years of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We've got Soleil Erico going for 3 wins in a row on the women's side. We're moving into the women's draw later on this morning. Of course, there's 8 heats of the men's round of 16 to come first. The winners progressing to the quarterfinals, the losers coming away with a 9th. But when we move on to the women's side, we've got some amazing matchups. Something that I've noticed in the second half of the draw that you and I were talking about, Berlin, is if Soleil beats Cash Hoover Tour, and if Chloe Calmon beats Ginger Kaimi, Soleil and Chloe would meet up in quarterfinal number 3, and that is a beauty.
That's going to be a heat to
But
watch.
I say if.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things to go
yeah,
through
of
first, as we
course.
can see. Kai Ellis-Flint, CJ Nelson, of course, CJ supporting the Kai camp there. Kai getting ready. He's got a lot of confidence, Berlin. He comes off the back of a big win in Huntington, small waves, but we know that he loves to work the rail. He's got that powerful approach to longboarding. How will he be in these conditions, do you think?
I think he's going to really shine in these conditions, and it is so exciting to see him in the situation he is right now with his surfing.
Wow, nice wave for Cole. It's a smaller one, but it's got pocket. He goes straight into the tip there, and then look at the power of that section. He doesn't come through that, and he takes a wipe out, but he's looking to get that backup score of a 5.35. So board intact. He's got some waves on the head to deal with. Max sitting out there patiently, being selective, knowing that he's in the lead, knowing that he's only got to improve on that backup score of a 4.5, but knowing that Cole is chasing an attainable mid-5.
All right, nice setup to the nose ride. Again, just holding it. And then again, you just see him just kind of trying to drive off of that. And oh, just that outside nose kind of picks and goes under as it sucks up the face.
Yeah.
So, that's hard. You know, sometimes it just kind of rattle you. You know,
Sure.
that's the second one.
But
that's happened.
He let that go. As soon as he knew that he'd lost that, he let that go. He didn't force anything. He didn't risk any damage to the board. He let the foam just bounce that out the back. And again, although Cole hasn't been getting the scores he's needed, he has had a good run of luck with the fact that after his rise, there haven't been big sets on the head. That was in contrast to JR, who, yes, he was getting the scores he needed, but then he also had to deal with big, heavy wash-throughs and 2 walk-arounds, which takes a lot of stamina.
Oh, the fatigue you get, and especially in the colder water with wearing so much rubber as well. It is so taxing on your muscles.
That's when you need your active magnesium and creatine from Bioglan, because that's going to help your muscle and bone health and support that energy production. So come down, have a look, check out your local pharmacy, see what Bioglan products you can feast on, as we can now see Max Weston on a really nice walk, up and riding 2 steps on his high estate longboard shaped by Kai Ellis-Flint. Nice footwork. And then just a beautiful repositioning of his feet there onto that inside rail, clean, controlled, continuous flow in and out of those nose rides, and now composed, a little low in that cut back and standing a bit taller, and now just weaving, staying in the pocket, choosing a higher line as he moves through the foam. He doesn't end cleanly there, but everything on that ride up to that last moment for me felt like it may well improve on that backup score.
I 100% agree with you. I think that he was just surfing so well on that wave. His timing.
Timing was a good thing, but you know what would be really lovely to analyze is just the use of the feet here. It's really just clean and clinical.
Yep, it is. And again, he doesn't go all the way back. It just stays mid and then goes into that turn. But look at the way he drives off of this. And everything is put in the right place to get the flow that he needs to get himself into each maneuver. And it's so cat-like and precise and almost effortless.
Yeah.
But so technically beautiful.
He would have loved to have just finished in style there, but you know what I really appreciate, Berlin, is the way when he moves now back to the tail. Look at coming out this bottom turn, how he just adjusts his feet there to that inside rail edge, and he really was smooth and controlled all the way through.
And that's I think in longboarding, it's the subtleties that most people don't stop until you do get a nice little slow-mo like this replay to see that's the biggest help in the flow of movement towards and back.
Here we go. This looks like a nice wave for Cole Robbins. Is he going to have a run? There's the 5. Big, fast, heavy section. I felt like that one was going to really go, and you can see by Cole's body language, he knew that the stalling maneuver of a 5 was what he thought was the necessary kickoff maneuver, but it didn't pay off, and that wave just seemed to slam down on him when he was paddling in. It felt like it had a real big scoring potential, but he's got foam to deal with now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the 3rd wave that something like this has happened for him, and he's 2 minutes, remaining. He's needing a 6.77 and hopefully he gets that lull that he's,
Yeah.
this heat has had.
That was
to get
so
back out.
unlucky,
Yeah, that
Billings.
was unlucky, and that's going to come in around the same as this. Yeah, 263.
So a 5.93, it does improve. Mac's last score comes in better than his 4.5, so it now means that Cole needs a 6.77. So only 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. If there is a set, he may not get out in time. If there's a lull, he's going to have to really dig deep to get out into the open face. But Max Weston has played a cool game in this heat. Just 3 waves ridden, and improving on that opening score with that last ride, and had he just been able to come out of that little bouncy foamy nose ride section, could have gone up into the 7s, as we can just see Max coming over the top of that kind of medium-sized wave. 1 minute 8 seconds remaining. He turns around, he looks, is he gonna add to the scoreline here, Berlin? He's stroking into this one, but recognizing it, he doesn't need to go, and he's played a cool class, and his good mate and his surfboard shaper, Kai Ellis-Flint, is out back as well. And do you think they would have exchanged a few words on the way out and just touch base with the conditions, the kind of lineup, the kind of strategy?
Oh, I'm sure you're seeing Kai looking back right now. I'm guaranteed they probably would have been like, woohoo, or like, good job, or something, just something subtle and mellow. I'm sure Kai is very focused right now.
Talking a good job, you had a surf yesterday with our head judge, our former world champion, Tori Gilkison. Good vibes.
Oh, it was so much fun. It was our lay day yesterday.
I saw a nice video clip of you both charging and styling.
It was really fun. Yeah, nice lay day yesterday. We went for a little surf and then went to a little bathhouse and spa. Really enjoyed everything that Torquay had to offer, and had some great food at Boyo, and then had some poker last
Nice.
night.
Good stuff. As we
game.
see Max up and riding. Who won the poker game?
Tori.
Tori won the poker game. Max Weston's winning the heat. And there it is. Cole, unlucky. Cole's surfing was there, but the waves were really, really tricky, and Max Weston looking
Patience.
cool. He can build on that. So he will move into that quarterfinal #1, and he will come up against JR Esquivel. So a regular footer against a goofy footer for our first quarterfinal. Cole, frustration. The waves just didn't deliver for him.
Yeah, but well surfed. And, you're getting to this point now where someone's going to have to lose. And, but yeah, both the men, congratulations on making it this far, and best of luck to Max in your next round.
Well, we got some good energy coming into the booth next, because we've got Harrison Roach. We've also got the Wax Head. The Wax Head did have a free surf this morning, so I'm really looking forward to hearing, what the current was like, what the paddle was like, water temperature, what his ideas on lineup positioning, strategy, as Max Weston comes in, a cool cat, man. He did it, and he's got a PhD under his name, so we can call him Dr. Max.
Oh, Dr. Max.
Absolutely.
All right.
Good start, Berlin.
Woohoo!
Happy with the morning so far?
I'm so happy. I'm so sorry. I'm just so excited right now. This is
You're shell-shocked with Stoke.
everyone is just going off right now. Oh, they're low. There we are.
Thanks for tuning in. It's the penultimate day of action. We're going to continue. This is Berlin. I'm Sam. We've got the Wax Head and Harrison coming in next. Stay with us. We've got Kai Ellis-Flint surfing against Jack Tyro. Welcome back into Heat 3, the round of 16 here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We have a pumping west southwest swell roaring out of the Southern Ocean to greet the competitors today. Kicking off with the men, we've had some great performances already. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, with Harrison Roach, 2022 world champ. Good friend and amazing to share the booth with this shredder who's still at the top of his game.
And what a day to do it. It is pumping out here this morning. Crazy action in the first two heats there. That standout from JR in the first heat, he took a few beatings on the inside trying to get back out the back. But that last one, Cole just going down to Max Weston. Another exciting one coming up for us here. Kai Ellis-Flint and Jack Tyro. It's the wild card up against Kai, the winner of the Huntington, the first stop on the WSL Longboard Tour this year. Kai took that out in pretty small, pretty dribbly conditions. It looks different out there this morning, Chono.
Yeah, so free surfing with both of these surfers before the event, just seeing where they were positioning themselves. Very interesting to see that both of them opting for their regular small wave equipment as well. They're very proficient across all craft, but they're going back to what they know. I think they're looking for an involvement style of surfing, but in bigger waves. So it should be interesting to see how it unfolds. Yeah,
really excited to watch this one. Kai's been around for a long time, really hitting hard though on the longboard tour. He's gotten off to a start here. So nice little mid-range, mid-sized wave coming through with some, cruisy surfing to get started. But this is a good-looking nose ride here. Lucky to not go off the back of the wave. He gets a little bit hung up. So, Chono, this is the same board he's been riding in previous heats, is it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's got a couple that have got very similar colours as well. So it's about 9.8. It's a square tail. In terms of its outline, relatively conventional by Kai's standards, but something that he can go to. But watching him really leverage the bottom turn in that one, you see him go forward of the fin. We're going to get into a lot of tech talking here because these guys have got this phenomenal athletic frame combined with this nostalgic style, and the way that they're combining their body with the board is very unique. They're really crouching and extending. We saw Max in that heat beforehand, really using his body to his advantage. So I look forward to unpacking that with you, Harry. You're also one of the best to do it. What would you ride out there?
Yeah, it's a tough call as always for a day like today. In a competition, it's important to remember here that I think the number one thing the judges are looking for are those huge, big, critical hang tens. And if you can pull those off while also surfing the wave with speed, power, grace, flow, ticking all the boxes, be able to lay it on rail, I think personally I'd be going with a board quite similar to what Kai's riding and what Jack's riding, trying to stick to the classic style of longboard where you can lock in on the nose rides. I've got a 2+1 down here with me, but I'm not competing. I'm not pulling off nose rides like this. But yeah, as I mentioned, pretty lucky to not get off the back of the wave there, but it turned out to be a pretty technical nose ride. And lovely rail work here as well. I'm impressed with Kai, Chono, how he's able to bounce back off the foam there on this classic log of his.
Well, there he is. You can see the Stone and Wood slow-mo slowing it right down for us. The way he just sort of twists the upper body, brings the hips around, and you're right. He's able to leverage the rail on the board and just bounce it off the whitewash, which is a really tricky scenario on a single fin, on any board for that matter that's over 9 feet in length. But I think it comes down to his frame, his core. He played a lot of water polo growing up as well, and you can imagine the amount of core control and extension that he would have in his torso that the average surfer, especially with back problems, wouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, water polo, a non-contact sport, they reckon. Don't know about that.
Maybe
it's
on top
intense.
of the water,
yeah.
underneath.
No, anyone who has that sort of strength in the water, and Kai, yeah, he just makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's really challenging conditions out there today, but it's pumping.
And this is in the replay. We had Jack Tyro up and running.
Wow, really nice looking wave here for the young Kiwi. Lovely down carve after a couple of nice nose rides to start. It's a big one. It's a solid wave, pretty open face. Critical touch to the nose there. Doesn't get the long hang time, But you could just see how he set the board up pretty nicely, and once he got to the wave, the wave just dropped out beneath him. But behind him, Kai Ellis-Flint looking really strong off the start of this one. Nose right into that classic down carve of his and straight back into the bottom turn with a nice little stalling turn. Hitting a few chops as he goes through the inside here, Chono.
Yeah, well, as he gets through the inside, that's the white water left over from Jack's wave. So when you get these big sets coming through, you can see it. We're well and truly in the Bell's Bowl today, and you can see the sand left over from that big set. But when that whitewash comes in, it's very turbulent, and that's what Kai is bouncing on top of. You saw him sort of bunny hopping over. But Jack really committed surfing on that set wave. He's obviously identified an element of difference. If he just, as you said earlier, Harry, gets the hang 10 on a critical wave, it's going to be pretty hard not to score it. And someone who ironed out the kinks and the wobbles really well this morning was Max Weston, best friend of Kai Ellis-Flint. He's on the glass right now for his post-heat interview.
Thanks, Matt. Max, a lot of anticipation on this swell coming today. Talk to us about that, making it through a few heats with the smaller waves at the start of the week, and then this turning up today, swells here. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's been really exciting waiting for the swell. Had a couple of days off where everyone was getting boards ready and stuff like that, checking the forecast and waiting to see what it'd be like. And yeah, woke up this morning and it's really good.
That was a fantastic performance. I know you moved down to this area about a year ago. Have you been sneaking down, getting waves like this, preparing for it? And was there any board change today for these waves?
Yeah, I surf a lot of waves like this. I'm down here most weekends, so that felt pretty familiar. In terms of boards, yeah, I did change boards. I went from a 9.8 down to a 9.6, something with a little bit more rocker and just less foam, a bit more edge. And it felt good out there.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. You've got your best friend out here, Kai Ellis-Flint, in the next heat. You're riding one of his surfboards. Talk to us about that. Having a friend, someone to bounce off, also your shaper. It's pretty cool and a nice experience to do together.
Yeah, it's amazing. I feel spoiled. My shaper's one of the best surfers in the world, so that's a pretty lucky position to be in. And yeah, it's great. We go back and forth and work on ideas together. And yeah, I think it's all starting to pay off. Kite surfing amazing, and yeah, it's unreal.
You're doing really well out there yourself, mate. Well done. We look forward to seeing what happens later in the day and into tomorrow. Good luck, fly the Aussie flag, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. Great insight there as we saw Jack Tyro on an absolute bomb. And it looks like Kai in that set that was looming on the horizon has caught him off guard. And that, oh, you can see him opting for the leash there. Definitely a smart idea with those big West Southwest unruly sets. But this is Jack's replay.
Yeah, the Victoria flight cam just showing us how hard it is to get through these waves on a longboard. But this is a massive wave from Jack. Missed a little bit of opportunity there on the nose out the back. I think he probably saw a huge closeout coming down the line. But yeah, back to Kai Ellis-Flint. He made a bit of an error there on his wave, trying to do a lovely turn, fell off, had a little bit of a body surf ride. Thought he popped up out the back, but I think Jack's wave behind him made him pay, and he's been having to work to get back out there. Looks like there's more on the way.
Scores to drop, and Jack is out on the outside with priority. He's locked in a 6 and a 3.3. You can see Kai, he's moved his way. He's sort of on the inside of the bowl there. No worries, sort of getting swept down to Winky Pop. If you're a little further in, that's where the real problem rises, Harry. That current moving from right to the left of screen. Within about 3 or 4 waves, you're in a real bad predicament, as we saw JR in the first heat.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, Kai's going to squeak back out here. Pretty lucky there.
But high tide, right? Lower tide, sometimes it does break off the shorey a little bit.
Yeah, look at him just angling back towards the right there, steering clear of this one. But he's off to a good start here. He's got a 7-point ride and a 5.17, so he's definitely got the advantage in these opening rides. Yeah, I can't wait to see some more sets come through. This is just so exciting down here. Really, longboarding, we think of lovely, perfect, shoulder-high waves. It's so good to see the guys being tested out here in double overhead conditions.
Absolutely. The Keo under Jack's feet looks really, both boards, not too dissimilar to something that you would have seen back in the 60s, just modern adjustments. They've got fin boxes, they've got understanding more of flex and rocker, and little changes that have been adapted over the last 50 years of surfboard evolution. But for the most part, riding classically designed surfboards. Kai Ellis Flint used to be on the Keogh program, and he's gone right through on his own journey as well as a surfboard shaper over the last decade. And it's nice to see these two with a similar journey in terms of their relationship with John Gill, who's had his influence over surfers like myself, Max Weston as well, and now seeing the evolution with these two surfers in the water is pretty cool.
Yeah, Keogh carrying on a long tradition of fantastic longboards and longboard culture. And yeah, really exciting to talk to Kai about how inspired he is as a shaper himself these days. It's not often that I get to talk with guys who are so psyched on what they're making, and he's doing it at the top level of his sport. Rad to hear also he's making boards for Max, and they've got a great relationship on tour. This type of stuff doesn't happen in shortboarding, Chono.
No, and just the differences between surfcraft of different surfers. I mean, we've got not just colours. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but let's go to a bonsai brew break and wait for more sets coming back for Heat 3 very soon.
Something really special about Bells Beach, just the history, the raw coastline.
It's like surfing a living monument to the sport.
Hey Matt, how you doing? Do you take from any of these boards to create your own?
Yeah, 100%. This is me taking kind of inspiration from the pioneers of this area. Really similar, but just the modern tweaks.
We're gonna go get some food, maybe try and get a surf in later.
Well, I might see you down there.
So Maxie, if someone asked you what to do in Victoria, what would you tell them?
Come to Bells, surf, eat amazing food, enjoy the people.
How cool was that? Just going to check out Matty Shea's Pale Horse surfboards, topping off with a bit of food, obviously post-surf. There's not much better as a surfer to wash off that crusty, salty feeling than just a little surfboard tour and some food, Harry.
Yeah, can't go wrong down here. It's got it all. And today, Bells has come to play. Beautiful waves coming through. We've got a bit of a combo swell happening, some short period mixing in with the larger long period west-southwest swell, and the sets are stacking up to the horizon as the day goes on. It's going to keep cleaning up. Hopefully the wind cooperates for us, Chono.
How was this set, Harry? So we're approaching a high tide, still another hour off. Jack Tyro in the blue paddling out. So we have a mixture of swells. We have that west-southwest and a looming south swell We have a mixture of periods. We have the 12-second period mixed with like 15 seconds. So this is more of like that ground swell that's come a long way, considerably bigger than the other ones, but not overly contestable in terms of a heat scenario. But what happened in the break, Harry?
Yeah, really nice looking wave here from Jack Tyro. Gets off to a good start with a 5 critical, but caught behind, unfortunately. Let's see what can happen in the break. What also happened in the break from Kai Ellis-Flint. Not much to kick it off, but lovely little carve there. Nose riding, kind of going down straight in towards the shore, but the wave just not really offering up too much.
And there's Declan frothing to get out in the water. He had some amazing waves at the beginning of the morning. As soon as the sun rose, he was out there. He got some beauties. So he'll be one to watch coming up next against South African Oliver Packham, who himself had some great free surfing moments, a shaper, and he's got his own craft. So this will be a great battle coming up next. And I'm sure everyone tuning in right now are going to be, I mean, they've stayed up over in Cape Town watching Oliver, and the Manly crew are down here supporting Declan. But here goes Jack from Sumner, New Zealand. Sort of just crouching low, absorbing the energy, the bumps. Goes to a drop knee down carve. Handling those bobbles and wobbles. Critical connection there. Gets to the nose and he stays with it as well.
Just hanging on there, Chono. Great mid-board surfing from Jack Tyro. Some interesting moments in there, navigating the bumps.
Now this is where he's got to make a decision. Does he go in? Or does he try and punch it back out now? On the broad angle, you'll see Winky Pop in the distance, the rocks looming. But you can sort of get 1 or 2 on the head there until you've got to make a decision. Let's see what he does.
He'll be hoping that there's not a whole lot more sets stacked to the horizon right now.
So there you see in the middle of the screen there, and you can see that current pushing up the screen towards Winky Pop, which is another world-class wave, and that's just absolutely going off now. But there's a bank of rocks just before the wave, and it goes dry. And it comes really fast. Before you know it, you get swept down there. But talk us through the replay.
Yeah, so he's taken off on a mid-size wave here. It's bumpy. There's been one that's broken through before, that big set that we saw. So he's going to have to navigate them. And this is what I was talking about, this mid-board surfing. Pretty interesting. Really low drop knee. Lovely little navigation of the bump there. I think his front foot sort of bounced from the inside rail from that drop knee turn over to the, the outside rail, over to the inside. We'll get a nice little slow-mo here. But look how low his back foot is. He's up on the ball of his foot, and here's the switch. Look at the foot movement there from Jack Tyro. That's so technical.
That's the width of the board, the V, and he's surfing forward on the single fin. And as we know, Harry, the fastest part of a single fin is in that mid board. So he's going Mach 10, trying to generate as much speed. We're on a thruster. You're over the fins, the back of the tail, over the cluster. We'll see that today. We'll see some thrusters come into play.
Yeah, so on the single fin too, as you know, Chono, that you're using the rail a lot more than you're relying on the outside fin of a 2+1. You really have to put a lot of faith in that softer rail. Had he have tried to bottom turn with his foot on that outside, he might not have had the hold to really come off and could have fallen flat on his face. But great visuals there from the camera operators down here, really getting into the detail and fun to watch. These guys are at the top of their game, so
that was so cool to watch. You know, traditional classic style longboarding, but in this waves, these guys are pushing it. We haven't seen this level of longboarding here since really the Bells Beach Classic in 1966. And here goes Declan lining up. He's got the 2+1 setup, Oliver, self-shaped board, tiny little side fins, not that big thruster cluster that we're often seeing. So he's got little 3-inch sides. He's moved the wide point back. A little bit of inspiration taken from a little yellow board that you borrowed from Tom Payne a few years ago, Harry.
Maybe, I'm not sure, but it'll be pretty interesting to see the difference between these two surfers in the next heat, won't it? One of them riding a 2+1 and Declan on the single fin, both with rounded pintails. I have to have another look at Declan's board, but look, I think Declan's going to be really one to watch in these conditions. The footage I've seen of him leading into this event, he's been spending a lot of time down here training, and he's not afraid of attacking a big wall here at Bells. So really excited to watch the next heat come up. But this one's, looks like Jack's backed up to his 6-1 with a 6. So
yeah, but they're very, very close. Sending a 6.08. The judges not giving him the nod on that exchange. So now netting a 6.08, super close. 12.17 versus 12.10. So the judges just seeing perhaps a lack of control. That criteria today, we had head judge Tori Gilkison give the judging note specifically for the bowl. She's really excited to see surfers with control from start to finish. That was one of the key emphasis.
Yeah, and I guess Jack, he's riding a lovely clean wave here. His previous wave was really bumpy, so the skill involved. And how's that lovely hang 5 and that midboard drift down? He made that look really smooth and easy. That was a super tricky little moment in this wave here. But yeah, I'm assuming that that bump, while we really appreciate just how hard it is to do, it's not necessarily adding points onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he turned what potentially could have been a wipeout for the average surfer into a keeper's score. So his best wave yet, a 6.1. If he can do that and the wave, instead of racing away, allows him to, say, hang 10 through that section or get a rail carve in that steep section instead of just a down carve, they know it, but it's really hard to pick the wave. When it comes and it looms, you've got to just go. You've got to take a bit of a gamble there.
Yeah, so he's gone for the mid-size wave on his last exchange. Be really good to get a look at that replay. I'm sure it's on the way through, but there was a lovely hang 5, fade takeoff to start, kind of angling down the line, pushing a little bit of water there on the nose, but a beautiful drop knee turn to follow up, and he sets it up here through the inside section with a great looking tight 5, and there's that drift. The board dropping down that steep part of the wave, and another drop knee to follow up as he starts to come through the inside, just wanting to make it look like he's in control for the judges.
And the judges giving this one a 4.77, perhaps not the intensity and the commitment that they want to see on the set waves, but beautiful, stylish work there, just leveraging the middle of the board, the straight part of the rail, the middle of the board, the fastest part, as he gets perfect footwork into a rail carve. Had Jack been surfing in another heat against another surfer, I would say that we would see his scores be going a little higher. He's just, these surfers have got a lot of similarities.
I think it'd be fair to assume too, if you're coming up against current world #1 on this tour, you're going to want to be on the big set waves, and you're going to want to be doing that type of surfing on the most critical waves on offer to get up into the really good, good score or the excellent score range.
You see in that flight cam the little bumps and warbles in the lineup there, and that's what's creating the bounce and the bobble. On paper, the conditions look amazing, but when you're out there, you had that wind that blew the swell up last night. The fetch was quite short, and you do have this long period swell underlying, so we should see the conditions iron out through the day typically, and that early morning high tide kind of creating a bit of that bump. But the men are handling it phenomenally. We'll see the women coming up after we run through the 8 men's heat, so they'll be looking forward to it. Some great standouts this morning. Avalon Gal, Tully White, sending it.
Tully White got an incredible wave. She was out there with Declan, as you mentioned, right as the sun rose, and she had an insane hang 10 coming through a massive Bell's Bowl. So really excited to see her come up this afternoon, traveling with Declan, who's about to appear in the next heat. They're a tight little community coming out of Manly there, and yeah, lots of talent. But look, this heat is coming down to the last 4 minutes. Kai's going to want to get another wave here, I assume. I don't think he's going to be too worried about sitting on Jack. Be interesting to see how he approaches it. He's in control. He's got priority, but it's been consistent here this morning.
Now, if you are in Kai's situation, you've got the priority, under 4 minutes remaining. What's your game plan set approaching?
Yeah, tricky, right? I'd be just trusting in my own surfing at this point. I think no matter what, there's going to be multiple opportunities, and I'll be looking to extend my lead rather than play the defensive surfing. And yeah, I think I was maybe right, Matt. There's a couple of lines approaching.
Yeah, so because of that little bump and the wobble, sometimes you got to take off under it and knife it. So this one, where Kai's looking at this, is so hard to get the 9-footer in it because it's unnecessarily steep. On a clean day, this would be a beauty, but it's going to be tricky. It's got a little kink in the wave. He knifes it, he takes off, and this wave lets him into it. A higher tide wave. Look at the size of this thing. Grabs the rail, gets low, doesn't quite grab that, just pounces off the bottom, cat-like. Gets on the heels. Consolidated rail carve there for Kai. A nice posture. Ooh, whitewash. Gets the better of him on this one. Layback. He only needed to better a 5.17. I don't think that's going to be the score, so you could almost say advantage to Tyro, now needing a 6.08.
Well, yeah, it's pressure on for Tyro. He's got to make this one count. A 6.08. That's a good score today. It's going to take some really solid surfing. He's gotten close a couple of times. But yeah, the cat-like reflexes. Look at this. Crouch down. Grabbing the rail off the bottom. Just surfing really solid. But perhaps like his casual sort of nature just let him down a little bit here. Look how so casual through that whitewater, but it bounced him. Good to know he's human. But Jack has gotten one behind him. We missed this. It was live. We're following Kai, but he's got an opportunity here. Big nose right out the back. A little bit of bump to start. Another down carve there. That mid-board bottom turn. It's a solid wave. We've got a bit of a high view here. It'd be interesting to see how tall this one was. Oh, lovely nose right on the inside. Yeah, that's a really interesting scenario there. He's sort of stuck on the inside. I don't think he's going to get another opportunity. What do you think, Chono?
Yeah, I think that with a minute 20 remaining, Jack is on the inside shore break. That's his Keo Futura model. I think that could be heat over for Jack, waiting for scores to drop. And Kai would have seen that, but not seen the ending. So assuming that Jack probably got the score, he's going to be out the back, looking and hoping for another wave.
Yeah, well, let's hope he can get into position, because I'd love to see another wave before this heat runs out, particularly if Kai's needing a score, because, you know, there were some great moments on that wave there from Jack, but bumpy start, a bit of a bauble. It looked like, you know, with this combo swell, he took off and he hit a bit of a flat spot as he tried to get that first nose ride, but he smoothed it out after that.
I love that flat spot. That is something to really describe the waves out there right now. There's got these big open faces. It's steep, but there's these flat spots. And these guys are doing well to disguise it all. The 25 seconds remaining, and it is the wild card Jack who got the last minute call up. Jefferson Silva was meant to be in the contest, but the replacement is Jack, and he was ready to go. Consummate competitor. Look at him paddling out. He knows he's not going to get out in time, but he's just trying to put pressure on.
He's not giving up with 5 seconds to go. He's still on the way out.
5.43. Score drops. It's not enough. So, by the skin of his teeth, Kai Ellis Flint makes it through despite a last-minute mistake. And the rookie, the wild card, Jack Tyro, he'll go back to New Zealand after he watches this tremendous day of competition, but a head up because he had one of the toughest guys in the field.
Yeah, he did, and he gave it to him too, you know. It's tough coming up against the rookies and the wild cards. But Kai, cool-headed, he put that 7 on the board, and it was great surfing from him. Looking forward to seeing more of Kai in this event. I'm really excited. Into a quarterfinal finish now. Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow for finals day. We've got a great forecast coming up, Chono.
And that is Heat 3 finish. Kai Ellis Flint moving on for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Don't go anywhere. Action-packed coming up for Heat 4 after the break.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back. Day 3 of competition here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Heat 4 in the water of the round of 16. This is Declan Wyden and Oliver Packham from South Africa. This is going to be a fantastic matchup as we see previous heat winner Kai on the beach debriefing there with his mentor, CJ Nelson. And then I see Soleil Erico lined up too, getting rugged up, just trying to get the inside info. She'll be coming up in the women's in about 2.5 hours.
What a champion, Soleil Erico. Looking forward to seeing her coming up today. And they've got CJ Nelson in their corner, one of the best to ever do it. A longboarder who can take any type of approach to the surf. Big waves, small waves, high performance, classic nose rider. He's got it all. He'd be a great guy to have in your corner. But yeah, Declan Wyden currently ranked number 8 up against Oliver Packham, ranked number 15.
And during the break, this is Oliver up early on this one. Talk us through this, Harry.
Yeah, nice looking clean wall here. And projecting bottom turn there. Wave closes out, but takes him out there too. That was a solid wave. He's got some support down here with him. Yeah, the Zappa boys are stoked.
It's his father, Mark, and Sam Christensen down there supporting, waving the South African flag. And Oliver shapes his own boards under the Olive surfboard label. Born in Durban, but calls Cape Town home, and he's shaping out of the York factory over there, where they're doing a variety of different craft. But he's doing his own, and he's working on a few others, and he's just working his way through the shaping, the sanding, the glassing, doing a range of different jobs. And he's a central tradesman in the industry. Here goes Declan.
Always solid surfing from Declan Wyden. This trademark drop knee turn coming through the inside. Look, he's looking really confident here this week at Bells. As I mentioned, he's spent a lot of time down here practicing, and his surfing really suits a solid wave. Always see a lot of clips of him riding big waves. He's got a board that works, and he's going to want to try and hit the end of this one. Interested to see if he gets the section. Looks like it's just fading out.
It was an unusual wave by today's standards, where it ran all the way through, allowed a lot of performing for him, and he looks like he'll sneak out as well before a set. So good wave selection there for Declan, and Oliver out the back with a few sets looming. He's got the both of these surfers on a bell pin shaped tail, like a pintail, but talk us through the details of Declan's wave.
Yeah, nice hang 5 to start. Nothing too critical, but really solid. And then a decent drop knee turn there. Not quite as smooth and on rail as we see from him. This is a solid score. It's a really good way to get his campaign up and running today here. But look, the wave not really offering up too many really critical sections. He's getting length of ride though, and he's just solid surfing there to start for Declan. Be interesting to see where it drops on the scoreboard. Oliver has a 3.0. It's a long run back up the beach here.
Yeah, and the sand's super soft and really deep. There's the corner watching on right now. The famous Bells Beach steps, coach's corner. And as he runs up in that soft sand, he's going to try and paddle up in the corner, because that's where the easiest spot is. You can see him up, just getting a little bit of info. They're telling him where to paddle out. You want to paddle out at the base of the rocks. Stone and Wood slow-mo, Harry.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about coming into this drop knee turn. Really solid surfing, but looks like he hits a couple of little bumps as he goes through, just flattening out a little bit there.
Knee on the board.
Pushing really hard, but the board just flattening out a little bit. Not quite as on rail as we see sometimes from Declan, but looking really confident nevertheless. And that was a pretty flat-faced wave, so he's done a lot. He's done really well to make the most of that section.
Leveraging that Steve O'Donnell pintail 9.4. Got some similarities to his square tails, but a little narrower all round, and just pulled the tail in so it can handle the bumps here at Bells.
Would you look at this? It's the first jet ski assist of the day that we've seen. I'm sure the Filipino surfer JR would have been wondering where the ski was when he was copping him on the head as he was going through, but this is exciting to see. Love that we've included this now in this event. We're going to see more action as a result.
So they'll make their way back around the lineup so they don't chop the face up for Oliver out there. But you can see the jet ski trying to pick its line because they don't want to interrupt the surface, because that's what happens when the jet ski goes past. It can create that really frustrating bump and chop on the face.
Pretty hectic too, holding on to a 9.4 on the back of a ski like that. You'd want to have a good handle. You can see the board bouncing. This is serious stuff here. The surf's pumping down at Bells today, and look, Declan's going to be stoked that he didn't have to paddle, but it's still a bit of work sitting on the back of this thing.
See, they're making their way wide around the lineup. A 7.5 locked for Declan, so the judges appreciating that control. There was no wobbles on that wave. We didn't see that power gouge like we would usually see, but I don't think the wave really steepened up for him. So judges probably a little lenient. I think they've really recognised the waves as tricky and they've got those flat spots. So starting the scale quite high in this heat.
Yeah, they have. They've gone high with that one. I was definitely wrong, but I'm no judge, so we'll see what happens as the heat goes on. I could expect some really high scores. Seeing that start now, I feel like Declan's got a lot left in him. That was just a taste test of what he's capable of out here. So pretty excited to watch the rest of this heat. We've only had a short wave from Oliver.
Well, obviously it's a heat-by-heat scale that's set. So how would that impact Oliver needing or hearing a 7.5, the highest single wave of the day? But we'll see. Here he's up on his answer back. He'll be hearing that number of Declan's and think, well, maybe you saw him take off and think, oh, it's a mid-sized wave. It's approachable. But he's on the nose here, falls back a little bit, and the bumps, wobbles. Almost looking defeated on this, but he stays with it, trimming through the inside. Hits the bowl.
Bit of downtime here. Just sort of bouncing through. Yeah, he never looked super convinced after he had that little bauble when he was hanging 5, going over the big chops. But solid surfing from him. You can see pretty immediately the difference with the bottom turn. He's got those fins on the inside rail. And watch this projection as he goes through the turn. It really pushes him down the line. I like what I'm seeing here from Oliver. Lovely rail turn as well. But yeah, just coming through this foamy section and a bit of bounce and a bit of wobble. He did really well to navigate it there. But yeah, you could tell he's gonna need to make it happen a little bit better than that one. But still solid surfing. He's looking really confident.
Yeah, I wonder if he will look back on that as a missed opportunity, that half wave towards the end. He actually had some really great moments. We'll see where the score locks, but someone who ironed out the flat spots really well, but didn't have the perfect heat by his standards, is Kyle Flint. Let's catch up with him on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Harry. Kyle Flint, current world #1, pushed by the young wildcard in that heat. You were off to a flying start with the 5 and the 7, and then Jack started putting some 6s on the board and really pushed you. Talk to us about that, the anticipation of this big swell showing up today, rocking up today, big waves, Jack, and a bit of an unknown. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's a great surfer for sure. I've been competing against him for like a good couple of years now. And, you know, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He can kind of put some scores together. I definitely was trying to engage my rail a lot more out there, and I was just finding it was like wanting to surf a little tighter than I actually wanted to surf. So I think probably like riding something that's got like a 2+1 setup with a flatter rocker is probably going to be able to like utilize the wave face a little bit better. So that might be something if it stays this big, but yeah, I had fun. I got flogged, got a bit of a punishment from the bowl after falling off, but you know, sometimes we deserve that.
You deserve that when you fall off, you feel. It is cold. The offshore breeze is blowing. It's fresh out there. Talk to us about the wetsuit. Is it cold while you're paddling around out there? You're doing a lot of work, and there is some downtime while you're waiting between those big set waves.
Yeah, definitely wearing a pretty thick wetsuit. 5'4" or 4'3", I'm not actually too sure. But yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest. Like, the sun's out, it's a beautiful day, and it's just the mornings with the wind. The wind kind of like, you know, chills the feet, chills the hands, and you know, it's just trying to keep the body moving, especially when you're kind of sitting out there still and waiting for a wave. But there's heaps of waves, so you're just kind of always paddling for something, right?
This afternoon, swell hopefully kicks in. Like you said, you might jump on a different board and have a little feel of that. Fingers crossed there's still some swell tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, pretty excited to see some cleaner conditions tomorrow, and hopefully this swell kind of straightens up a little bit, and the kind of wobbles like cleaned out of it. It'd be nice to see that wind kind of just like groom the swell a little bit more, and I hope to see it really start cooking tomorrow.
Awesome. Kai, congratulations. Keep the roll going. The momentum's happening. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh, and some critical insight there from Kai, who would opt for the 2+1 setup if he was to go back out there right now. We see Oliver locked in at 3.4. He's got the jet ski assist, the South African, with a pair of threes on his way back out. He's going to have to refocus. What do you think Sam, his fellow South African, was saying to him as he was running along the sand?
Chin up, brother. He's it's 16 and a half minutes remaining. He's got one of the toughest competitors in the lineup. He's just going to have to go back to the drawing board, try and put up a big score, because like Declan's looking really strong. He's sitting out the back. He got caught by one also after even getting the jet ski assist back out. Declan got caught by a big set during that interview. But yeah, I'm sure he's going to put up another great one as a set rolls through here for Declan. Oliver's just got to stay cool. He's got time. He needs to put 2 good scores on the board and get back in this heat.
The bathymetry of the reef there, you can see the waves, the lines stretching way out, and we do have those combination swells, a bit of south and the west-southwest, so not perfectly corduroy lines for Bells. But while we're waiting for that next set, let's go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go any of the remainder of Heat 4 coming up next. Plenty of action here at Bells Beach. Gorgeous conditions here at Bells Beach, day 3 of competition at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Declan Whiten up against Oliver Packham in the water. But this morning, a new swell, Harrison. We had the sun rising. We had these big, long lines greeting competitors.
It's so beautiful down here every morning. Turning left and coming down the road to this iconic surf destination. It's stunning. The light lights up the cliffs, and the wind's kicking up offshore, and the swell's pumping down the line here. Declan still sitting out the back in priority. He's got 13 minutes remaining, only 1 score on the board, but it's a really healthy score, that's 7.5. Oliver's got a couple of threes, a 3.4 and a 3.0. The boys are just having a chat out the back, talking to each other. I wonder what they're talking about, Matty.
Yeah, I think it's more along the lines of, oh yeah, Declan, yeah, I got a good one. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, small one though, small. So then Oliver's like, damn, small one, 7.5, because it was a medium-sized wave by the scale of the day. So if there was any solace out of that, is that it is a very attainable if you get those runners. Taylor Jensen, he'll be coming up next against the wildcard Gavin Idoni from Florida. There is Gavin sitting there on the left, and Taylor warming up.
Gavin's keeping warm. He got pretty cold before his elimination round heat, but he's got the Vans on right now. He's got the jacket on above the jersey, and he's standing there next to him. Different styles in the next heat. Going to be really interesting to watch. You got to say advantage Taylor with the experience and just the frame, dealing with waves of this size. This big framed bloke.
He was amped this morning. He was the first one in the water as well, and he was excited for the day of competition. But hey, when we called off competition on day 2, he was also out there. He was with you, free surfing as well. So he's just really enjoying his time down here at Bells.
He is, and he's only had one heat so far, Matt. You've got to remember that he won his heat on the first day of competition. There's been 2 days since. He's only had a couple of free surfs since then. But yeah, it was nice rocking up down here at sunrise and looking out into this huge Bells Beach lineup. As you can see, the Victoria flight cam just spreading out there. And the one person in the water was reigning world champion Taylor Jensen.
Absolutely. It was the first sight this morning and the last sight after day 2. He spent the whole day watching his fellow competitors and keeping an eye on them. In fact, he watched Gavin take out John Van Michael Hohenstein in that first round heat the elimination round heat on day 2 of competition. So he's a smart, savvy competitor, but he's as hungry as ever. Won the world title last year. He won Bells last year. So he's hungry. He wants more of it. We've been crowning champions here at Bells since 1962, when it was all longboards, up until 66, which was one of the penultimate years for longboarding in general, and it was no different here at Bells, but it turned into a shortboard contest for the next 50 until we return with the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And here goes Declan, riding modern history here, up and riding, gets a hang 5, down into the bowl, trademark drop knee, and he sets up this inside. Very similar line to his first wave. Tell he's had some great practice in the lead up to this event, carving it back to the pocket. Nice pace. Just going to look to maybe ice the ending. Lines up this whitewash. And tremendous timing for Declan. I think that was a phenomenal wave, Harry.
It was, and that finish. And what about the kick of the board up onto the sand, just about landing right on dry sand there. It gets pretty hectic when you get into this shore break. As you can see from the top, it sucks back out and just dumps onto dry sand there. Declan kicking his board out, just hoping, I guess, to get it away from most of the power of the wave. He knows he's got a leash on and he's cutting another lap. This is what you want in a heat. Your first wave, you ride to the beach, you finish on the sand, you do the run around. You get a lift back out there with the ski, get another wave, same thing, all the way to the shore. But here goes Gavin with an answer back.
Yeah, Oliver, actually, Gavin's in that next heat, but here, Oliver just a calm approach to this, but doesn't have the same wall that we saw with Declan the one before. He knows that he kicks out. It's a great wave selection for Whiten, and Oliver's going to be left out there with 9 minutes remaining and some heavy thinking to be processed, because Declan's going to be locking in a fantastic backup score, but it may even exceed the 7.5.
Yeah, excited to see this replay. He's really scratching to get into this one. The wave goes underneath and starts off with a little S turn straight up to the nose and a pretty critical part of the wave. Another classic drop knee cutback from Declan White, and the surfing that we've come to expect from him in these big conditions at Bells Beach. Big rail turn, the wave pretty fat through the inside, but he's making it work. Just Burger World, but as he comes in through the inside, it's the big whack off the foam. So difficult to navigate those big turns at the end, and as I mentioned, kicking onto the sand. Here's the 5 out the back. Sort of pushes water, but gets into the seat part of the wave. I think as the day goes on, we're going to see a couple of nose rides really elevated on those big sections. Follows through with that classic drop knee turn of his. and just making it work through the fat part of the wave, Chono.
Yeah, you said Burgerwell through the inside, and typically Bells Beach offers that flatter section as you get down the end. But as a competitor, they're trying to add an exclamation mark for the finish, which is why Declan stayed with it.
Oh, it was
really
well worth it, wasn't it?
Throwing the eggs in the basket, because it could, if he doesn't ride out of this, he takes away from the beauty of the beginning. But he lines it up and he ices it, and I think he'll be well rewarded. I think I like that better than his first one.
Yeah, I do too. That was a real exclamation mark on the end of that wave. So Ollie's third wave here. Nice little hang five to start. He's looking good on the rail on this board. I really love the way it's carving through the water. And just thinking back to what Kai Ellis-Flint said about perhaps taking out a 2+1 in these conditions. Looks like the surfing he's doing on this board is looking great. He just hasn't quite had the waves that Declan has had. And Declan's making him pay here. We've got some scores dropping, waiting for one more. It's looking healthy. It's coming in at a 7.83, Chono. This is a great heat from Declan White, and kicking off with a 7.5 and now backing it up with a 7.83. You only need two.
We know the surfing's been there for Declan. He's committed. He's been practicing so much down here, but to actually find those two waves in a scattered lineup like today is phenomenal heat IQ. He's doing great out there and really putting the pressure on. Combination situation for the South African. We talked about him earlier on, that smooth cruisy style, but he just hasn't committed on those mid-sized waves that he's got, and they're just petering out, really tricky out there. And we've seen, I think, a drop in consistency as we're about half an hour off the high tide, less of those bigger sets, and this is a replay of the 7.83 for Declan.
Yeah, this wave just cooperating with him perfectly. I love the S-turn to start. I love the nose ride high in the pocket. Really steep section of the wave. You've got to do that, Chono. As you go through the bowl, you've got to get a major maneuver. He does with the nose ride and the lovely cutback. And then here, a bit more of a wide stance turn through the fat section of the wave, and he's just going to hang on. He's going to try tap it again, but no, it's the big ender projecting turn off the top there. Hard to do on these boards. Hard to do with that bump, but Declan just never in doubt. Looking so confident out here. He's always been a really tough competitor. Back in my career, I, really never wanted to draw Declan in a heat because he can put it together no matter what the conditions.
Yeah, he always turns up, doesn't he?
He does.
He's capable going left, right, in different conditions as well. He's not someone who's really, you don't see like a 2 to 4 foot rink on and go, oh, I think Declan's not going to do good out there. Whatever you draw Declan, and doesn't matter what the conditions, he's going to turn up to a heat and give it his best. And
beautiful wave lining up here. Oliver decides not to go that one, but guess what? Declan's going to. Starting off with a big nose ride, Chono.
As if you wouldn't go. Look at this thing. Big, clean, open wall. Oliver was a little too deep. Power carve for Declan as he sits down through that turn. Oh, and just catches a bit of a rail there.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Declan. He's had a perfect heat so far, but a little bauble there. But you know what I saw at the second manoeuvre of that wave? He really laying his board on rail. We saw a couple of drop knee turns where he's pushing hard off the tail. He's pushing through the water, but a little less engaged in the rail. The judge is still loving it with the high scores, but that one, he was really carving, wasn't he?
Absolutely. He really lent on that heels. It would have felt good getting that 7.83, good heat structure. And this is a beauty of a wave. A 5 and 10 on the outside. But he had to, it allowed him for this searing carve. It really opened up for it.
Yeah, look at that. Covering so much ground on the rail. It's what we want to see here. It's one of those flat spots again, but surprising from Oliver just in priority letting that one go through. I think Oliver was in even better position, a little bit deeper, could have gotten that nose ride.
Full knifing takeoff, but it rears up, it looks super steep, and sometimes it does back off. But as the tide drops, it's going to really start being tricky with that little wobble to get into it. I love it. I mean, it's super exhilarating, but if you're trying to fit in a package for the judges, really tricky.
So much opportunity out here today.
How's this set on the outside, Harry? That's that little indicator and the little cross chop. We'll see what Oliver does.
There's a lot of surf coming through today. I think the key is being selective though, because so much energy goes into every ride out here. Paddling back out, it can be up to 500 metres paddling. But yeah, like you said, big bomb set coming through out the back.
There's another one behind it. Combination situation. He's got to get moving now. That one doesn't see any potential. It fattens up. It's got that big wobble in it. Maybe this one behind might show a longer wall. He's got to get it two waves in 2.5 minutes. It is looking unlikely, but it is possible. We've seen wild stuff happen with stuff like interferences and with jet ski assist, but with nothing left on the horizon, he's going to want to at least catch one for his final memory here at Bells.
Yeah, you want to finish strong. He's looking solid, as I said, on his board. Love to see him get a big bomb here to go home with some confidence.
Well, he's got everyone staying up late watching him. His mum Marilyn, his girlfriend Josie, and everyone back home. They'll be cheering for him. And although it's looking hard in this heat for himself as a surfer and a shaper, just to connect with the Bells Beach walls and have one of the most iconic world-class reef breaks to yourself, or just another person, is a dream come true.
Sure is, and looks like we're going to have an opportunity here. I don't think he really committed to that wave previously, Lee, that he had a little look at, and he's going to turn and burn. And I tell you what, if I'm doesn't happen. But yeah, as I was saying, his board's looking good. If I'm a surfer looking to purchase a nice board to surf in some big Bells types waves, I'm going for one of those 2+1s at this point.
Yeah, Olive surfboards shaped by Oliver Packham, the South African on the tour. It is a common theme. We've seen Sam Christensen making some of his own boards, and of course Stephen Sawyer, the winner of the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic last year, a stalwart on the tour, phenomenal surfer. He would have been reveling these conditions, and no doubt tuning in, watching this as well.
Former world champion too, Stevie Sawyer. Great musician, great guy to have around the contest site. Unfortunately, unable to make it here to Bells. But there are little shades of big windy J-Bay going on out here. I'm sure Stevie would have really put it to his fellow competitors. But this heat has been all about the man from Manly, Declan Whiten. Great surfing from Declan. Looking solid all week. And he's going to finish off with this wave here.
Yeah, icing it, knifing into that one. Just a little victory lap here for Whiten. He makes his way through the inside in a super fun section. This thing walling up for him, springing into that cross step, up on the nose, just leveraging the speed, keeping the footwork moving, just the tempo of the wave. Down carve into the shore. What a great heat. 4 waves surfed, and one of the highest heat total of the morning for Declan Whiten from Manly. And we'll say goodbye to Oliver Packham. Still got to finalise scores, but in a combo situation, he put up a smooth fight, and certainly not outclassed South African, and he'll regroup, have a look at the analysis and speak to his guys, but he might even get some absolutely cooking waves for the remainder of the day, not too far away.
I'm sure he will. He'll probably be heading straight to Winky. Lots of swell down there today, but Declan, what a way to finish. We'll just get a quick replay here of Ollie's wave. There's those lovely S-turns. I just love watching this, and when I think of paddling out here at Bells, it's the type of surfing I'd love to be doing. Feels so good laying these boards on rail. But yeah, it just wasn't his day today. Come up against one of the form surfers in the event, Declan Whiten, but now he'll be stoked. He's made it to the round of 16 here, put on a good performance in his elimination round.
I mean, that was always going to be a tough heat in the draw, having Declan red hot. You can see him walking up there. That's his contest board, his pintail, made here for Bells by Steve O'Donnell, veteran Brookvale shaper on the Northern Beaches, and he's done his fair share of travelling himself. Steve O'Donnell has been over to South Africa, and he knows the East Coast and Bells very well.
Yeah, so Declan finished off really strong there too. He had that second last wave where there was a bit of a bauble and he fell off. I bet it feels good to have gone back out there and given himself another opportunity to ride one to the sand to take the win. Always good to have that little bit of extra confidence boost as you're going into finals day here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Tell you what, the judges taking their time locking in these scores for Declan's fourth wave, so maybe something to question, perhaps similar to that first one. They'll be going back looking at the replays.
We haven't seen a replay yet of that one, but I did note again it was one of those really sweeping rail engaged drop knee turns.
Scores in 6.6, didn't go into the top two, but a phenomenal heat for the judges to really lay the base for what to expect in the remainder of the men's heat 5, coming up next. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. Taylor Jensen, reigning world champ, in the water up against wildcard Gavin Idoni.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back to the action as we move into our 4 times world longboard champion TJ Taylor Jensen surfing against our Floridian from Cocoa Beach, Gavin Idoni. My name is Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with my good mate JC, Josh Constable, 204 world champ, 206 world champ in fact. You would have liked to have won it in 204. Who won it in 204, can you remember? We'll pick that up later.
Yeah.
JC, massive energy out there. I mean, it really is pumping, vibes are good, but pressure's on because the paddle is relentless and it takes power today.
Yeah, there's definitely some solid waves out there, Sam. It's so good to watch. I've been on the edge of my seat, just pumped. But that performance just then from Declan walking up the stairs was sensational.
And talk about that feeling of when you do have a big heat here at Bells and you get to have that team support from the Australia camp on those steps.
Yeah, Tully and Declan have been down here putting in the performances and surfing it when it's been like this, and you can really see it. That was fantastic surfing, and it was really good. But this heat here, 2 American surfers, 4-time world champ Taylor Jensen. He was the first one out this morning, Sam. It was big and it was dark, and he was the first one out there, and there was some big waves early this morning.
And he kicks off with the 3s, opted to ride his Firewire, the Gem 2+1 in the Polonia Wood model. You can get that board in the helium core construction as well. He's gone for the Timber Tech there, and just opting to take out a board different to his longer 9/8 Singleton that maybe is going to give him a little bit more drive through those open face sections.
Yeah, he wants to project off the bottom turns, project through those turns, and really give himself a lot of, like you're saying, a lot of drive, also strong. So there's a couple of big clean-up sets.
Sure.
You do not want to break a board out there and have to come back to the beach, get your back up. So a great choice there from Taylor, and this morning it looked great under his feet.
And talk about the Chris Christensen under the feet of Gavin. You know, how will that hold in these big, fast conditions?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a beautiful looking board. It's probably not made for these style of waves, Sam, but pretty cool that he's out there on it. Here we go on this first wave of Taylor's. It's only a 3-point ride, but beautiful nose ride, and there's that speed off the bottom hand turn. That wave closed out, but you can see that's what Taylor's going for. He's going to be doing some beautiful open face swooping carves and still nose rode really well.
Yeah, he wants to cover ground, and we saw the benefit of that approach from Declan. He was driving around sections, using all of the weight. TJ up to the tip, touches it, runs back to the middle on his gem. Diamond tail sweeps into a nice low turn and then just sets off the middle back to the tip, running forward, big overhead walls, just drives out of that through with a little rail hold as he just kind of prones onto the inside. He's going to add to that 3. It's a good start for TJ. Nice and busy on the diamond tail, the gem 2+1 as we get to see the replay.
Sam, we don't often talk about Taylor Jensenman on overhead waves. Taylor's a big guy, and this wave is bombing over his head. That nose ride into that beautiful carve. This surfing that we're seeing from the champ is unbelievable. Look at that wave. Look how big it is on that inside section. Today is so exciting. This is awesome for longboarding, and look at the technique right here, laying it on a rail, pushing hard, driving all the way back to the whitewash. That is insane surfing, and it's really cool to see, and longboard fans around the world are loving this.
Wow, he's not even rushing. He knows he's got time. He's doing the walk around. And while he does the walk around, this surfer is on the other side of the draw, and they are on fire. Declan Whiten has booked himself a spot in quarterfinal number 2 with Kai Ellis Flint. But right now, he is on the glass with Berlin Alvarez Kimball.
All right, Declan, we knew it was coming. She showed up today for you. You have so much experience on this board right now, and you just posted the highest score. What was it like out there showing up for this?
Yeah, it's pumping. You know, it's good when you can look at a forecast and it actually turns up, you know? Like so many times you'll get to today and it won't deliver, and it has delivered today. It's cooking out there. You can't ask for much more.
And they've just brought in the jet ski for you. How is that feeling compared to seeing some of the heats earlier where, you know, just some downtime, and now you get a ride out? How is that feeling for you?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, big shout out to the jet ski guys. They've got a hard job out there. Even like when they're not doing the assist, just sitting out there in the cold and wet, like they do an epic job. And yeah, ferrying us out, it makes a huge difference. It doesn't look like it on the TV, but that shorey and the sweep through there is so hard. So even on a big board, can't imagine doing it on a shorty. Be torture.
And how's it actually feel out there because it is so big? We saw a little bit of bump in it. How is your board feeling underneath with this much water underneath and the swell and yeah, the wind?
Yeah, I'm super lucky. Been working with O'Donnell surfboards for pretty much my whole life. I don't know, like more than 15 years. So got a real good relationship, and we've just been tweaking boards just over the past few years on tour and really making them specific to each location. And this one I'm riding today is real good for here and El Sal. Just that bigger, he's still got drive, can really hold the rail through a turn and still get up the nose. So huge shout out to Sod. I'm sure he's watching right now, and yeah, very lucky to have the relationship I've got with him.
And just a little insight for some people back home. When you take off on one of those really big sets and you go to the nose, what does it feel like for you?
It was stand at the edge of a 2-story building. That's it.
All right. Well, best of luck moving into the quarterfinals. Very, very excited for you. And yeah, can't wait to see you surf.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
All right, back up to you boys in the booth.
Wow, Josh, standing on the edge of a 2-story building. Description of Declan nose riding out there today. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's crazy. There are some big waves, and it is an awesome feeling to stand on the edge of the board. And yes, it's a 2-story building, but you're also going very, very, very fast down some of these waves. So pretty cool.
And Josh, have you got any insight on now the jet ski assists that we're seeing in operation?
Yeah, we do. It's that short break, like Declan said, it is big. There's a lot of sweep washing down towards Winky Pop that we can see on the screen there. So we saw Taylor. The surfers can come back to the beach, walk up to the corner at Bells near the rocks, stand on the sand. The jet ski, you'll see them. Jet ski's going to come in, pick them up, and then take them out through the lineup safely, drop them off on the red buoy, and then the surfers will paddle back to the lineup. So The surfers won't get picked up from the inside shore break if they finish in the corner there on the right of our screen. They have to go back to the beach and go and sit up in the corner that we can see there in the left of the screen in front of the staircase, and then we'll get picked up and dropped off.
And there feels as if there's a chance really to celebrate rail work with the score that we've just seen drop for TJ.
Yeah, that was a fantastic wave, but here's Gavin opening up his approach. We're talking about this as a heavy style classic longboard single fin, and unfortunately just a nice little 2.6 opener for Gavin. Wave didn't cooperate, but here it is, the Bioglan replay right now, driving off the bottom. Here it is, Sam, and this is the turn. All the points are in that carve. Super smooth, on rail. Again, back up to the front. Look how big this is right here. Taylor's 6'4".
Yeah.
And that whitewash was way over his head.
I mean, talk about technique now, putting all of that rail on the line.
Yeah, low, compressed in his stance, leaning, getting that left arm in the water, driving back all the way to the bottom of the pocket of the wave, and then coming out with a nose ride, and then look at this. And again, even there, staying low, driving out, projecting, getting that speed. That's what he wanted. That's why he opted for that board today. 8.17. The 4-time world champ is looking super comfortable out there. And he woke up this morning. He's been excited about this swell coming the last few days. He was here in the dark, Sam. He was the first one here. He was the first one. And that's not unlike Taylor.
Yep.
But he was jumping out of his skin today. He's excited.
And he has been watching pretty much most of the heats every day. Even on the day off, he was down here just picking up on information on tides, on the changing weather systems. And let's talk as well about the fact that he garnered that score on a big set wave that wasn't one of those medium long runners that we've seen more of the 6s and 7s drop today so far, demonstrating that those big juicy ones, it may be a shorter ride, but if you do those critical major maneuvers, you can go excellent.
Yeah, and he got off to a nice little nose ride on the start, drove around it, and that turn was just unbelievable. So
well, I think it's a good opportunity to see a Stone and Wood slow-mo of that 817, Josh. And again, you talked about the technique. Why did he opt to change boards today from his 9.8 Singleton, which is a Stu Kenston design, to this Dan Mann, the Gem?
it's all because of this. We can see the waves. It's big, it's fast. He wants to drive off the bottom. He wants to get away from the whitewash and then do these big carves. That is insane. Driving right back to the pocket, so the judges are going to appreciate out on the open face, carving all the way to the bottom of the wave, straight back up to the nose there, and then again, nice little down carve, getting away from that whitewash.
And TJ is one of those surfers who likes to put favourite boards on ice. And, you know, was that a technique that you often used? If you had a magic board in your quiver that you won bigger results on, did you keep it away from the free surfs and save it for competitions?
Yeah, totally, Sam. I wouldn't ride it. Maybe even in the early rounds of the contest, I still wouldn't ride it, and I'd bring it back out in the quarters, the semis, the finals. Wouldn't free surf it in between events. And yeah, just kept it in prime condition.
Sure.
And I would have some of these boards for 3 or 4 seasons. But you just can't ride it all the time because it loses its magic.
Yeah.
And Taylor hasn't surfed this board since last year. He's had it sitting down here waiting for this opportunity, but live action, Gavin on a nice size one.
From Cocoa Beach, Florida, Gavin Adone on his Chris Christensen. He got second in the trials, which was won by Clinton Guest at Torquay Point, and earned 2 surfers the chance to compete here in the top 24. Second event of the World Longboard Tour. Gavin there, he's going to add to that 2.6, so he's going to still need a highly significant score. Taylor carrying a 3. Once Taylor just replaces that 3 with something solid, Gavin may be in a combination situation.
Yeah, this is a nice takeoff here for Gavin, but you can see he's a lot further out on the shoulder. We saw Taylor take off with a big, intense nose ride and then drive around the bowl section and into that open wall. So Gavin needs to find a little bit different position on the takeoff spot. But Sam, there's going to be surfers out here today in the event that this could be some of the biggest waves they've ever surfed.
Yeah.
Definitely some of the biggest waves they've ever surfed on a classic single-finned log.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't opt for that style of board in these conditions usually. So
sure,
there's going to be a few people that are just learning and growing as the event goes on and sort of learning on the fly.
Absolutely. We'll continue that conversation. We're going to have a Bonsai Brew break. We'll be right back to find out if TJ can build on that 817. Torquay is the official start of the Great Ocean Road, stretching 243 kilometers across rocky cliff faces and steep coastal mountains, a route that today is considered one of the world's most scenic coastal drives in the whole of Australia. And of course, the Great Ocean Road is a memorial to those who served in World War I, and you can take it all the way down to Lorne, and you can come right back up to Juruk, the Wadawurrung name, meaning bended arm for Bells Beach, as we move through our heat number 5. Taylor Jensen, Gavin Adone. This is the round of 16. Winners moving to the quarters to get a 5th or better. Losers finishing with a 9th, and TJ backs up his 817 with a 5, meaning Gavin now needs a combination of scores. He's up and riding from Cocoa Beach, Florida on his Chris Christensen. Gets a 5, walks out of that. Trimming, speeding, back up for a little touch of the tip of the board, back to the middle of the board, standing high, dropping in, accelerating as the bowl just crashes down on those rails, and Gavin decides, is it going to be rail edge, holding, proning, or is he just going to jump off? He's going to keep his feet planted. There's the little dismount. As he comes through, talk about the opportunity to use the jet ski assist. Josh Constable to paddle back out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Gavin does. If you finish your wave and you look out to sea and on the horizon there's some big waves, you might opt to come to the beach, run back up to the corner in front of the stairs there at Bells Beach, and then jump on the jet ski and get dropped off. You get through the lineup, you don't go all the way out the back. It gets you through this intense shore break. Look at this, look at this, Sam. It is crazy in there. So it looks like he's going to come to the beach. He's going to opt to run up, and that sand. Sam, that sand is so soft and so heavy feeling. Yeah, it's a real leg burner.
This is the 5 in the break, JC. What do you think of this? Backs up that 817.
Yeah, just really smart competitive surfing from Taylor. Obviously, it's not the best wave of the day that we've seen, but wow.
That's a roundhouse to roundhouse things off.
Yeah, so really nice nose ride to start. Little wobbly, but he just knew he needed to back it up and unfortunately putting Gavin into a combination. But this is a great little wave here for Gavin. Smart surfing, nice and composed, and just really hanging in that midsection of the board. So that's not going to be a huge score for Gavin. We were talking before going to that commercial break that some of these competitors today, that this would be some of the largest surf.
Yeah, good point.
They've surfed in, and maybe Gavin, you know, coming from the east coast of America, smaller waves. He's got a fantastic small wave game. His board is suited so well to those conditions. Today, this could be some of the largest surf that Gavin's ever surfed in. and he's not taking a backward step. He's out there, he's charging, but he would be learning on the fly.
I had a catch up with Jack Tyro, who lost in that heat number 3 to Kai Ellis-Flint. As we can see, Taka Inui coming up next against Kevin Skavana. And Jack from Sumner, no stranger to swell down there in New Zealand, but he did say that these were the biggest conditions he's competed in, bigger than some of the big swells he surfed in El Salvador. As we see Skavana just channeling that San Juan Capistrano energy here at Bells, and this is going to be a beauty. The goofy footer against the regular footer. Skavana, a lot of power as he gets to see Gavin on the way back round against Taka. Taka has got that high energy approach. It looks like Taka's riding the Chisholm board, and it looks like Skavana on his Steve Bainey rounded pin, and that's Glyndon Ringrose just giving a little insight to Gavin about the opportunity to use the jet ski assist.
Yeah, we have some of the best water safety operators in the world right now, and Ringer there on the beach just letting Gavin know, wait here, ski's coming in. So here's the ski getting himself into the corner. Gavin now will paddle out, jump onto the back of the ski. They'll take him out safely through the shore break and drop him off on the buoy.
Look at that watch job there, perfect. Really grippy looking on his Chris Christensen. He's going to get in the water, he's going to get onto that jet ski, and he's going to find himself in the lineup pretty soon.
So it does look like, oh man, he's standing around and he's wasting time, but this is still faster for the surfers than trying to blast through that shore break. But this is Taylor on a big wave here, trying to drop that, trying to drop that 5-point ride. Great nose ride. Look how fast he's going, Sam.
Overhead section into the big down calf to finish things off. What a great way to end that ride, out of that nose ride on rail, as he just gets low and just controls himself with that foam crashing around him. So he's probably going to better his backup wave, potentially over 5, add to that 817, and he is really building as he steps into the nose ride, walks out, but it's that end section after that long nose ride that was really exciting.
Yeah, this was insane. This could go close to that 817 because much better nose work, and this turn coming out of it, pretty committed. So all the points came on the 817 with the okay nose ride, big carve, where on that wave it was roll reverse. The nose rides were a lot more of the hero, and then put it together with a beautiful carve. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they go with this score. That was a big wave.
Yeah.
Look at the big guy. He's not going to be running up that beach, that's for sure. That was a fantastic wave. 8 minutes to go. Taylor could pretty much, he might call it.
Sure, I'm having a few flashbacks to early 2000s, Constable, when we had that really big World Tour event in Brazil, Marseilles, and you were out there in the quarters. It was massive big right-handers, and it was all about controlled rail work.
Yeah, that was a really, really big day. We woke up that morning, didn't we, and they were dropping out of the sky, and I've never been so happy to lose in a quarterfinal knowing the swell was building through the day, and that was huge surf. And Jai Burns and Jason Ribbing.
Jason Ribbing
went to the final.
Burns, he took it. Nose riding.
He did, big, and he got a couple of big lefts.
Yeah.
A couple of blasts from the past there, Sam, but it's all about today and that last wave at Taylor Jensen. I can't wait to see where the judges go with this wave.
Yeah, it was a good railway. You can see this is the gem, diamond tail, double concave through the tail, 2+1. Fin sizes, what fin do you think will be carrying for that central fin?
Yeah, it looks a little larger. Normally Taylor runs about a 7-inch fin with a mid-size.
Yep.
But that, to me, it looks a little larger, which is a good option for today. Taking the leggy off, he's done.
Yeah, he knows it. He's got a backup score coming through. He's got an 817 and a 5. He's saving energy. He knows he's not really got enough time, and you called it, Josh. We can see that spread, and there it is, the average at 8.83. You eliminate the low 8.3 and the high 9, and there is the average. 3 of the judges of the panel of 5 gave him a 9. It's the highest score of the event so far. TJ is absolutely on fire, and he's going to have a chance to rest for the last 6 minutes.
Yeah, and it's funny, Sam, you said Taylor's been here at the event. He hasn't missed a heat. He's been like really soaking in, almost like running off the energy. We had a few upsets of some young wild cards the last few days, and
sure,
Taylor's been embracing that and really taking in that froth. And then it's just unleashed this morning. It's so good to see.
Yeah, you know what would be great, Josh, is to really analyze this. I mean, this is the highest score of the event so far for a single ride, you know, and what really gives it that extra, you know, almost perfect kind of score.
Yeah, the first one, the 817, it was all about that big carve. But as you can see in this wave, it's huge. He's on the nose going so fast. This turn, it's still beautiful. It's not as much as what we saw on that 817. But then air dropping right there, coming out of it. But this, Sam,
Great
look how
read.
fast he's going.
And look at where he's looking as well. It's a high line, toe curled over the tip. But talk about the rail work out of this nose ride, JC.
Yeah, he is flying. He's going so fast. The wave's closing out. Big down carve, compressing super hard, driving out of that turn. Like, perfect technique, great timing. You don't want to go too high and too close to that lip because it's a big wave with a lot of energy. And he read that so well. 2 beautiful nose rides, 2 great turns on a big, big wave and rewarded with an 8.83. Like, it is insane surfing.
Well, 3 of the judges gave that a 9. So TJ looking strong. This is the highest heat score of the event so far. And he is leading, of course, the bottom side of the draw. We've already now seen JR and Max Weston booked to meet up in quarterfinal number 1. Quarterfinal number 2, we'll see Kai Ellisfin and Declan Whiten. And needing a combination of scores, it's Gavin Adone from Cocoa Beach, Florida on his Chris Christensen. There's the drop knee turn. There's the little sideways penguin stance, a little hopping there to connect through to the midsection. His things get foamy, he kicks out. So he'll be looking to see if there's a bigger set. Is he going to find something through the mid part of the lineup here at Bells? Is he going to get a chance to get one more score on the board? He knows that a combination of scores is unrealistic at this stage, but he's come up against a Taylor Jensen here in Victoria, looking absolutely unbeatable. And Taylor's energy all event so far, JC, has just been positive. You can see the smile, the recognition of the fatigue, the fact that he's building on something, but the fact that he is excited. He loves his longboarding.
He does, and we've said over the last few years he's embraced that single fin.
Wow. So this is Taka already trying to do the paddle out, already got the wash through, needing the jet ski assist before the heat's even begun.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you can get jet ski assist before the heat. It's for the surfers in the water. So that shore break is crazy, Sam. We saw JR also in his heat. He got stuck and had to do the walk around in that early heater this morning.
Yep.
So unfortunately, it's not a bad thing though, Sam. 3 minutes to go. Tucker still has 3 minutes to get out before the end of this heat. Gavin's called it quits.
Yeah, a nice moment there. Jack Tyro congratulating him. He had a great hit against Kai Ellis-Flynn. He knows what it's like out there. You got Mia as well, of course, one of the rising stars of Australian surfing. You got Malia, the partner of Gavin, and you got TJ with his singleton on the right, a board he's won his last world title on. That's a 9.8. And then he's got his Gem on the left, his Polonia Wood Firewire board, and he made a good strategy switching up his equipment, and he is buzzing. And look at those shots as he walks up those steps that have cushioned the feet of so many legends of Australian and international surfing.
Sam, with conditions like today, are there some different favourites than when we were maybe looking at waves that we've had earlier in the waiting period, whether we've had those beautiful small rincon days, or are the favourites still the favourites? Are they versatile enough? We've seen Taylor Jensen put on great performance round 1, and then today just stepped up and went to another level.
Well, the hydrolite heat of the day, one to watch, is going to be Kevin Skavana against Taka and Nui, and that is going to be very interesting. Good footer against regular footer, and it looks as though the rule dictates that Taka can only use the jet ski assist when the heat begins.
Yeah, okay, so Tucker's going to have to paddle out or wait for the heat to start and then jump in. Tucker's a fit, young athlete.
Yeah, sure.
And he's huffing and puffing there, Sam. It's hard work out there today, so really cool. He's just regrouping. It'll be interesting for Kevin out there, sitting out there wondering what's going on as well. So This is really cool, but let's check out some of these highlights of Taylor's heat because it is insane.
This is a recap worthy of all recaps as TJ hits the 5, kick things off. He got a 3 and an 817, a 5 and an 883, but this was his opening 817 with that rail engagement driving into this second section here. And then look at the way he just navigates that big, bouncy overhead bells bowl just crashing down on him as he comes inside for the jet ski assist, and his third wave gets a 5, but this is the 883.
And I think the judges appreciate that. Little longer hurled the nose, still a beautiful carve, but resets it up here, straight back up. This is a huge wave, so fast, so relaxed and calm, and then a big down carve, holding that rail, super engaged, super compressed, perfect technique, Sam.
And a big thing for me that just brought that up beyond the excellent range was the opportunity for the composure on the nose ride. Did you notice as soon as he locked that 5, he had the chance to drop the arms, and there was that temporary moment of relaxation, and then it was finished off with that down carve as Taka Inui on his Ian Chisholm built board just waits in the shore break there as the heat rounds up. Taylor Jensen is confirmed as the winner with the 883 and the 817. He will meet the winner of this Hydrolite heat to watch. This is a rematch of Bells 2023. Guess who won that?
Kevin.
Taka. Wow. 50-50. And it was Taka. Is it going to be the chance for Kevin to get a comeback here as TJ confirmed with the win? Gavin Adone, well done. Low scores, but big conditions. Let's find out this Hydrolite heat to watch, how it's going to unfold as we've just seen TJ absolutely on a tear. We'll be right back after these messages.
Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
Welcome back to a Hydrolite heat to watch as we move into Kevin Skavana, Taka Inui, USA, Japan, 10th seed against 14th seed, a rematch of the 2023 Bells heat, which was won by Taka. This time, the goofy footer will look to get his comeback on the Japanese regular footer as it continues to be 30-minute heats, but the winner, Josh Constable, will come up in quarterfinal number 3 against an absolutely on-fire Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, this is a awesome heat. Kevin's been free surfing amazing. Got a beautiful wave this morning. He actually opened up his account this morning in the free surf with a really big left-hander.
Did he?
Yeah.
I missed that.
He
Exciting.
just said, when he came in, I said, how was that left? He goes, I just wanted to get my feet in the wax, feel the energy of the ocean. There was a few people out there free surfing.
Yep.
When it is big conditions, there's long lulls.
Yep.
So he just, this opportunity of a big left came, he went back in. It was a solid wave. and just ripped it. So Kevin's looking on.
Yeah.
And I'm excited. But also in saying that, Tucker had a few really, really big critical nose rides on some big waves this morning. So the boys are scratching for the horizon right now.
Oh,
Tucker going.
wow, a turn and take for Taka. Big late takeoff in the foam. He's found the composure to get up onto the tip. Amazing footwork into a lifting 10. One of the few 10s we have seen so far. If he can keep his composure, Josh, that was outstanding to A, make that drop, B, stay in control, and C, get that 10. Now, answering back, it's Honesty Bailey, rounded pintail, single fin, Skavana outside as Taka Inui takes this in and out of footwork on a fast trim line. No rail work, doing a bit of hopping and bouncing as Skavana just got swallowed by that white water behind him. And that same surge of white water in a few seconds' time is going to come thundering through and crack Taka, but he's turned and he's going to take that one to the inside. I'd imagine that Skavana will be doing a similar thing, unlikely to paddle out through it unless Skavana is confident that there is a lull. As we see Taka move to the inside, felt like Taka probably got the best of the exchange, but this was a real bit of skill. And the nose ride, JC.
This is a huge wave. He is flying 5 to 10. Look at the board air dropping, hangs onto this carve, brings it back. We can see the difference in board choice also with Taylor Jensen in the previous heat with a nice little, some side bites, doing those huge carves. Tucker's kind of hanging on for a bit of safety, but these nose rides, really nice. This is going to be a great opening score for Tucker. That was a big wave, and here he is just bouncing, kind of ugly, but all he's trying to do is get to the inside and get back out there.
I didn't like the bouncing on the inside, but I loved that moment.
That is crazy.
Whoa. I mean, that was risk. And the fact as well, JC, that he had to take off in trim, in the foam, to be able to just get the composure and find that confidence and trust and belief. And it was a high-risk nose ride.
And it's funny, isn't it? Because Tucker got cleaned up paddling out. He was the last one into the lineup. He waited for the heat to start, take the jet ski assist out, and he was the first one to get the first wave of the heat. And look at Kevin on this wave. Sam, this is a big wave with a beautiful carve.
Nice work. Foamier, though, he had to deal with a lot more bounce compared to Taka's ride.
Yeah, and just unfortunately looking a bit disinterested on that one. That was a great takeoff and a great down carve. Here's Tucker. This guy is fit, young, energetic. And you can see it's hard work. That sand is like running in concrete.
And, you know, for a bit of intel for all you longboard fans tuning in, me and Josh were having a free surf last night at Rincon. The swell was just starting to fill in. We had a bit of wind as he drops a good score. It comes in at a 6. And of all the things happening last night, Taka was out surfing, but on a shortboard.
Yeah.
It was the most unusual training technique, but he was out ripping, and it's ADHD surfing. He just cannot help but change his attention every 5 minutes. Boards, different approaches, but wow, he got a good start, a 6. And somebody who just blew the field apart, getting the highest heat score of the event so far. It's our 4 times world longboard champion, Taylor Jensen, is on the glass.
All right, so it's absolutely cooking. Most people are getting pushed down to Winky and struggling to get out. And then this man right here says it's fun. We've got Taylor. Taylor, you just dropped 3 9s from judges. Absolutely firing conditions right now. Let us know how you're feeling.
I'm happy, of course. The waves are good. I mean, this is like the stuff I'd be out all day in if I could, if there wasn't an event. So yeah, to get this in a heat, it's like magic for me.
All right, so you switched up your board. You just told me a fun little story about that. Tell me the insight on your equipment.
Yeah, so that's a 9.5 Gem in TimberTech. And 2 years ago when we were here right before the event, we had a huge swell. And I walked into Strapper Surf and just grabbed it off the rack to ride so I didn't break any of my other boards. And then I left it with a friend for the last 2 years and rang him up yesterday. I was like, hey, if this swell's that big, can you please bring that board? He said, yeah, no worries, still got it. Waxed it up yesterday and yeah, feels good.
Well, I know that it's going to stay about this size for a little bit and then drop off. This is well and truly within the realm of you absolutely shining. How are you feeling coming into the quarters now?
Yeah, good. I mean, I just want to go surf more fun waves. I hope it stays like this and just gets cleaner and better and keeps its size there. And it's good. Look, it's going to be a great event for everybody. The waves showed up, the sun's out, we're on.
All right, well, best of luck. Everyone's enjoying watching you all surf, and can't wait to see the next heat. So, boys back in the booth, back to you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Berlin. Good energy there and great questions as well. And really interesting to learn that that was a board that he got off the rack. Of course, it's one of his models, and he had it here with a friend, and he's used it, and he knows it well, and it paid off.
Yeah, how good is that to have confidence in your model and your shaper and your design and your company that you're with to walk in, get a stock standard board off the shelf, and then go out and put on a performance like that. It's pretty cool.
A 6 coming in for Taka, a 4.83 for Kevin. Not a huge separation in scores. I liked Taka's 10, but did it need some rail work to really spread the score? It was all trim-based surfing.
I guess so, but we didn't see Kevin go to the nose at all. He had that one carve that he kind of even slipped a little bit, skidded out. So I'm surprised to see the scores that close. Kevin's wave was probably a better wave, the quality of the wave. It was big, it had a great wall. Tucker did have a lot of downtime as he was trying to, because it was such a late takeoff in the whitewash. But yeah, I'm surprised because Tucker's nose ride was really impressive. It was a tight 5 into a 10, going very fast, projecting down the line. So to see him that close, judges must love the approach. They like the look of Kevin. They love that big swooping down carve of the power of the goofy footer. So this is going to be a really tight heat. Hopefully we get a lot of set waves and a lot of waves for both surfers to perform and put on a performance for us.
Well, the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Let's really look at the technique here of Taka's 10.
Yeah, it took him a little time to get settled and toes on the nose, but look at that. Fast lift, dropping out of it, board bouncing, getting a little bit of air under there. But it was here that we didn't see the big carve that we've seen with the Taylor or even Kevin. So it'd be nice to see Kevin's again in the replay, to see that beautiful big down carve and see where he went wrong not to link it up and go all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, well, it feels as if there were 2 moments of importance for both of those scores. Taka's nose ride and Kevin's carve. And this pretty much turn alone gets him a 4.83. He'll be pleased about that.
It's so good to see in the Stone and Wood slow-mo. But yeah, see how he just skidded a little bit? But a big wave coming out of it, cross-stepping, and just waiting for the wave to stand up again. Turns, and again, just the board skipping and sliding out, unfortunately, for him. So, yeah, that's a
good score
for Kevin.
For him,
that's a really good confidence booster because he'll be looking at that wave going, "Oh, it was a good wave, but I didn't surf it to his potential." We know how good Kevin is, and this morning the free surf, how good he looked. So him getting the 4.83 for that, man, he's got confidence that he links a wave together. He's going excellent.
I completely agree. He would have been waiting for that score to drop, and he would have gone, wow, that's pretty good. As we can see the elements, that major combination with variety, nose rides in the steepest section, but commitment on rail, surfing with speed, power, and variety, and those smooth transitions with good timing and control, and of course, style, flow, and grace from start to finish. So pretty evenly poised. Taka, of course, got the edge with that 6. Kevin, he would have been happy to hear that 4.83 after that carve and that turn that didn't finish off. So 18 minutes remaining. You'd imagine that both of these waves could be keepers as well, because of course with this size, with the scale of the lineup, there's not a massive amount of time to get lots of waves, so you have to make your rides count.
Yeah, you definitely have to capitalise. You cannot make mistakes. I was actually with Kevin previous heat watching a surfer didn't hit the inside section.
Yep.
And we were both saying, oh, you need to finish. You got to at least try. And Kevin was like, I'm sending it.
And even if you don't hit it, just driving out of the flats with control and composure, and just having that element of the kind of halo maneuver. You often see in gymnastics when people finish something quite dramatic, they have that moment of balance and control to really sell it to the panel of judges that they have been in control. As we can see, Kaede and Sakura, the 2 sisters of Taka, they have both been competing in the event. So 3 siblings in one event, that is definitely a first.
Yeah, it's very cool, and they're such a cool, special little family unit. They all cheer for each other, help each other. You see them loading the car. They travel with a lot of surfboards, but they're just the teamwork. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, and they are in every free surf. I mean, we even had a free surf with them yesterday, both in the morning and the afternoon session. They were all out, hungry, eager, changing boards, being positive, and it's certainly they've become a big feature of World Longboard Tour surfing. As we can see, Kai Salas, he is going to be coming up next, surfing in heat number 7 against the goofy footer from the Philippines, Joe Marie Abueza. We'll round things up with heat 8, Connie Ellis-Stewart and Edward Del Pero. What do you think about Kai Salas, Josh?
It's interesting, Sam. He's walking down the beach with 2 boards. Do you think the surfers, after the performance that Taylor put on, he's the first guy to go sort of to a 2+1 and put on those big swooping rail cars? Do you think other surfers now adjust their equipment? Possibly they were thinking of staying on the more traditional, wider square-tailed logs and focusing on the nose ride, but then seeing Taylor go to a 2+1, really driving and putting on the performance. Do you think other surfers now opt for that board option?
Well, and also that is a bit reflected in Kevin Scavana's 4.83 against Taka's 6. You know, you thought maybe that single nose ride alone was really going to separate it, but Kevin's rail turn, even though there was a bit of a slide in that turn, still got a good score. But I would imagine that we're going to see Salas on that rounded pintail, single fin, as we see Scavana locking a 5 and then coming out of that nose ride with good footwork. And here it is, a really nice driving, controlled turn on a Steve Bainey as the light starts to shine this wall ahead. And then can he just hang on tight here? If he can just widen that stance and keep control, he can. He feels it. That was a really good bit of surfing from Scavana.
I like that wave. Like if he got a 4.83 for his first wave, that is huge. That was really, really good surfing. Committed, big wave, but live action, Sam.
Out of a 5, Taka, big section, grabs the rail, holds on, speeds through, cross steps forward, stretches, touches that 5, walks out, good footwork, bottom turn, switching planing edges, nice controlled, soul arch, arms down, big heavy section, will need to widen the stance to gain control here, straightens out, doesn't easily come out of that, but hangs just about. Wow, buckaroo, that was a roller coaster ride of a Bells Beach Bowl bounce back.
How can you not love the guy? You know, the energy
crazy.
He brings, he's just
chasing.
It's just awesome.
What a buzz to be here. Good graffiti there on the bottom of that new Steve Bainey. Any idea what it says?
No, but I think I saw yesterday he was with Matty Shea Dog, and went and got a little creative in the shaping bay and got some graffiti and art. I think this is fresh. I think he just did this yesterday.
Fresh.
Yesterday was a bit of a down day. We didn't have a lot of surf, so I think he went. But let's watch this replay. So
let's tear this apart, Josh.
Solid wave, beautiful nose ride, tight 5. Again, beautiful down cut, but I actually like this bottom turn straight into the walk. Really nice. Judges will appreciate that. You saw how much acceleration and then carving out. Like you said, it needed to be finished off clean. Kev really liked that. I think the judges will like this. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go here with the score.
Let's compare it to Taka's.
Big wave again. Beautiful 5. Little downtime. The judges aren't going to love this holding onto the rail, but the patience. Beautiful footwork. It's really smooth and flowing. And this is pretty cool. This is the highlight moment. Tight 5 soul arch. But again, just here, getting a little unstuck, falling, slipping.
How did he keep his balance on that? I mean, he had to hold on. He had to use those rails. He had to use those hands. He did sit back after that. But we'll find out what the scores are going to be right after this Bonsai brew break. Welcome back to live clips of Taka and Nui tired on the beach, but just digging deep to paddle back out for more with 10 minutes, 50 seconds as he just lines up to get the jet ski assist. It's heat number 6. It's Kevin Skavana. It's Taka and Nui, a rematch, a Hydrolite heat to watch of our 2023 event when Taka took the win, but right now Skavana has got the edge. He's got a 7 and a 4.83. Taka Inui just getting on that jet ski. He's got a 6 and a 5.77. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Josh Constable. Josh, very interesting exchange. Those last scores coming in with Kevin getting the edge, Taka getting a 5.77. Why do you think that second wave of Taka's fell short of the score that he got on his first wave, which was a 6?
Yeah, surprising. I was a little bit... There was definitely more nose rides on that wave at Tucker's. Maybe not as much critical, that crazy fast lift. But the third nose ride was pretty critical. Tight 5, soul large. Maybe it was the unstable finish where it was a little wider stance. He lost control. He fell down. He slipped. He got back up. So interesting wave. And then even Kevin's wave was a really well surfed, well balanced, well rounded. He did nose rides, turns, carves, in the pocket, finished strong.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Taka suffered from not having a strong finish to his last ride that comes in at a 5.77. Kevin just drove out of that inside section with so much control. Great moment to compare both of these rides. It puts Kevin out there in the lead, but JC, just compare now the fact that 7 on the left, 5.77 on the right.
Yeah, a lot of downtime for Tucker, but a lot bigger wave. Another nose ride there for Tucker, but Kev's all over the face using the whole wave, top to bottom. But that nose ride of Tucker's was really impressive, so I do think Kevin's was a better wave and a well surfed and more, but I'm still surprised Kevin's was a 7. I thought maybe it could have gone a little higher, and then unfortunately for Tucker, he only needed a 5.84, and it just comes up short to turn the heat and be in the lead.
I think had he, with control, ridden out of that end section without bouncing and having to grab the rail and sit back, he was on a 7, maybe a mid-7. But we can now see with 8 minutes 30 with the Victoria flight cam projecting above the lineup that there is more action, there's more possibilities. Priority sitting with red, Kevin Skavana, but he is out there in the lead. But Taka only chasing a 5.84. Strategy-wise, what would you advise for the Skavana camp as we move into the last 8 minutes, Josh?
Yeah, I just think he has to sit close to Tucker. Tucker is such a great surfer. His footwork and nose riding is really on point, and he charges. He won't take a backward step out here. If a big wave comes, Tucker is going to pull the trigger and go. So Kevin's got to stay close. He's just going to make sure when the next good wave comes that he doesn't allow Tucker to take that one.
And you would imagine now into the last 7.5 minutes that it's all going to be about one more wave for each surfer. So Kevin knowing he needs to improve on that backup 4.83 to add to that very strong 7, and Taka knowing that if the situation doesn't change for Kevin, he's chasing pretty much in his head a 6. I mean, a score of a 5.84, he'd be listening to the beach announcer and he'd know, I need a 6 or more.
Yeah, and it goes to show for all those young competitive surfers out there watching and tuning in today, it is so important to finish waves cleanly. You cannot give up opportunities. And if Tucker just cleanly comes out of that wave, the score of a 5.84, he probably receives that, and he's in the lead.
And I think this is a message of the value of variety today. The judges really wanting to reward covering ground on the wave face, not just trim-based in and out of nose rides, but actually engaging that rail, coming to the bottom of the wave and driving through sections as well. So Taka in and out of nose rides perhaps is changed what could have been 7s or 8s down to 5s and 6s.
And we do, Sam, we have somewhere between 6 to 8, even 10 feet of wave face.
Yeah.
So we, like you're saying, we want to see something done at the top of the wave, carving out of it, driving to the bottom, which we saw Taylor Jensen driving back to the bottom, then back up and trimming in the midsection on the nose and dropping and climbing. And we have seen that with Tucker, where he's more in a straight line,
Absolutely.
mid-face.
And the notes for the Bells Bowl before the event that all of the surfers got to appreciate, of course, always leading with style, flow and grace as being paramount features, but approaching the bowl and capitalizing on the critical parts of the wave with creative lines and use of the entire board and having that speed and continuous flow, but that combination of those critical maneuvers. Yes, those high, tight nose rides in the bowl in the critical sections, absolutely essential for big scores, but it feels as if having clean footwork into engaging those long 9 feet plus long rails has kind of separated people to get out of the 5 range.
Yeah, and you can see there on the beach Tucker's sisters with a nice little 2+1 board. Looks like it's got a little edge in the tail, so it's funny to see. Taylor was in the heat before, put on a great performance, that he didn't actually think, oh, maybe I can jump on something different here, but here we go, live action. Kevin, he needs to capitalise here.
The pintail, Steve Bainey, new board for Skavana, up to the 5, out of the 5, drop knee drive into a high line, and then this is a smaller wave, but it's got a clean wall still ahead. Can he control it? He can. He can't. He gets absolutely worked on the walk back. The board is in one piece. Skavana will pop up hopefully soon. He's good, he's okay, but I don't think he's going to replace his 483.
No, we're going to see some wild wipeouts today, aren't we? Because there are some standing up steep walls that are really throwing a lot of water. So this was looking really nice and flowy, smooth, a lot smaller than his first 2 waves, but great flow here, bottom turn. And I think he would have improved on that 483 if he came out of this maneuver and just rides out of it, Sam.
And that was hard on the backside as well, to walk out of that nose ride, deal with that very steep drop. It comes in at a 383, so it doesn't change the situation. And now the ball is in Anui's court. He's got priority. He's in second, chasing a score. It's a 584 that he needs. He's got 4 minutes to do that. And what would be your advice now for the Tucker camp?
Yeah, Tucker, he needs to be patient. 4 minutes is a long time. It is a long wait between waves. I don't think he needs a huge wave right now. He just needs one of those nice walls that he can nose ride, which we know he can do. And like you said, he needs to use the whole wave face, drop and climb, one nice, beautiful carve.
Demonstrating that variety, and that's what we haven't seen so far. We want that strong finish, controlled, but we want to see that rail on edge as well. He's already demonstrated the best nose riding of this heat, but it hasn't paid off for him because Skavana on rail has earned the biggest scores. 483 and a 7 JC. We're lining things up. This is exciting. Taka Inui, a really difficult takeoff. He just flicks the foam from his face and he's up and riding, and there's the 5. Very difficult footwork to navigate. He's kicking out. Is he going to still be ahead of Skavana for priority, or is Skavana out back? Skavana is. So Kevin will now have priority. Was that a mistake from Taka, or was that just bad luck with the wave?
Oh, both. Definitely didn't get himself in the great position. It's so important to get off to a nice start into these waves. The takeoff is so important, whether it's today or any day, lining it up and getting yourself in the right position. But 2 minutes 40, it's great that he pulled off. He acknowledged that he kind of missed the opportunity on the outside. When he finally went up to the nose, it was quite scrappy.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have got the score.
It was an avalanche of a takeoff as well. It looked like he was just going to have a good roll in, but as soon as he started paddling, it just hit a bit of a boil, and he got completely covered by the foam before he even was able to stand up.
Yeah, and Sam, look at these heat totals, 11.83 to 11.77. This is the Hydrolite heat to watch, and it is intense, and these guys, it's close. They're both putting on great performances. Like you said, they met up 2 years ago. Tucker got the edge.
Only
Kevin
just.
looking for redemption, and it was only just.
Yeah.
And look at this one. So these guys have each other kind of really close surfing, totally different approaches in the heat so far and in their wave riding approach today. But it's a very tight heat. So
now Taka's taken that inside line. Skavana, he's in priority, but you know, what's the tips when you really have to kind of really coax out this final minute and a half as far as your positioning with priority against the surfer who's chasing the score?
Yeah. Oh, Kevin's playing a beautiful game here. So Kevin's going to sit on the outside.
Okay.
I think. So he can just see and wait and watch what
Tucker's going to do. You can see what the wave's doing coming down the line. He's just going to sit tight. Tucker needs to try and sell him. You can't paddle up to Rincon right now because it's going to close out. So they've just got to wait. But, man, there might not be another opportunity, unfortunately, for Tucker. So it goes back to that second wave of Tucker. He comes out of that bottom turn cleanly, doesn't lay back. All of a sudden, the score is only, what's that, 0.6 more?
Sure.
And he got it. And he gets a score.
Yeah, you'd imagine it could be up to a whole point more had he ridden out of that. So 40 seconds remaining. Is there going to be an opportunity for Tucker to go to the 5.83? Gets a 2.33 for his last ride. He's paddling a little bit deep here. Is it going to be significant enough to get something out of priority that will peel and give him a score that will rival his backup score of a 5.77?
Kevin needs to stick to him like glue. He needs to get tighter. He needs to get tighter. You can't let him go.
California camp will be tuning in. Team Skavana will be stoked, but there's 8 seconds remaining. Is it going to be enough? Tucker turns. He's looking to take the wave, but Skavana has priority, so he can get the wave.
Kevin.
And there it is. Kevin has priority.
But did he stand up before the siren or after the siren?
I think he stood up just before the siren. Were you feeling it was on the money after?
Not sure, very close. I could hear the siren, but the siren, the sound takes a little while to get out there. So it's going to be interesting.
I think he was in time, and I think he used his priority. I don't think this wave was going to have the shape or the size.
Tucker was definitely up before the siren.
Yep.
He's still surfing that wave all the way through. So if Kevin stands up after the siren, is there an interference? Did he interfere? Well, yes, he's on Tucker's wave, and Tucker might have had to take a different line. This is interesting, Sam.
I think Skavana was up just before the end of the heat, and he earned his. He was in priority, and I don't think there's going to be any change in situation. I think Kevin's done it, but of course, you know, I'm not sitting there with the judges. I'm not making those decisions. We're speaking here impartially as voices of the longboard community. But congratulations to both surfers, and nice bit of fresh artwork on Skavana's board there. Both surfers on single fins. Skavana rounded pin tail. Tucker on the square tail. Yeah, I think just in time.
Very close. That was cool. What a finish. We love this, right? Hydroline heat to watch. Comes all the way down with 1 second to go. So cool. Kevin surfed great. Tucker surfed amazing. So good to watch. And, man, I am just frothing.
Well, there it is. Situation remains unchanged. Kevin Skavana books himself a spot in that third quarterfinal to surf against Taylor Jensen, and Taka Inui eliminated with a 9th. Coming up next, we have Kai Salas and Jo Marie Abueza. Hawaii and the Philippines. We've got the Waxhead and Berlin Alvarez Kimball coming in to call the action. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Victoria in Australia, one of the southern states. We have the 12 Apostles, beautiful long roads. The Great Ocean Road spreads across untouched beaches. These beautiful coastal hamlets where there's something for everyone. Great cafes, bushwalks, waterfalls. You can ride your bike, you can find something, great bird watching, but as surfers, we love the waves. The limestone cliffs that spread underwater and they go all out those reefs. And somewhere like Bells Beach, where we're here for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, is the home of surfing here in Victoria. And we're, of course, here to crown some champions. We're into the round of 16, Heat 7. Kai Salas up against Jo Marie Uboiza. I'm Matt Chinosky and I'm joined by Belén Alvarez Kimball for the call. That heat with Kevin Skavana was insane. Some of the biggest waves of the morning.
It was so good out there, cooking, absolutely firing.
You see Kevin making his way up, a fresh spray on the bottom of the board, as Sam alluded to in the heat before. Crispy surfing from the goofy footer on some of the biggest sets we've seen on the World Longboard Tour. And then we have Kai Salas, ranked number 13, unusually bowed out early in Huntington Beach, but he has won here before. He won in 2023. And Jo Marie Uboiza, the rookie on the tour, coming from San Juan La Union in the Philippines. He's ranked 17th. He did put up a good fight over there in Huntington Beach, stop 1 on the World Tour. But these types of waves, unexpectedly, will play into his favor. But here goes Kai Salas. Kai
up to 5. Nice opening ride, not the big sets, just something really giving a great playground for him. Get nice into the whitewater, to 5. Again, this is the kind of wave you really want to open up with. Yeah, just some great opening ride from a 4.5 drops for that wave.
And the Hawaiian would have to be the favorite going into this on paper. When I say with Jo Marie unexpectedly play into his favor, he's had a lot of experience. He surfed El Salvador at Sunzal for the ISA World Championship, but his hometown, San Juan, Mona Lisa Point, when it gets a little bumpy and a little unruly short wind swell, it resembles this just on a smaller scale. He really stepped up to the plate at the LQS last year, the Asian qualifier, where he made the finals with some phenomenal backside surfing. It's a right-hander, it's disjointed, it's not perfect when it gets bigger, and he has surfed it in many different facets. But there we have Waikiki Oahu, Kai Salas. He was the world champion in 2023, the year he won the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And he is a force to be reckoned with in all conditions, but especially when it's big and powerful.
Yeah, and coming from, from town as well, he is a bit of a master on the smaller waves. And again, you're saying, you're talking about texture and bump and lump, and you do get that on the South Shore as well. So both of these guys coming from warm water, they're in thick wetsuits now. That does put a little bit of a change into it.
As we see Jo Marie hunting around here, he has priority and he's just not really making an effort on that. But we have some great news. We have Kevin Skavana, the silky smooth goofy footer, who's on the glass for his post-heat interview. Oh, Kevin's not ready yet. He's still chatting board design because, of course, he had that silky pintail with a really nice spray. But, Belén, we're back here in Bells. You were here last year. You got to see it in the smaller Rincon days. What's it been like for you to witness the size, maybe the 6 to 10 feet faces that we've had here today?
It's always been a dream to see, that iconic big bells and to watch everyone get the opportunity to surf that wave that so many people actually really come here for. They hunt for the bigger surf. And to see those that I've never seen surf bigger surf really get a chance to shine in it as well has been so good.
Here we have Jo Marie up on his first wave of this exchange, opting for a more performance-based pintail, still single fin. Oh, and he stays, he completes it as well. You can hear the cheers from the Filipino crowd on the inside. They got the flags up, but that was a nice completed wave there.
That's shory.
Sensible surfing here. He's come all the way into the shore break as well, tied into the rocks, and he'll wait to get the jet ski assist. But let's go through the replay, Belén.
You can see just a little bit of a bump and lump, like you're saying, in that opening, but up to a 5 feet, kind of just come a little unstuck there, but he does well to navigate, getting back in. Nice S turns, swooping turns back up to a high peak, 5 and then just cowboys that, rail grab. The lumps and bumps coming through this, and again, that wider stance, really smart. And again, that's where you see the footwork just kind of bounce around, and he's able to navigate that. You get that so many people have actually gone bumped off of some of these waves. And again, just look at this air he gets underneath that board, and then to compress on that tail and lift that nose up as well so it doesn't pick.
Yeah.
He did really well to navigate this inside right here too.
You see the rocker of the board, the bend, the curve of the board. This is a Luffy-shaped surfboard. It's a performance outline with a lot of that bottom curve and rail curve as well. It's based off a 2+1 that JR was riding a few years ago and loved. He surfed it in the wave pool last year, and this is Luffy's interpretation of it. It is JR's board that he is riding. He's borrowing it, but it's heavy glassed. It's got an extra 4 ounces on it than usual, and that's the weight that you need in these bumpy conditions. Someone who's tuned into his boards and his glassing is Kevin Scavana, who's finally down there on the glass. Let's chat to Kevin.
Yeah, down here with Kevin Scavana. Cracking heat out there, mate. Surfed really well. Tell us how it felt.
It felt good. It was a bit tricky. The conditions are beautiful but tough. It's a little bigger than I would normally ride a longboard, so just I guess sticking to my strengths on being powerful and holding on to waves is what I'm trying to do. It felt good.
You've got a beautiful looking board under your feet with the pin tail. Who shaped that one for you, and how's it feeling?
Steve Bainey and myself finished that board. It's feeling really well. It's based off the board that I've been riding. We just threw a pintail on it, and it seems to be working really well for me. I like it.
And what about coming up against the Japanese surfer Taka? Super frantic, super entertaining. You never know what he's going to do. Did you have to change your strategy going up against him out there?
No, I think I just stuck to my guns. Going against someone like Taka, you really have to just maybe not think about what he might do, because he can do something crazy on every wave. So I just kind of stuck to how I wanted to surf, and if I can surf the way I want to surf, I can make some heat, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, well, you're into the quarterfinals now, mate. Looking forward to it. Congratulations. Get some rest, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Awesome.
Thanks, Harry. Good insight there. And yeah, I really measured Kevin as he moves into the quarterfinals, and he's been carrying that same vibe and really just controlling his emotions, and even in the free surfs as well.
It's interesting to hear how he said, he normally wouldn't ride a longboard out in these conditions. He'd probably be out. He's an amazing waterman just in general, but to navigate these, the size on a board that you normally wouldn't be riding, he's done so well. And he really reminds me of just, a lot of those older American surfer shapers, the big mustache, the Mark Martinsons, the old, the Velsies, with the mustache and all that kind of stuff,
It is a classic California mustache there.
Yeah, it's really
I love
cool. It makes me happy to see, and I'm so proud for him.
And there's Joe Marie, 23-year-old from San Juan. The whole crew in the Philippines, they'll be tuning in right now, the San Juan Surf Club. And there'll be Coach Ian over there. He'll be watching, and of course Luffy will be tuning in. He's shaper, but he's a father, a young father as well. He's got a son Kai, and his partner Azealia is looking after the baby at the moment. And I'm sure the community, while he's traveling the world, chasing his dreams and providing for the family as well. Very important he gets through this, not only for his dollar, but his season rankings. He wants to go to Abu Dhabi with some momentum and claw himself up the rankings. Here he goes, knifing into this thing. Sidewards takeoff. And he gets up. This one allowing a chip shot in, so not as steep as it would appear. The cropped angles not giving justice to how big this wave is. About an 8 feet face, 10 feet even, given that he's about 6 foot tall. Holds that critical nose ride, and he works his way through the inside of the bowl.
There you go.
That's one of the biggest backside waves we've seen. Kevin was on some bombs. That may have outdone it.
And like you said, that tighter film, it doesn't give you until you pulled back and you saw actually, like I said earlier, they're on 9-foot boards plus, and you see them go, nose riding down the face like that. And then if you had a little bit of a pulled back shot on that, look at this takeoff right here. It gives you a little taste of to how big it is.
That's a 6-foot face now, and he's not even halfway down it.
Oh, and that nose ride's so fast and so big. Again, and in this next shot, all you see is green.
Yeah.
You know, up to the nose. That's a massive wave on your longboard. There you go, right there. That's double overhead for him, easily.
At least.
And then the power in that white water with the bump. Oh, you'd be so tired.
And the legs for absorbing all the chops and the bumps, because we have some of that cross chop today. We got that west southwest swell, but there's a lot of wind orientated in amongst it. And there he's starting to run, but that sand, it's really soft. You sink in it a lot. It's yeah, it's his legs will be burned. See, it's just starting to really sink in there. The legs will be really pumping from controlling the board and all the bumps. The good thing is, though, he's got a heavier glass board, so it's really it's not bouncing as much as a lighter glass board, not flexing as much. We'll see where that score locks in, but opting for the jet ski assist to get back out and save some cardio.
Yeah, and some of these surfers have never gone on a jet ski and had jet ski assist, and if you've never done that on a longboard, it is really tricky. You got to be really careful with the way you hop on that board and make sure that your fin isn't dragging, because you can snap your fin out of the box very easily with the amount of pressure coming off of the jet ski as well.
We'll see when he jumps on the ski. We'll talk through that technique, because you're right, that is an aspect of longboard surfing we don't use very often, the jet ski assist. 6.5 locking in for Joe Marie.
Done.
And well-deserved. Critical surfing. He's got us up out of our chair on the edge. So some work cut out here for Kaisel. Seeing a 717 now. But commitment from the goofy footer right now. Just taking in some big breaths, and all that training in the off-season. Because typically over there in San Juan, they're surfing for between about 4 to 7 months of the year, but they don't have that consistency over there on the West Coast that they would usually get if they were in other parts of the world where you can surf all year round. So, and in a wetsuit, adding that extra fatigue.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of work. I've spoken to a couple of the surfers after their heats, and as you see Kai up and riding.
Measured approach from the Hawaiian. Beautiful transition into a clean carve. He works his way through to the inside, and that wave dissipating. So he'll get back out with priority, but smooth surfing on the outside section. And let's watch this technique from the Filipino surfer. He approaches the back of the ski, and he would not have done this before. And he's going to jump up and grab his board. Okay, so he's not paddling onto the back of the sled. He's going to get back up with Glendon there, and he's going to hold his board nice and tight.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, when you're on a smaller board, you paddle quite fast up into the back of the sled, and you lift the nose up, and you get that momentum where your nose kind of slides over the tail, and then you grab with both arms onto the two handles, and you pull yourself up, and then you jump on and you pull it up. But see what he's doing right there, and that's, you know, you risk the ding and so forth, you know, from the bounce and stuff, but you're not risking the chance of dragging your fin in that water.
Yeah, smart.
And breaking the fin out.
That was a smart little adaptation there for Joe Marie, paddling around the buoy, making his way to the lineup. We have Edward Del Pero, who's down with Harrison Roach for some insight before his heat.
Yeah, Edward's looking really focused here. We're grabbing him. He's super lovely of him to come and talk to us before paddling out. Edward, there's a lot of paddle today. Tell us what it feels like going out there, and how much energy do you think you need going into this one?
A lot. Definitely a lot. Yeah, a lot of paddling. Just have to be a bit strategic with the jet ski comeback if you want it. But yeah.
Have you ever had to do run-arounds here at Bells Beach before?
Never. It's the biggest we've ever had, so excited about it.
Yeah, well, we're excited to watch you. You're riding a 2+1. This is a board you've been riding for a lot of years. Anything changed for this event?
No, same. My 2+1, my favorite one. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's go, Edward. It's going to be a big heat. Good luck, brother.
Thanks, Harry. Great insight there. For Edward, very kind of him to spare his time as he goes to paddle out. He was very confident this morning in the free surf. He was conserving his energy. I had a little look over at him, and he sort of gave me a little nod and just sort of keeping relaxed, you know, not trying to over froth, because in these bigger conditions, there is a lot of emotions. And with someone like that, it's really going to play into his wheelhouse. But as we're waiting for these sets, let's go to a Bonsai brew break. Stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 7 and Heat 8 coming right up. Salas there. 2023 took the win here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Went on to win the world title as well that year. He showed a lot of confidence, and I'll tell you what, it was a victory that was much required for his confidence, coming second and the runner-up in the world title numerous times. It was really a pivotal moment in his career, going on to win at Malibu later that year. But he showed class on self-shaped surfboards, and we are here on a completely different day with 2 years on, and he's up against a young rookie, Joe Marina Boyser. So he's going to be channeling all that winning experience here, Bells. It means so much to him as he's behind the 8 ball. He's needing a 5.91. He needs to get his heat started. He locked in a 5.77 on the wave before last, just with that hang 5 to the power carve, and he was a half wave, so good signs there. He'll take confidence out of that at least as well.
Yeah, very patient. Like you're saying, this wave is very pseudo to Kai, you know, big 5. Look at the view walking up.
That's Joe Marie walking back around again. So in the break, he has caught another wave, or perhaps didn't make it out. We saw him getting dropped around on the buoy. So scores pending, and this was in the break.
All right, we see this is his third ride. Up to the nose. It's a good-looking wave. It's got it looks a little bit cleaner than some of the bigger sets that have come through, banking off the white water there. Again, just driving this inside section. It's really been hard for some people to be able to complete this. We've seen a couple surfers not get the opportunity, and then this is another wave for Kai. Again, just nice driving. The way he pivoted off of that turn was super, up to a 10. Gorgeous looking wave here. Big swooping carves. Again, looking for this section. Navigates this. Nice big turns. Kai very smooth. Just doing what he needs to get done. He's not, he didn't surf over the top. It's going to be, I don't know, it's quite high score. Nice. Oh, there we go, 7.33.
So he's walking back up the beach. The judge is appreciating the connection through to the inside. You see he's on that rounded pintail, and he's got 9 minutes left. He's exhausted. You can see him smiling. He's gone to the lead. A score still to drop for a Boyser. Now in the passenger seat, looking to go back to the lead. He's just going to take a moment, absorb the energy, and really just reset. I had a little sigh there because I'm feeling his energy levels right now, and it's the first wave he surfed all the way through the inside. Boyser has done this 3 times now.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what he's feeling in the remainder of this heat. So he'll be on the jet ski getting dropped around right now. Kai's waiting for that to happen. So Kai may not be out there for another 2 minutes, giving the free lineup to Joe Marie.
Yeah, I just noticed Kai's riding a different board. He's been riding that more browny, kind of greeny brown up until now. So clearly it's looking interesting to get what he's riding out here today.
Yeah, that's that right there. That is a similar model to what Caniella's riding as well. So that's made specifically for Bells and these heavier waves. There's more curve in the board. You can
Look at the heel marks.
pin. Yeah, you see that. That's on the. That is exactly his heel marks in the front section where he's surfing from the middle.
Yeah, so for those of you
Wax
that
up
don't know
too.
what we're talking about, you can see the little divots amongst the wax in there, and those are like the pressures from your heels and your feet, like walking up and down the board. And it's a good looking shape right there. 7.5 minutes.
It's got the down rails as well. I saw a little bit of the edge. So just a performance single fin there, a versatile surfboard for him. And he'll be jumping on that ski. 6.61 required for a Boyser. He didn't change the heat with the 5 on his last, and perhaps took that wave, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Kai, but didn't improve on the 5.17. As we move forward into the remainder part of this heat, what's the wave that Boyser's looking for to jump up into the lead?
Well, he's going to need something that, like those bigger sets have been really, it's kind of like a little bit of survival surfing. He's going to need something where he's going to be able to get some good 10s, like some really good nose rides. He needs to match Kai on the front end of the board, and then as well, we know Kai's going to start getting these big turns and these more progressive performance style once he gets the right section. So he's going to need to kind of match that more powerful turn and not just so much the kind of little ankle turns.
So he's chosen those bigger waves, but haven't allowed him too much of that technical style of surfing. As Kai makes his way back out, the boys will be listening to those scores, thinking, and it's very difficult when you've got that fatigue to process all of that, the thoughts that are going through your head, and really remembering what you've done in that half an hour heat already. So crucial moment here for the Filipino surfer as Kai paddles back out to put some pressure on Joe Marie. And this is a place that Kai loves to be. 6 minutes remaining, and he's holding the lead.
Yeah. The thing, though, is if that style of surfing is not in your wheelhouse and you're trying to surf like something that you're not, you're not going to be able to get the scores that you need. You really need to hone in on what you're really good at. And hopefully, you know, that's going to be allowing him the nose rides that he needs to get, like high pocket, really critical nose rides.
As we going to look at the 733 of Kai Salas, those technical changes, and if we have a look at the way Kai approaches this wave, it's a measured approach, gets down the bowl, projects forward.
That's that speed right there.
That's the projection, yeah, the edge in the board, and he's get high on the wave, gets that hang 10 in the top third of the wave, and as he steps back into this, it's the rail line. He steps onto his heels, cuts it short because he sees the wall lining up ahead. The judges appreciating the timing, which is in the criteria of this event. They want to see good timing. So I think most of the scores would have come from that projection bottom turn into the hang 10, but really setting the scale there is Kai Salas. Luke Landrigan, and then it's J.R. Esquivel with Daisy Valdez sitting there. And there's Johnny the Ripper, all watching their guy, Joe Marie, right now. You can see a very quiet, stoic Filipino crowd that is hoping that he finds the right wave. So priority changed. Salas regains priority. Miss there for Joe Marie. Hopefully that doesn't come back and haunt him in the next 4 minutes, Berlin.
And that last wave came in for Blue as a 5, so that does not go into the top twos. He's needing 6.61 after that 7-3's come in for Kai. So, you know, 4 and a bit minutes, you know, the last thing you want to do is not be in priority with Kai in your heat when you've got surf like this.
And Kai's situated inside Joe Marie now, so he has the choice. He could actually drop in on Joe Marie or block him because he has the choice of the next wave. So a very testing 4 minutes, but what we have seen throughout the morning is multiple set waves that are coming in. It's not just 1 or 2, there's 3 or 4, but Ocean's gone quiet now. And I love what you said before about surfing into your wheelhouse, those technical nose rides that Joe can do. But he's also absolutely no stranger to on-rail surfing. It's something that he's done on equipment that he hasn't actually had made for him. He's always just ridden boards that others have given him up until recently. And he's been able to, that's something that's impressed me a lot on the regional QS, is his ability to adapt to conditions when possibly a big, heavy, single fin hippie longboard should not carve as well as it does. He just doesn't care. He goes out and does it. It's got that natural ability. Here he goes. Kai Salas using his priority. Joe Marie kicking out. And a strategic move there for Salas. He may even... No, Aboiza will get out the back in blue and retain the priority. Sets on the way.
But I was just getting ready to say, is there going to be a big set that comes through where Kai's, you know, uses priority, but put him in a position that he's just going to have to power through a bunch of sets and just, you know, spend a lot of time trying to get back out. But definitely wanting to keep him off of that because a 6.61 is attainable. His, you know, second wave came into the 6.5.
And against Ben Skinner yesterday, 2 days ago, Joe Marie did this, what Kai is doing. He played a very smart game and he really iced out the heat against the veteran. But they have a really competitive domestic tour over there in the national tour, and they have priority in line as well. So this is a situation that he's been pushed with in the past. He's got some great competitors. He's got guys like Roger Kasugai, who's fantastic competitor. He'll really be pushing JR and Joe Marie to their limits. He was unlucky not to qualify this year as well. And he goes, Kai Salas looking just to drop that low of a 5.77 or perhaps try and sell something and bring Joe Marie in a little more.
Yeah, just coming into that critical 1.5 minutes is now you know the pressure. You need a 6.61, 1.5 minutes. You got Kai on the inside. His lowest score being a 5.77.
And surfing through the elimination round, which is unusual for Kai, just getting any nerves that he may have had or shakes off the back, but different conditions here this morning. He's done well. He's looked measured, but certainly not the powerhouse performance that you could come to expect, but he hasn't needed it yet. So far, doing enough to hold the lead.
I was really interested to see some of the new faces on tour, or those that have never really had opportunity to surf here, how they were going to handle the bigger surf. And I'm really looking forward to watching the women in the next rounds come through as well, and see how they just showcase their talents in this surf as well.
We'll have the women coming up after Heat 8. This is Heat 7, so a full day of competition at Bells Beach, needing a 6.61 though. It's the Filipino surfer, 40 seconds remaining, who really need this result moving into the quarters just to give him some momentum.
30 seconds.
There is something on the outside. He's hunting on this. Will it arrive in time? This could be the end. This might, the one out the back may not get there in time. Nope. Will they swap priority? 10 seconds, that's it. I don't think that wave is going to arrive in time. You can hear the countdown. And he's not up in time, unfortunately. We'll wait for the judge's call on that, but he's going to surf it like he was anyway. 5 and 10 to get things started. Carving back. This one lacking the intensity of his first few waves. And he knows that he's coming in second spot, and it's the veteran Kai Salas making his way in. He'll be really happy to get through that. That wasn't an easy one for him, seeing Joe Murray start leading the heat for the first 15 minutes. But he'll be relieved to get through. Judges confirming a 13.1 heat total, taking out the Filipino surfer. Don't go anywhere. Heat 8 coming up next, and it's a cracker. Caniela Stewart versus Edward Del Perro. Great Ocean Road. It's the path to some amazing scenery. We got waterfalls, we have great bushwalks, phenomenal cafes, and those little coastal havens. So you make your way around the Great Ocean Road, these little nooks and crannies, isolated beaches. There is something for everyone, and it's a true connection with nature. But as surfers, something that we like to do is obviously hit the ocean and find those raw, long walls that Bells Beach provides. We're here for Stop 2, the World Longboard Tour. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, in the booth with Belen Alvarez-Kimball. And we have a beautiful day of action still ahead. We've had some amazing heats, but this one, Caniela Stewart taking on Edward Del Perro. It's going to be a cracker.
As we see a couple sets starting to roll in here as well. Interesting to see two amazing surfers, Hawaii and France, head to head. this is going to be very, very, very nerve-wracking, I think.
And Del Pero, he's fired up. He's riding his signature performance-style boards, and Caniella Stewart is also on a performance-style board, carrying on from his momentum on day 2 of competition. This is going to be one to watch. These two powerhouses love the bigger waves. We can already see Edouard getting pushed back from that set, and Caniella poking his nose through.
Yeah, the sets are coming through. It feels like a couple heats we'll just get these bombs wave after wave after wave, and then a couple of them, we just get a little bit of a lull in it as well. And I think, this is as this tide starts to change.
What's his duck dive?
Oh, look at this.
See the duck dive, Caniella?
Oh, goodness.
That, and Edouard, he's going to try.
Oh, this is the sunset. That's the sunset jump.
Yep. So some of those surfers, like Caniella, the bigger frame surfers, are able to really poke the nose in very unique. They tip the rail in and they're able to punch under the water duck diving, where smaller frame surfers do struggle. Edouard's board, though, it is tuned in. It's very tailored and sleek. He can certainly duck dive. But when the big whitewash comes, there's not much else you can do.
I was talking to Taylor right after his Eat Before our interview, and I just looked at him, and he's like, yeah, 9.8, no problem. Straight under. And I was like, wow, that's a whole lot of board to put underneath all that, all that foam. And as well, like if you don't know much about surfing, the way that the water grabs you as well when it breaks and pulls you back up, you got to really scoop that thing deep.
Someone who does a great job of that is Kai Salas. The Hawaiian powerhouse is on the glass with Harrison Roach.
Yes, he is indeed. Thanks, Wax. Mate, it was a slow start for you in the first round. Had to go through the elimination round, but it seems like from there you've been building on your performances.
Yeah, it was a bad start, but had to go back home, regroup, and try to psych myself out to get in the mood. And the waves delivered, so it was easy to get motivated after that.
Yeah, fantastic performance in the elimination round. You've just backed it up again in the round of 16. It's quite big out there, would you say? No stranger to big waves, Kai. What are the thoughts going through your head when you take off on one of those bigger clean walls?
Yeah, it's big. There's a lot of water moving around. It's a big playing field, and requires a lot of paddling. And when you're taking off, you're just trying to maintain your speed, and you got to walk a little more carefully because you're going so fast, and kind of go through the motions of your turns carefully. But it's a lot of fun out there, and yeah, stoked to make it.
Yeah, and tell us about the water movement when you're paddling. You did get a jet ski assist, but when you got back out there, there's still a big distance to paddle. Is there a lot of current moving out there?
A lot of current on the inside when you're first paddling out, so that jet ski assist is like a game changer, because if you get stuck inside after a wave, that rip can kind of pull you down towards Winky. So just a chance to breathe and save your energy and get on the ski. That paddle from the buoy to the lineup is easier than getting caught inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on to the quarterfinals, Kai. It's looking good for you this event. Good luck, mate. Can't wait to watch.
Thanks, Harry. Great insight there, alluding to the current on the outside. It is quite easy to position yourself if you know where to sit and you know where the waves are going to break. But as he said, that inside turbulence, it is the game changer. If you make the right decision, you come in, conserve energy, get the jet ski. Very, very helpful today. We saw a wave in the inset there of Caniella Stewart opening things up, and he got some great work done.
Yeah, nice opening ride here. It's just one of those in-betweeners. Just really allowing, board kind of skips out underneath him. Get up to 5, up to that 10. Great surfing from Kani. Just, again, really not stopping much. This 10 is so nice. Again, this should be a really good opening score for him, and then this is that topographical view in that 5. Look at the board's completely gone up to that 10. Nice pocket surfing. Keeps moving, doesn't stall. And then up to that 5, holding that to the 10, and love, almost a little bit of a barrel there. Kai Nani. This is Caniella Stewart. What did it come in? A 5.83. Nice.
Yeah, 5.83 locking in for the Hawaiian. So by his standards, just a warm-up wave. He didn't look overly enthused, his body language, and he pulled out of that. But just getting on the board, we'll expect more from him as the heat rolls in. But here he goes, Del Pero, the Frenchman, unable to scrape into that wave. He retained priority. Caniela's still off the mark, but very close. Not too far away there. So he's lucky there. The P next to his name remains. And there is some of that wind starting to breathe up the face now. So it's kind of pulling the surfers back a little bit. We'll see how that affects them when they stand up. But I like this matchup. These two have been competing with each other for the better part of 10 years. And two completely different styles. The shorter, more active and precise surfing of Edouard. But Caniela equally in the comfortable in the performance in the classical realms. He's a little more upright and a little more nonchalant through his motions. So it'll be great to see when we get some sets how both of these surfers are able to really define themselves on the bowl.
Yeah, Connie's style, as you're saying, is just, if I were to compare it to a shortboard approach, like a Joel Parkinson, just effortless and smooth in his transitions. And he's so, Caniela's so smooth. It's like, it's the subtleties sometimes you kind of miss that are so beautiful in the technical of his surfing. And again, it's very polished, and he really prides himself with that.
He's a father as well. He's got his girlfriend Dixie at home. She'll be looking after the baby, and he's a hard-working man. He's on the boats every day, and he still finds time to surf. He said when it's pumping, he's always out there. But someone who spends his life in and around the ocean, this is just a natural process for him competing, and it is literally in his blood. And Edouard, on the other hand, running the Del Perro surf experience. His brother Antoine as well, a part of that, and those two have just been holding it down, representing the French flag for well over a decade. It'll be close to 2 decades now that they've been on the tongues of us as fans of competitive longboarding. And that WSL World Title has eluded him. He has won there at the wave pool, and he's put in some phenomenal efforts over the years, pushing Taylor Jensen all the way in his early World Title reigns. But here he is now at Bells Beach looking for that victory and to claw himself some confidence as he moves into Abu Dhabi, stop number 3 on the World Tour. Sets approaching. Thought process for Edouard right now.
Well, he's in priority, so he's just going to sit and wait. He needs to get a good wave. It's 19 and a half minutes down. Having a look at this, he definitely doesn't want to miss this as he's up and riding.
All right, his first wave. He's taking 11 minutes for this beautiful hang 5. Nice drop knee, searing carve there for the Frenchman. Nearly loses it, back up on the nose. Wow. Combo surfing here, a lot of variety on this wave. Great opener, down carve into the shore break. And he finishes cleanly. Tremendous surfing there for Edouard Del Perro, activated. And I feel like he's going to get that jet ski back around, and he'll reset. That was a great opener.
Oh, man, he's going to be so pumped on that wave. Smart, obviously, going in, taking that jet ski, but his board just cuts through this. Like, straight off the nose, is able to fly down the face of that on that board. Really, and again, just you can see these layers and layers. Beautiful. That drop knee, beautiful, drawn out. Again, back up to the 5, and this board is just flying under his feet. And he does so well to navigate those bumps and these turns, and really, is able to ride out of that. This is going to be a great score for him.
Phenomenal surfing there for Edouard, especially with waiting over 10 minutes for that wave. And Caniela on the answer back. Current heat leader, waiting for a score to drop for his opponent. Pivot stall there, jumps up on the nose, gets a hang 10. Midboard trim as he drives through the bowl. Calm and measured approach on this wave. He looks back out to see if he should commit to the inside, and he is. He goes up, steps on the heels, looking for an end bowl to tap up, and he goes down. So that wave just a little disjointed. It'll be a backup score. Now he has to make the decision. Does he paddle around and wait for Edouard to get the jet ski? We'll have to wait and see. Some whistles going on.
Yeah. Did you see how he flipped his board over? I'm wondering, sometimes, you have heard of people literally pushing their board so hard on they snap a fin out. So he's flipped his board over to see what's going on down here as we see this wave. Again, just waiting for the right timing. Again, just a little bit of forward-back flow.
The wind.
And that little pivot turn, like you said right there, I really admire that. I like that stall because it set him up for this. Great nose ride, nice pocket, committed, good footwork back to the tail. Again, and he's just really trying to stall and get in the right spot of that wave. And he sees sections coming here, nice turning. And you can just see as he goes, it gets a little bit, it kind of bumps underneath and knocks him off. But still, this should be, you know, a great backup score.
Yeah, he did look at his fanny. That would have felt uncomfortable.
I have a feeling it maybe might come in a little bit higher than his first one. We'll see, but sorry.
No, it's your opinion. It's what you're here for, Belen.
Yeah. Oh.
And early signs for Del Perro coming in.
Nice.
7.83 nearly goes excellent for the Frenchman as he is going to paddle onto the ski. See, there it is, the board up onto the sled. He'll grab it now and jump on behind the ski driver. Well done. Good technique there for Edward on the ski and on the waves. Don't go anywhere. We've got scores to lock in for Caniella Stewart for the remainder of this heat. Bonsai Brew Break coming right up.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Day 3 of competition here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We're into the Heat 8 of the round of 16 and some action. Caniella Stewart from Hawaii narrowly in the lead from the Frenchman, Edouard Del Perro, looking for that 2.83 to move forward, and we are surfing the Bells Bowl. We've moved away from that small, fun, intricate longboard wave called Rincon. The swells arrived, Belen, and these guys are putting on a show.
Oh, definitely. I think that, you know, they're giving the opportunity for everyone to really see how you can ride bigger waves on a longboard as well, and the different approaches. And with 4.83 came in as Caniella's last wave. So currently in the lead, like you said, needing Eduardo's needing a 2.83 and only still having one wave. He's going to wait patiently. After that wave, he'd be fired up right now.
Conditions changing. You can see the front coming through on the outside. You can barely see the horizon with the ship and the top end of the screen. And this is the raw Southern Ocean coming to life. Typically this week we've had 4 seasons in a day. And we started off with offshore, big waves, and now swell starting to dissipate a little bit. The wind holding in there. But we have a huge day of competition ahead. The women will be up next. After this heat, we'll have Rachel Tilley and the local girl, Beatrice Conroy, coming up.
Look at the colors right now. As you can see, that rain squall way out the back, but it is just letting you know, look how magnificent this coastline is right here. The blues, the greens, and the sky right now. And then you've got the gorgeous golden tones of the cliffs and the trees. This truly is surfer paradise, you know, and you can see the reef as well through the clarity of the water. It's so clean down here.
You see the contrast there of all those colors. We've got this beautiful background behind us that we've been looking at as well all day. And Eduard Del Perro has been ripping. My name's Matt Chinoski, the Waxer. This is Berlin Alvarez Kimball. We're going to break down Eduard Del Perro's near excellent wave on the screen behind us. So as he knifes into this, a little bit of a chip shot, and it allows him, this nose ride section stays high in the top third of the wave. But interestingly enough, he goes to the 10, steps back to the middle of the board, and he's not done yet. He comes down the lower end, carves it all the way back to the whitewash, and sets up this big, long wall. Delicate footwork, and he squeezes in some technical nose riding while this section ahead is looming. Not easy to do, and make it look as cool, calm, and collected as he is. Puts the board on rail. So all elements of the criteria on display for Eduard, but the biggest thing is his timing and his control using the full length of the board. Near excellent surfing, Berlin.
Yeah, that was well done. And if you look at that wave, you can see all the different steps in it. And the way his board just slides through all those steps, and as well his hands. Every time he goes and does a turn, he puts his front hand in, he puts his back hand in. He's really touching the wave, and it's so important to that other sensation a lot of people don't talk about is the feel you get when you're touching the water, and how it really can kind of hone in on your approach to that wave.
Activated surfing there for Eduard Del Perro, needing a 283, which is a relatively basic score by today's standards. That is something that's just going to have to be a completed takeoff with a few turns, maybe a nose ride. But Caniella looking to drop a lower 483. Looked a little disinterested on his second wave. It's almost like he was looking for something more, didn't really feel it, but still turned in a great backup score. The local girl, B. Conroy, she's got the fan crew. There's her dad, Miles. She's got her sister there, and Eliza. They're all ready to, yeah, look at that. Go B on the bodyboard. That's, bells is for B. Love that. So good.
Oh, bless. Yeah, it must be so fun surfing your home break, pumping one other person out, and you just got the home crowd down there cheering and supporting you.
That's a new leash. That's straight out of the back of my car. She goes, Matt, I need to borrow another leash. I think mine's going to snap. We just saw this massive set, the one that Kevin had, and luckily there was a spare one there. And everyone's doing that, borrowing equipment, you know, backup boards. Of course, just making sure they got a good posse there. But yeah, leg ropes is something that a lot of these longboarders don't put too much thought into, often choosing to surf leashless. But today, bigger swell, the rocks at Winky looming down there. It's pretty heavy, and I'm surprised we actually haven't seen any equipment malfunctions yet.
Yeah, and I'm knock on wood for that one, that's for sure. The last thing you want to do is lose your board and have it go all the way, and that is a big swim, and you know, that'll cost you the heat. You know, if you end up having your board go all the way in and you just can't get to it. As we see Rachel Tilley, world champion, ISA world champion, absolute amazing, I call her monarch of the women right now. You know, she's just has so many amazing qualities. She's a commentator, she's an amazing surfer, she's an educant. Oh, here we go, Caniella.
Live action to another amazing person in our longboard world. This is Caniella Stewart looking to make his way down the line on this one. Currently in the lead, beautiful trademark hang 10, using the full length of the board, driving through this wave, gets on the heels, finds a clean pocket to do a cut back there, up and over this section. With that single fin, just gliding through the sections. And a measured approach there, not needing a whole heap to improve his heat total at this point. And I feel like that'll be the score.
This is the surfing that I was talking about. It's just calm and collected, and you don't see, like, you look at his body language and he doesn't seem panicked. And it really comes out. I'll look forward to breaking this surfing down for him, as you can see how getting kind of pulled into that inside there. That shore break is quite scary.
Opting for a similar style board to what Kaisalis rode in the previous heat, an all-round style single fin, a bit sleeker.
Yep, more pulled in tail as well, not so wide.
Bit of flip in the nose as he makes his way back up. He'll have enough time to get on the ski. Let's go through the replay.
All right, up to a 5. Again, you can just see all the when I was talking about just a little bit of the different layers in that beautiful nose ride. Nice, and you can see the little side shuffle to get that momentum up to a 10. Hands just nice driving, collected. Again, pushing off of that tail. Great flow, a little bit of a banking off the whitewater. Nice little highline floater. Just really smooth surfing, nice transitions. Sees a section come towards him, you know, nice little check turn there, and rides out of it. Very, very smooth. Oh, look at this nose ride right here, Matt, up to that 10. Oh, look at that. Right there, textbook. Nose riding down the face as well, walks back. And the drive, you can see the water coming off the rails. Just so much speed, but controlled.
You know, a 6.77 locked in for this, but I still think we haven't seen the best of Kaniela Stewart. A little disjointed by his standards. We saw him absolutely rip this place apart 2 days ago in the bowl, and that connection of the rail to the nose ride we haven't seen just yet. Is those flat spots, Harrison alluded to it earlier, there's these big flat spots on the wave. So to do what he's doing and thread the needle through those sections is great contest surfing, but I think it wouldn't feel to him like he's doing his best surfing, which is an exciting thing because he's still in the lead and he's improved his heat total. And here goes Edouard firing at, needing a 4.77, slicing fade turn, long hang 5, close 5, maybe the back foot's over the nose as well. Extended carve. We're watching this inside section. Only needing a mid-range score. He knows it too. Cut back. And some good moments on that wave. I feel like the score's going to be right there. What are you feeling?
Oh, I feel he's definitely going to get that 4.77 on that. Those nose rides were so locked in and just, you know, plowing and a lot of momentum with that, as you can see. You know, just a little bit, you know, of faded cutback, lined up, nice nose ride. Again, just holds that in nice, you know, getting a good pocket, really fast, really critical part of the wave too. Big turns. And again, he's going back up for the nose ride. A little bit of foam, a little bit of bounce. And again, just really a lot of good rail surfing as well. Kind of, you know, really putting it all together.
We'll wait for the judges to dissect that. You can see the surfers making their way into the lineup. That's Edouard into the shore break, looking to kick his board over the whitewash. He's going to have another one to deal with as he's way down the beach right now. Now, one thing I want to note is this slicing turn, the wave size, about half the size of his first wave and Kaniela's as well. So interesting to see how they judge this, but beautiful nose control there. He is far back in the pocket, as you said. The Stone and Wood slow-mo showing the Frenchman executing some great surfing here, engaging the rail, nearly touches that rail, guides it around and back on the toes, carries the momentum forward. Great science here for the French surfer. He needed a clean completion to guarantee the score. The judges are appreciating it as an excellent score. One score to lock, an 8.4 for Del Perro. He goes back to the lead. This round of 16 really heating up with 3 minutes to go.
Wow. Long nose rides. Really long nose rides.
Stone and Wood slow-mo helps a little bit as well.
Oh, yeah.
So the wave size didn't matter as much as the positioning. They saw how stretched out that bowl was and the critical carves. Great surfing. We knew it was technical. The judges thought so as well. 8.4, he's on fire.
Yeah, and that last wave of Kaniela came in as a 6.77, so now needing a 9.46, 2.5 minutes remaining. Kaniela, what do you think he's thinking out there now, Matt?
That he hasn't done his best surf. He hasn't had a chance. The waves have been disjointed for him. He's been looking for they're disinterested on the ones he's on because he feels the bumps, the flat spots, and he's not feeling it. Where Edouard is completely engaged. He's chosen those ones with the smooth walls without the downtime, where it's been a lot of setups there for Carniella. Phenomenal surfing, but sets are right.
Sets
If anyone can
coming
get a near excellent score, it is Carniella Stewart.
Yeah, and it was listening to Kai explain what it felt like out there as well. Like, you know, it's fast, and, you know, you want to just be, you know, precise with your footwork, and hoping Connie gets one of these good-looking waves. Oh, look at this set coming through. Maybe the next one.
Yeah, it's got that little chop in it, that one. Really hard to pick a line for the bigger board. A minute and a half remaining. He's going to need something dramatic. And he paddles deeper. He's going to try and knife this one. He's going to point his board towards the camera. No, fades into it.
Oh, looks like it'll have a nice shoulder on it too. A little bit of a bump.
Yeah, it's whitewashy. He's got to get down. Oh, yeah, really turbulent, this one. He's going to go for the 5 and the 10. Can he get onto the nose? No, he doesn't. This is a big wave. And it's just bumping all over the place. That one before created so much of that whitewash turbulence.
I was just going to say that. The second wave, getting the white water on it. That's disheartening for him on that. That looked like it would have been good for him. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Do you think he's looking at that going, I wonder if I had my quad fin in or the 2 side fins out there?
No, I'll hear just a 1.07.
Yeah.
45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, bumpy conditions here, and wave selection not going into the way of Carniella Stewart, but Del Perro, he's ridden 2 waves, a 7.83 and an 8.4, and we knew he was going to revel in these conditions, but Carniella Stewart as well, he was looking relaxed moving into this round. I saw him yesterday with Kai and Khalees, and they were really measuring their body emotions and language.
Look you could see the sand still swirling underneath it. This is a great view for those that, you know, having a look. You can see, again, all the water moving, the sand still kind of trying to settle back down after that set come through. So here we go, counting down the last 3 seconds.
And you see Beatrice and Rachel moving out into the lineup. Del Perro, a phenomenal performance, just showcasing what we know, the talent that he's got, but the connection with Bells Beach, the wave selection, he's got that dad power. Lindsay, his partner, will be tuning in right now, and their baby, they'll be so stoked and relieved that their man has made it through to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. The women's coming up next, round 16, heat 1, with Harrison and Sam Bleakley.
Welcome back. We're just 1.5 hours drive from Melbourne in a playground for sunseekers, surfers, foodies, wildlife lovers, culture enthusiasts, hikers, bikers, and those looking to relax and unwind. And of course, we're here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic on the Great Ocean Road that features the 12 apostles where you can marvel at the limestone cliffs and, of course, ride some of the best waves in Australia. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Harrison Roach. Harry, we now see the Frenchman on his Minvale speed shape, absolutely starting to light things up, and board choice seeming to be a big factor today.
Yeah, he put on a great performance out there on his trusty 2+1, didn't he, Sam? 8-point plus ride there, an excellent score for the Frenchman. It was great surfing.
And he was silky smooth, on edge, on rail. What's the message now moving forward as we move into the women's about waves to choose, techniques, use of the jet ski assist?
Yeah, look, that 8.4, excellent surfing. I'll correct myself there. That was a nice, clean, mid-size ride, that one. Came through the bowl really clean, and he was on the nose the whole way through. So he set a line, he held it through the most critical part of the wave, and then finished it up with a big rail carve and that combination of manoeuvres. It was great.
Harry, let's look at the men's bracket here. What do you think of those matchups? JR Weston, Ellis Flint, Declan, TJ, Scavana, Salas, and Del Pero.
Yeah, we're at the business end of this event, aren't we? There's some serious matchups going down. I'm looking straight at quarter number 2, Kai Ellis Flint versus Declan White, and 2 form surfers of the event. It's going to be a big one. And Kai Salas and Edouard Del Pero down in quarter number 4. Very exciting heats to watch. Every single one of them is going to be action-packed. But right now, back to round of 16 of the women's, kicking it off with Rachel Tilley, currently ranked number 5, but the reigning world champion, up against the local girl, Beatrice B. Conroy. Going to be an exciting heat to watch. And it looks like Rachel is having a paddle here.
Here we go, Rachel Tilley up and riding, reigning world longboard champion on a Josh Martin shapes there. Comes out of that nose ride, kicks off the back. Of course, B. Conroy got to do the morning call with you this morning, Harrison. And this is B from Point Lonsdale, studying at university on her Schwammer Buttonshaw shape, and she's looking really nice, and she loves the big waves here.
She does. She's super comfortable out here. I've seen footage of her when it's 15 to 20 foot faces, absolutely charging, putting it on rail, getting on the nose. And in this wave here, it's just a nice cruisy one so far, trying to get some work done on the inside, but she's just getting started here. But it's going to take some fantastic surfing to take out Rachel Tilley.
Harrison, what a change of conditions. We were down near Point Lonsdale yesterday surfing the beaches, and it was small and clean and sunny, and now this swell is filled in and things have really changed. But B has got a lot of confidence surfing big waves here, Harry, so be interesting to see how that starts to unfold as we get those first few scores coming through. But first of all, let's go down to the glass, because the Frenchman and a new father, Edouard Del Pero, is with Josh Constable.
Edouard, what a performance. To put on a performance like that and surf the waves the way you did. 2 waves, it's all it takes to win a heat. But talk to us about the start of the heat. It was probably one of the biggest sets of the day that we've seen. Caught you out and really put you under the pump.
Yeah, was it the biggest set of the day? I don't know, but it was pretty big, and I saw it coming, but I didn't think it was that big. It just worked me so hard, and I couldn't catch my breath. I was like seeing another one. That was non-stop set. It was just, okay, I might end up on the shore and take the jet ski, but luckily I made it out. Just tried to catch my breath after, but it was hard to get back in the rhythm.
And to regroup and get your mindset right to put on a performance, because the waves you caught, the surfing you did, beautiful, beautiful nose rides into some of the biggest carves that were so tight and clean. How do you get into that mindset to rebound and recover after that?
Yeah, that was probably like 11 minutes gone before I took one wave, so I just told myself like I just need 2 waves, and whether they will come for sure, at least 2 waves in the heat. And yeah, just did my surfing basically and didn't think too much, just saw the section, tried to get the nose right. Felt pretty good on my board actually, and then just like finish it properly, and I worked out well, so I'm stoked.
And on a day like today, your stakes in the event go really high. You become a real favourite with that style of surfing. We've seen it at ISA Games in El Salvador in the past. On a day like today, how good does that make you feel when you rock up to the beach and you see these conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I come back from far because after the ISA, I kind of had a little down and try to get back on the WSL Tour and try to make some hits, because it's been a while I haven't made some hits, and I love those conditions, man. It's definitely looked like El Salvador, and I was just entering the water and being at the buoy waiting for my hit to start, like in El Salvador. I was like, okay, let's go. Let's try to catch at least 2 waves. Salvador is the same. You don't have much time. Just 2 waves are enough. So just talked about it.
2 of the best waves we've seen this morning. You and Taylor Jensen really stand out. It was amazing to watch. Do you want to throw it back to anyone in France? Say good day, your beautiful partner and baby are back home. Say good day to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Lindsay, my partner, is doing an amazing job and allowing me, my little one, just allowed me to be here in Bells Beach because she came a little bit early than planned, and so I'm just enjoying my time in Australia and definitely making the most of it. Thank you. Bisous.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Good stuff, and right on time, Harry. Little magpie landed behind the glass there. Good luck,
Yeah,
Charles.
I don't like the signs of the magpies flying through. I saw one yesterday too, coming up against my favourite AFL team this evening, the Brisbane Lions. The Collingwood Pies are a tough team to beat. But we'll see how we go.
Rachel Tilley up to the 5. Medium-sized wave, it goes in for a 10. Walks out of that nose ride. Widens her stance and just lifts those arms, cuts back, and once again staying in the pocket. As she comes off the middle of the wave to the top part again for a touch of the 5. Good clean cross-stepping. Has to navigate a little bit of the leash around the front foot, but then pushes it back as she just drives through to the inside and then kicks out coolly and cleanly. Rachel Tilley will drop a score, and it looks like it's going to be a good one, Harry.
Yeah, that was a great start, or backing up that little, 0.83 number that she has on the table already. Great nose ride out the back. It's super interesting looking at Rachel's board. I always find it so interesting looking at how many different designs we have down here at the Longboard Tour. So much variety. Hers has a huge amount of rocker, but looks like live action out the back with the local girl B.
On a speed shape designed by Sharma Buttonshaw in collab with the Wax Head, as she just drives out of that foamy section as she sets herself up with a high line here. Trimming, speeding, cross-stepping for a touch of the 5. Nice, clean control, footwork to the tail, but it just looked as if she slipped on the wax on the way back.
Yeah, almost looked like there was no grip at all there. You'd almost be trying to grab a bit of wax as you paddle back out, because that was a real slip. You don't often see that in competitive surfing. Really tricky little situation there. It was a big bump after the nose ride. She's sliding back down the line, but let's have a look at this. You can see the rocker I was talking about in this board. And what it does is it allows her to get these 10s where her feet are right out of the water. And on a slopey face, she's using a lot of the board's rail and then lifting off it. And it's looking really good. It screams to the judges, check it out. I'm nose riding, I'm hanging 10, I'm not pushing water. And they're gonna like that one. And she just kind of milks it all the way through here with a couple of turns, navigating the bumps. Yeah, good start there from Rachel. Loving what I'm seeing from her. And then look at this board. Look at the rocker shape. Totally different to what we see under Rachel's feet. A lot faster off the rail from B. Conroy on a really tricky looking wave. Bumping along with the wind and the bump from the waves previous. And she gets a little tap to the nose here, coming through the inside. And here's the slip. Oh, the front foot, Sam. No. Just slides forward.
Oh, wow. So unlucky. She would have waxed up before, of course, a huge heat like this, but it just looked as if that was a complete wax malfunction.
Yeah. There we go, getting a little bit of detail. And you've got a feel for these competitors. Lovely look at the outline, too, of the Sharma Buttonshaw surfboard there.
Talk about Sharma's shaping. What does he bring to the table? How much local knowledge is he putting into this board for Bells?
So much experience here from a shortboard background, but has over the last 5 or so years, or maybe more, but I've definitely been seeing in the last 5 years him putting a lot of time in out here on big boards, on longboards, on speed shapes, and getting these classic stretch 5s on huge Bells waves. So it's really cool to see. I'm making boards for one of the top competitors here at the Bells event. B's going to sit on the beach and wait around for this ski to drop off Rachel before she jumps on. But how's the stamina required today, Sam? Just to deal with the energy of the ocean, to be running up the beach in all that soft sand, and then this isn't easy either. Sitting
No.
on the back of this ski with a 9-foot board, it's awkward.
Yeah, you're using all of your muscles, you're concentrating, you're relying on balance, you've got tension and grip, of course, keeping that board under your arm, but you're also focused, as we see now, waiting for the ski to come back. B will hang on the inside. Rachel Harry, she is riding the board that she's won both an ISA World Longboard Title and a WSL World Longboard Title on. It's a trusted favorite. She has the Hoffman Fabrics inlay, top and bottom, and of course that high rocker approach. Perhaps one of the highest rockered boards we've seen in the field, only rivaled maybe by Edouard Del Pero's mid-belt.
Not even close.
No.
Edwards, it's totally different. His rocker template is a lot more extended through the nose. This is a really unique board, and it just goes to show how everybody has a different approach here. Right now, it's working for Rachel. She's kicked off with that 7.50. So lovely way to start off her heat here. B, we've got some scores coming in. Looks like it's going to be a mid-range score.
There it is, averaging out. There's a 4.5 drop from most of the judges, a low 4.2, and it averages as a 4.5. So had she not slipped, you feel like that was sitting at a 6 at least.
Yeah, left a couple of points there because I don't think they'd be looking at that final manoeuvre and saying it was completed. But good signs from both surfers here. 16 minutes and 14 remaining. Geez, it goes fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then talk, Harry, about rocker and the difference between the flatter boards and the higher rocker boards. And why would you come to Bells with different options, with a quiver?
Well, right now you can see if you pay close attention as somebody's bottom turning on a wave out here at Bells, if there's any type of bump in the wave face, with a flatter rocker board, you're going to feel it much more. If you've got more rocker, you're only going to be hitting a part of your rail when you're going over the bump, and it's going to have less of an impact to the overall feel. If you're bottom turning on a flatter rocker board and it hits in front of your front foot somewhere along the line, you're going to bog rail and it's going to be challenging. But yeah, I think it's advantage rocker today in these big, tough conditions.
Great insight from our 2022 world champion, Harrison Roach. Is our defending women's world champion going to take the win, or is it going to be our Point Lonsdale surfer, B. Conroy? We'll find out after this short break. Stay tuned.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
There we go, as we can see Natalia Wonderlich coming up next against Hiroka Yoshikawa in this incredible location. Of course, the WSL acknowledges we are here on Jurak on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. So we pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders, past and present, and and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today as we move into the last 12 minutes, 40 seconds of this heat number 1 of the women's round of 16. The winner will move into the quarterfinals to get a 5th or better. Surfers in second will finish with a 9th. Rachel Tilley with a heat score of 8.33, a 7.5 and a 0.83. And B. Conroy from Point Lonsdale with a heat score also of 8.33, combining that 4.5 and that 3.83. My name's Sam Bleakley. I'm in the booth with Harrison Roach. Harry B in second priority, looking to improve on her backup score of a 3.83, but Rachel with that solid 7.5.
Yeah, so B just sitting underneath Rachel out the back there. You can see without priority, she's going to, you know, leave herself a bit of a chance to maybe capture an insider, make the most of something that Rachel lets go by, or at least make Rachel think about going on a wave that she might not otherwise. But yeah, look at the beautiful coastline here down at Bells Beach. Just so stunning. We are really lucky to be down here in a really spiritual place. Lovely Victoria flight cam. And lots of swell out here today, Sam.
Yeah, and really is churning up. It's bringing up all of that sand and sometimes kelp. And of course, there's bumps to navigate, but we are expecting it to clean up through the afternoon. That mid-latitude low-pressure system that traversed the bight and produced this combination of solid close-range swell will be improved upon by that longer period west-southwest swell, becoming more dominant through the day. Maybe we've had some of those kind of maxing out sets, but as we get to the bowl section on the lower tide, Harry, how will that affect the wave shape?
I wish we had B in the booth with us here to tell us what would happen. I'm not entirely sure. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but you can guarantee it's going to be dramatic. With this much swell on this type of wave at the Bells Bowl, it's going to be steep and it's going to be critical, and the ladies are really going to have to be on their game here. Bit of an error there from Rachel paddling for and missing a wave, and now it puts B in the hot seat out the back. She's got a choice of a couple of really nice looking set waves coming through here, Sam.
Here we go, live action. B. Conroy in blue, in priority, up and riding, high line, but again, that wind and a little bit maybe of a misread of that one. She's now back in second priority, and Rachel, having made a mistake, is now back in first priority, but she's scrambling for this. Be on her inside, just making sure she gets it. Rachel, make sure she's got it. There's some foam to deal with. How's that going to affect the ride with that foam on the face, do you think, Harry?
Yeah, it's going to make it challenging. You can see the bumps already as she takes off, but still a nice looking line to this wave, and she's staying busy.
Yeah.
She kicked it off with a nose ride, and now she's doing some turns now.
Strong surfing as well to get through that foam. She kept it buttery on the rail turn as well, out of that nose ride, speeding through to the inside little down carve, so she can straighten out, keep composure. She's going to add to the score. Of course, she'll improve on that backup 0.83, but instinct says it's not going to rival that 7.5.
No, probably not, but it's a smart move. We've got under 10 minutes remaining now, just on almost coming down to 9. She's going to leave herself enough time to get back out there and be able to control this heat towards the end, or even have another opportunity if B were to get a cracker of a wave. But yeah, she's backing up the 7.5. She had 0.83, so pretty good little hustle here from Rachel.
Yeah, nice widening of the arms, just lifting them through those turns. And considering how foamy the face was, Harry, she just kept good rail engagement. Everything was clean and controlled.
Yeah, and I think it's where that rocker's just making it a bit easier for her too. Seen a lot of surfers today take off on waves like that and have a really hard time with it. And it's a pretty decent looking score as it comes through. A 6-point ride, so the pressure's really on the Victorian local surfer now. In the last 10 minutes of the heat, must be around 8 or so. Yeah, just solid surfing.
And 2 waves have got to count today. All heat, we've seen the surfers saying that in the post-heat interviews. You've got to make them count if you're going to take them all the way through to the inside. There's Rachel now just kind of running across the sand. Talk about how exhausting it is in that softer sand as well.
So exhausting. And look at the rocker on this board. I just can't look past it, I'm sorry. It stands out, and it's working for her. But yeah, it's like a run, swim, run. It's like a marathon. It's everything. It takes a lot of energy to be a surfer out here and to compete. And when there's so many waves on offer, you've got to be really selective.
Yep. Big shout out to Josh Martin, of course, designing these surfboards that Rachel is using. This is the same board that she's won her second WSL World Longboard Title on. There's her single fin. She first won a World Longboard Title in Hainan, China, Rio 1 in 2015. You know that wave, Harry, you've been there, but then she backed it up on the right-handers last year at Elsonsau. But this is B. Conroy looking for a 9 with a nice clean face ahead, and now just driving out of that nose ride into the foam off the bottom as she sets herself up with 2 cross steps forward. Trim speed is fast. It's going to be difficult to find enough of a stool to get back up to the nose, so there she goes to the rail on tail, and now it'll get bouncy, and she just wants to keep her control on the inside. We saw a lack of control on the finish really affecting a significant score from Taka Inui. You've got to end in style, but she's now chasing a 9, so it's going to be a combination of scores she's going to require. 6 minutes 40 seconds is going to be close if there's enough time to get out back.
Yeah, it does. It takes a bit of time to get back out here today. So much ground to cover, and Rach has just gotten onto the ski now, so they're going to have to drop her off first. But she's picked a really nice looking wave here, particularly on this outside section. Super clean, getting up to the nose. You can see the board just holding a really nice line here. But it's when she gets into this foamy part, it just gets really challenging. She's standing in the front third of the board, and you can see the bounces as she's going, having to load up on her knees, having to be spring coiled there to navigate the bounciness. But really well surfed wave from B. She's back in the contest here.
Yeah, that was impressive. You know, like you say, just letting the knees and the hips and the ankles absorb the bounces, and done with great control. Good read of the wave, great wave selection. I like the way it opened up as well. She would have felt like she just needed something more dynamic to end on. And also the same thing happened in the first exchange, where Rachel had got on the ski just kind of when B was getting close to needing to catch it as well. So she's not needing now to rush to get back up there, because the ski is going to be dropping Rachel and then coming back round in time to get B, and it's going to be touch and go as to whether she gets out there in time and also have the luck of having a set come through for her.
Yeah, so it looks like she's just cruising up the beach right now. She's probably recognized that the ski is going to take a little bit to get back in towards her, as we see Rachel making her way from the buoy across to the peak. So B just probably trying to catch her breath a little bit, and she'll be jumping on the ski in a second here and out the back, hopefully in time to have another opportunity.
Here we go. She's starting to hustle and sprint a little bit down the sand there. Rachel in position, looking to improve on a 6 as a backup wave. Great moment there. Harry, talk about the local support B's got here.
Listen to the cheers as she was running along. I think that would have put a pep in her step. But yeah, so good to see the local support down here. What a fun experience, surfing 6 8-foot bells with all your friends and family on the beach.
Yeah,
it's got to feel good.
Absolutely. Dad Miles, sister Eliza, and of course the whole fan base here from Victoria have come on site to support B, and there's an opportunity now for her to go for the score that she needs, because we've clocked in that last ride as a 5.33, so she's chasing an 8.17, 4 minutes 10 seconds remaining. Rachel Tilley will be sitting out back, having the choice of the lineup there, deciding whether she's going to just go for the opportunity to improve on her score or wait for B to come out back. She holds on tight. And Harry, talk about the techniques now of getting this longboard onto the ski.
Look, so tricky. Most of these surfers would probably have never been on the back of a ski with a longboard before, particularly in conditions like this. It's just it's not usual for a longboard event to be having the jet ski assist. You can see it happen in the big wave surfing. Guys are used to paddling up and sitting on the sled and going through really critical big foamy waves with the big 9.6s and 10.0s, but those boards have a lot more rocker. They have a lot more glass, and they're less likely to sort of crack and fracture on the sled. If you're in the wrong part of that sled on your board and you hit a wave and there's a weird flex, you could be likely to snap it. So they're getting up onto the seat, and she's just hanging on. Look at the tail of the board is being kicked out by the wake of the jet ski. It's not easy to do what B's doing, but you know, it's probably a little easier than paddling out the back from where she was on the inside of that last wave.
Absolutely. 3 minutes remaining. So they're just going to drop her off on the outside of that buoy. Rachel in position with priority. So let's appreciate the Stonewood slow-mo, Harry, of the 7.5.
Yeah, coming up to the nose here, I think this is where she gets this a really nice hang 10 through a nice clean section too. Really good surfing here from the reigning world champion Rachel Tilley, and just a smooth as silk cut back into a bottom turn. So yeah, that's sending a message to the judges, sending a message to the rest of the competitors today. Rachel is on point and she's looking pretty good with 2 minutes to go in her round of 16 heat.
She got a 5th here in Bells, Harry, last year, lost out to Khalees Kelly-Opaha in the quarterfinals. And then going back to the inaugural Bells event in 2023, she actually got a 9th, losing out in this round to Avalon Gall, the goofy footer. As we can see, the crowds on the stairs there, these iconic stairs. What you got to say, Harry?
Yeah, I actually saw Thomas Bexon making his way down the stairs there. The koala himself walking down the stairs. He'd be down here to support Mason Tremor up later today. And there's Sharma Buttonshaw, shaper of Beatrice Conroy, who's out there today.
Jan Dunton on the sand, of course, a winner here at Bells, absolute legend, her 2 boys. Big shout out to them. Hopefully they'll get the chance to come down and watch the action. Local legendary surfing family there, the Duntons.
Yeah, so much talent from Victoria here. A fantastic place to be a surfer. A lot of surf all over the coast, whether you're on Mornington Peninsula or out here around the Torquay area and the Surf Coast. So much on offer.
Harry, this is a big moment. 1 minute remaining. Rachel with priority, B chasing a score. It's an excellent score, an 8.17. You know, what do you think Rachel will do to just coax out this final set?
It looks like they were just having a nice little chat out the back there. But, yeah, I don't think Rachel will let her get one underneath her, but she's trying her best to get into this one, scratching Sam, and she's got it.
Here it is, Rachel Tilley, our world champion, soul arch arm up, takes a fall, so she's not going to improve on that backup 6. 25 seconds for B. Conroy to get an 8.17. Is there going to be a wave in time? Body language suggests that there's not something close, so are we going to see our Victorian falling short? Is she going to get the opportunity to go to the quarters and get a 5th or better, or will it be a 9th? She's turning. There's a set. Harry, we've got 5 seconds remaining. We're counting it down. Is there a chance for her to get up in time? There is. She's up. B. Conroy is charging. She's got a good trim speed. She walks back to the tail, but that wave just did not cooperate. So unlucky for B. Conroy, but what an incredible run she's had.
She has, and what an exciting finish. I just saw that wave coming in and I was go, 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 paddle, paddle, paddle. But yeah, not going to be enough for her. It was all about Rachel Tilley today. She scrambles up the shoreline here at Bells Beach in this beautiful bay. Fantastic surfing from the Californian surfer. Can't wait to see her go into the quarterfinals here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Sam, what do you reckon?
Well, I reckon that's our first quarterfinalist. Who's she going to meet? Is it going to be Natalia Wonderlich or Haruka Yoshikawa? We're going to find out real soon as that heat kicks off. Stay with us. There it is. There it is. It's our Victorian B. Conroy, who was eliminated against our reigning world champion, Californian Rachel Tilley. Californian Rachel Tilley has booked a spot in the quarterfinals, and that was a great show, Harry. B had the chance at the end, but the wave didn't cooperate.
Yeah, and how's the laughter between the two of them? They'll have some stories to tell after that heat. Huge surf down here at Bells. Lots of stuff going on in the water.
Absolutely.
Plenty of bumps to navigate, plenty of white waters to bounce over, as we see either Natalia or Hiroka in the lineup launching over a big whitewater as it comes through. Natalia, Oahu-based surfer. Hiroka from Japan. And yeah, this is an interesting one, Sam.
It is, in this natural amphitheatre with those iconic red clay cliffs dropping into the Great Southern Ocean. And it's a bowl section all the way here on this bigger swell. And of course, we're now off the high tide, moving down towards the low tide later, as we can now see live action. Our surfer from Chiba, Japan, on the tip, gets the 5 in her booties and gloves, walks out, almost loses it there, Harry, but just about hangs on. Ruji Shapes, her father, a surfboard shaper. They have a surf store, and she's walking back to the tail. Little check of the rail there, and now things are going to get bouncy. She grabs that rail, she lies down, she's going to get a score on the board. Good start for the regular footer from Japan, I'd say.
Yeah, good start. That was well done. There's some tricky little moments there for Hiroka, but she managed to get through them. And it's super important to do that, because you only get so many goes at it. Yeah. I like what she's done. She's taken off on one on the inside. She just copped a pretty big set on the head, and she's not worried about the foam. There was that little bauble there, but she comes out of it pretty smooth. Repositions her board, gets it nice and high, and gets back on the nose through that inside section, and then just cutting down. And look at her bouncing through the whitewater here, getting kind of taken out, but she manages to hang on and get back to the beach so she can make her way back out.
That is not an easy thing to do. You know, just try it on a big day. You know, even when you go prone and the white water just explodes around you, you can't see anything. You have to go all by feel.
Yeah, it's tough. It's straightening out on a wave here at Bells. You never really know how much the white water's going to shoot out in front of the wave. It's sort of it's a unique wave. It gets a lot of push from behind. It's not like a dumping sort of reef break scenario. It's more of a real pushing from behind. It's a big slopey face, and some of the white waters will shoot right out in front of the wave. You've got to be really sure-footed to hang on.
Well, come on down if you're in the area. Check out the Bioglan activation zone there. Buy some of the products, the magnesium, the ashwagandha, and of course watch the longboarders here. And the great thing about this event, Harry, is the access. You know, we can get right there onto the iconic steps. You can really get to hear and feel the energy, and this is an exciting day for competitive longboarding. You know, some people are already saying it's the biggest conditions they've competed in. Gavin Adone said that. Jack Tyro also said that.
Yeah, a couple of young fellas. It's nice to see them on tour having a crack at it. And yeah, it's not... You can get down on the stairs. You can also come and say hi to the competitors, get a photo with them, rub shoulders with the world's best. Longboarding's pretty rootsy. It's really nice. Everyone's welcome. Love to see you down here shouting out to your favourite competitor.
That's where
so
the
many to
judges
choose
are.
from.
Up the top there in that white building there, so they get the opportunity for the spotter to call out who's up and riding, and then you've got the head judge, Tori Gilkison, kind of really kind of keeping an eye on everything, and then you've got a panel of 5 on rotation, and then the highest and the lowest eliminated when they drop those scores out of 10. And Hiroka, a 5.5, that's a really strong start for Hiroka. She'd be very pleased about that. She maximized what was a really tricky wave to surf, all foam and bounce across the face.
Yeah, a good example of never giving up and just sticking with it and understanding that there will be more opportunity on the wave. It doesn't matter whether you have a little bauble. You can put a score on the board, and all of a sudden, she's got the one up on Natalia.
There it is, the jet ski assist. So Hiroka on the back there on her Ruji Shapes board, just hanging on tight as there's a little bit of a lull, so she's going to get a good bit of time to position herself into the lineup. Natalia, we saw her free surfing down towards Point Lonsdale yesterday, Harry. What do you think of Natalia's approach? You know, how excited have you been to see this new talent coming through out of Hawaii?
Yeah, really excited. Natalia's got one of those styles that really stands out. just really great form on the nose. As we walked over the sand dunes there, she was hanging 10 down a perfect little peeler. Haven't seen her in big right-handers like this too often, but I did. The first I ever saw of Natalia from Oahu was in the Mexi Log Fest. It was a photo of her nose riding on a really solid left-hander, and it really stood out. So can't wait to see her get up and going here at Bells. She is riding, you mentioned the shaper's name.
Lost Not Found.
Lost Not Found, yeah. So she mentioned yesterday that Kiyoki and Rosie got her onto these boards, which is pretty epic. They're two great surfers from Hawaii.
Sure.
I was glad to hear that she's in their camp, and really excited to see her start things off here.
Well, let's find out if she's going to get a wave soon. But in the meantime, let's go to the glass with our reigning world champion, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I am here with the reigning world champ, also the youngest ever world champ. Talk to us about the pressures that you put on yourself, or the expectation being current world champion going into this week's event.
Yeah, well, I think there's definitely an expectation I have set for myself to at least make finals, you know, and that means making top 8. So for me, that's like always at least being in quarterfinals, not an option to lose before. And so these rounds where I had the elimination round and then round of 16 are always kind of like really, really head down, no option. But I was really excited to surf the bigger swell today. And like, gosh, that was a lot of hard work out there.
It is exciting today. The waves are really solid. The surfing you did out there was phenomenal. Fast nose rides on some big waves. Let the audience know what that feels like to be hanging 10, going super fast on such a steep wave.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it feels like flying, honestly, like any more so than, I feel like that kind of comparison gets said a lot about nose riding in general, but like, it's like no comparison to being on a small wave. Like when you get to be on a big bomb and fly like that, it's just the best feeling. These are like my favorite types of conditions to be in a longboard in, and Bells is a great big wave for longboarding, and yeah, it feels phenomenal to finally get my board out there. I feel like Josh Martin Shapes, my shaper, makes me the best boards for these types of conditions, or any conditions, but like, yeah, I love getting to push my board out in this type of stuff.
Yeah, you could see in those conditions today that your board you looked as one. Your board and you looked as one. It was unreal. It was great to watch. You've got a great cheer squad down here. You've always got really good support with you. But talking about support, you were up against local girl B. Conroy. The crowd was going crazy every time she caught a wave. How do you compose and stay in the moment and just focus on yourself and what you need to do to advance through that wave, that round?
Well, gosh, I mean, it can be kind of difficult, but I mean, B is a phenomenal surfer and an even more phenomenal person. And so it's actually, that stuff doesn't get in my head. I love seeing that type of support down here for every surfer, but B especially, she deserves that. And it's fun to see all the town of Torquay come together and support like that. And it gives me energy too to just go out there and have fun. And we're chatting out there and just having a lot of fun. She's the first friend I made in Torquay like years ago, and it was just us two surfing out in conditions just like this. So we were talking about how it was very similar. And yeah, and I'm super lucky to have people that I love here supporting me too. And my friends Joel and Georgie came down and surprised this morning. They made like these shirts that said Rachel Tilley Fan Club, which is hilarious. I've never had anything like that before, so that was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was amazing. I saw those shirts. I might have to get one myself. Amazing surfing. Hopefully conditions stick around like this tomorrow. It'll be amazing to see you surf in some big waves like that again and put on another great performance. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Josh. Rachel actually studied in Australia. She studied a degree in sports management at Bond University on the Gold Coast. There are the Rachel Tilley Fan Club shirts. Good stuff. And that's the picture of her last world title win last year in Sunzal, El Salvador. Long right hand is like a hot water version of Bells here in Victoria, and a similar length of paddle, often gets quite big and juicy, and that was a spot that is only for the top 8. And of course, this is now the second event of the World Longboard Tour, and we're really now moving into the money round, where surfers losing now, they get a 9th, but surfers getting to the quarters, they get a 5th, and that's when you're talking about potential qualification for the top 8.
Yeah, you really want to be making those quarterfinals, as Rachel was saying, and how easy it is to get behind somebody so enthusiastic and lively and exciting to watch surf. And here's another one, Hiroka from Japan, taking off on a clean wave here, Sam.
Straight to the 5, good line, a smaller wave, but she had a 0.77 during the interview that she didn't make. So she's staying active, looking to add to that 5.5 as Natalia again on a nice clean wall. Cross steps forward, nice down carve turn, a bouncy section as she just comes off the bottom into the top of the wave as things get a little bit bumpy. On the corner, she kicks out. She's going to add to her 2.17. Hiroka looking quite hungry and lively, though, in comparison.
Yeah, she's staying busy, Hiroka. She knows she's got a decent score there with a 5.5. She wants to back it up and put a bit of extra pressure on Natalia. Natalia hasn't really gotten going in this heat so far. We've seen a couple of waves where looks like she's not getting a lot of traction. She's not staying super connected with the wave's face on that board. It's bouncing around a bit. Both of these surfers on much flatter boards than we saw from Rachel. And yeah, they're having a hard time with some of the bumps out there.
Can I tell you, it is so hard to paddle quick wearing gloves. I could just see Hiroka in the background there. You just get no feeling of the texture of the need for each paddle stroke. But this is the replay, decent 2.60.
Yeah, she's going to paddle back out and look for a better wave. Probably not the best wave selection there. And here Natalia wants to get up and on the nose through this section, can't quite manage to do it. A bold cut down there, but you can see the board just disconnecting with the rail. The rail's disconnecting with the wave's face, and it makes it really hard to control because, as we've said so many times, out here we've got this strong offshore wind, and as soon as the wind gets under that massive surface area of a longboard, it makes it really hard to stay on top of it.
So she gets a 3.33, Natalia in red, so she's now in second, needing a 4.78. She's got first priority. As somebody who surfs a lot in boots and gloves, I will say that any opportunity to not wear the gloves is a lot more control on paddling and also just gripping the rail for rolls or duck dives or pop-ups. So I was quite surprised to see Hiroka opting to wear gloves. Ginger Kaimi is also wearing gloves, but I think, you know, if you do suffer from getting cold hands, that can be even worse though, because then you
one of those people,
yeah,
for sure.
You really don't want to, you know, lose control on the pop-up.
Yeah, always cold hands in for me, unfortunately. But you're right, it is hard wearing gloves. You've got to pull so much more water as you go through. It's really tricky. It takes a lot more energy.
Well, will it be the gloves of Hiroki Yoshikawa that takes the win, or will it be free hands of Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii? We'll find out real soon. We're going to take a short bonsai brew break, and we'll be back for the last half of this heat. It's the third day of action of the third year running of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. As we can see, Hiroki Yoshikawa from Chiba, Japan, up and riding. She's got a 5.5 and a 2.6. She won't replace the 2.6 with that ride. My name's Sam Bleakley in the booth with Harrison Roach. Harrison Natalia chasing a score of a 4.78. What does she need to do?
She's just got to be patient. There's 13 minutes remaining here. She's taking off on a pretty decent looking wave here, Sam.
Wow, big overhead wall for Natalia. Cross steps forward, back to the tail. Down carve, as we can really see from the Victoria flight cam as she sets herself up, but then kicks out. So she doesn't look as if she's really hunting for those nose ride walls or sections. She's seeming like she's searching for a wave she's not catching. The 3 that she's caught, you can see by her body language, maybe she's expecting a little bit more of a smoother wall ahead.
Yeah, it's almost like she's surfing like she's more under the pump than she actually is.
Yeah, she's right in the mix here, isn't she?
Yeah, Hiroka has had a decent score with that 5.5, and there was a couple of baubles on that one. It wasn't exactly a perfectly ridden wave. Natalia was off to a good start on that one with some nice S-turns and some down carves.
Yeah.
She had to tap the nose instead of kicking out then and rode it inside. She could be really back in the game here, but yeah, a bit of an interesting call, and now
big set.
Looks like she's getting caught on the inside. So she may have kicked out of that one, hoping to just sneak back out and not do the whole lap around, but she's paying for that now.
Well, it looks like there's one more to come through of this set. It'll be interesting to see how far it pulls her inside. She might be okay, and she may well get the chance to claw it back out when things start to settle. You can see Hiroka's just further to the inside. Judging from that last drone clip, I felt like this was the last big one, and they may have a little bit of a break in the action here, but it doesn't seem to be so, because you can see there's one more wave surging through. Are they going to claw over it in time? Natalia's clawed over it, but Hiroka, is she going to go for the duck dive or the roll? She goes for the dismount. She's on the inside. Her leash is strong. Natalia's going to have this one to deal with as well. Is it going to be the roll, the duck dive, or is she just going to claw over the corner? Just over the corner in time. And now I think she's going to have a good eye on the horizon, and she's going to have the luck to get out back. She's going to get priority. She needs priority chasing that lower score. But Harry, look, Hiroka's been washed way through to the inside.
Yeah, so Sam, a couple of days ago we were talking about duck diving longboards.
Yeah.
Some people can do it, some people can't. There's all different ways to get over under a wave. Some people will roll. Hiroka bailing on a couple there. Hiroka bouncing over a couple. And here's a replay of this wave where nice little carving downturn there from Natalia, setting it up with another one. And I thought here she might have just been able to set up a quick nose ride before straightening out, and she's off to a score that would arguably be better than her highest score, and she'd be reducing the number.
Yeah, she could have got what she needed to go into first there, because she gets a 4.33. You felt like there was at least a mid-5 in that.
Yeah, tricky. Natalia will hopefully have another chance here. And
however, by kicking out, she is going to be out back first, carrying that backup score of a 4.33. She may well be lucky, and it may pay off.
Yeah, but there's a fair bit of luck in that scenario. Had the jet ski have been inside to pick up Hiroka, we'd be looking at a different scenario, and it's a long paddle back out regardless. So you really want to finish your wave, you want to stamp it with authority. And yeah, 4.33, she's only 1 point, she's only just over a point below that requirement there, or the high score from Hiroka. She didn't even need it.
Feels like we just need to give her the message. It feels like if there was a chance to really communicate with her, it'd be like, Natalia, you're right in the game here, you know? You've got a big chance of getting the win. Hiroka has been active and busy, but it was really that opening 5.5 that was the strong point. The remaining 3 rides have been smaller waves, and they didn't allow scores bigger than that back up 2.6.
Yeah, it seemed like Hiroka wanted to get it done too quickly.
Yeah.
And she didn't have the patience to wait for one of the better waves, even the better mid-sized waves. She was taking off on smaller waves. The judges are just not loving that.
Yeah, great insight there, Harry, because after a good start like a 5.5, that's when you need to trust your patience.
Yeah, she was trying to tie it up. But she's up against one of the best here, Natalia. Great style, great flow. She's gotten a 4.33, and she's not even finishing her wave, so if she manages to put one together here, you could see it going into the good range, perhaps even excellent if she gets a nice clean wall.
Have you noticed any difference in quality between the first wave of sets versus the second or third wave of a set today?
I was just talking before coming into the booth with local legend Adam Robbo, who's doing some beach commentary down here today, and I asked him about, what do you reckon, Robbo, first or second wave in the set? He said, if I was competing, it'd have to be a cold day in hell for me to go on the first wave. So pretty clear message from the local surfer there. You want to wait for the second one. You want it to clean up. Those first waves having a bit of extra bump on the face. Second one's having a nicer wall. So we'll see how this goes. 8 minutes to go, Sam. Lots of time.
Yep.
The heat's wide open.
Absolutely, and we've got good heats coming up. We've got Avalon Gall and Emily Lethbridge, heat number 3. 2 goofy footers going up against each other. Avalon, our tour leader, after that win of the US Open of Surfing in Huntington. And then we've got Honolulu Bloomfield and Mason Schremer. So this is now Emily and Avalon. You know, we've got Avalon on the Michael Takayama. We've got Emily on the Thomas Beckson boards. And Thomas now on the sand watching, Harry.
Yeah, down here to support the girls. 2 great surfers here riding Thomas surfboards. There's Em on actual Mason Schremer's model.
Oh, interesting.
Her signature model.
Yep.
And Mason choosing to ride the Whizzle today, which is a board that I helped design with the WSL in mind for some of these days where it was a bit bumpier and still allows for a lot of nose riding, but can navigate a bit of swell.
And what model were you riding when you won your World Longboard title in Malibu?
Yeah, I was on a scoop tail that year in Malibu. I rode a bill pin in Sydney, and I had a shocker in Huntington, so we don't need to talk about that board. But yeah, scoop tail nose rider, really learnt from the year before, getting knocked out by Ben Skinner in the semi-final, who had a real flip in the tail, and he was getting those really high elevated nose rides. But it's a type of board that really would not be working out here today. Anything with too much flip in the tail, it's really going to slow you down and create a bit of havoc going over the bumps.
So there's Natalia's father just watching on from the inside with a backup lost not found board and looking forward down these round of 16 heats. Our Hydrolite heat to watch today on the women's side is going to be heat number 4, Honolulu Bloomfield against Mason Schremer. That's going to be followed by heat 5, Soleil Erico going for her third back-to-back win here, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, coming up against Cash Hoover, who won the trials. And then we've got another 2 goofy footers matching up, Chloe Calmon against Ginger Kaimi, and then we got Khalees Kelly-Opaha, Sive Girard, and the final heat of this round will be Sophia Colhane, of course her mum, Sarah from Geelong. Of course, Geelong took the win in the footy last night. Harry, we were watching the first half together. They look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm glad the Lions Magpies game is on a little earlier tonight. But could only make it to half-time last night, couldn't we, Sam?
Tully White will be coming up against Sophia in that final heat. Tully, of course, from Manly. She's been looking good here at Bells.
She really is. I mentioned earlier on the broadcast today, I saw her get a cracker of a wave before the contest started. But here goes Natalia.
Big heavy drop for Natalia, chasing a 3.78. Oof, that one just chandeliers down. So there may well be more waves to deal with. They may wash her through, leaving Hiroki Yoshikawa out there with the last 5 minutes as Natalia just has a look to the inside. She's going to swim under that one. Leash should do the job there. She's going to pop up after the foam. There she is, all safe and good.
That's Hiroka out the back. So hopefully she can get out before this next little flurry of surf, because 4.5 minutes remaining. She wants another opportunity. Only needing a 3.78. Not going to get the score with her last one. Another really interesting choice from Hiroka, trying to extend her lead, make it harder for Natalia, but also leaving the door open for the end of the heat. She's going to have to capitalise here, Sam.
Wow, but that was a really nice opening 5 and drives out of that second 5 and then bounced off at the end. But looking to improve on that backup 2.6, as we can now see Natsumi Teoka, who's been eliminated on the left, and Afili Akuen. Afili travelling with Chloe Calmon. Natsumi also a good friend of Chloe, so I think both those women will be supporting Chloe from Brazil coming up. But they would have liked that from Hiroka. Yes, she did fall at the end, but I think they'll be confident about her improving on the backup score.
She's going to improve on the 2.6 for sure. It was a pretty good wave. Yeah, yeah, it was bold. But you'd love to be out the back controlling, but she knows Natalia didn't need much. And she probably doesn't know what happened on Natalia's wave. But starting off pretty strong there with a lovely hang 5. You could hear the hoots going from the beach, and backs it up here with another one. Quick tap, gets back in time. That's 2 pretty good manoeuvres. We've missed a wave here from Natalia. I wonder what this one was like, Sam. It's closing out through the inside, but she might have got some work done out the back.
Well, it could have been just getting herself through to the inside safely. It's Roka.
It's mayhem out there.
Swallowed on the left side there. Here's the replay. Stands up tall, just sweeps it on Rail. What do you think of this, Harry?
Oh, it's a repositioning wave.
Sure.
There might have been some big bombs out the back that she didn't want anything to do with. But yeah, you'd have to think there was something going on out there. As you watch Hiroka in the back there,
she's got
a bucking bronco going through the inside. So tricky getting in and out here.
Even right now, if you look at Hiroka, you know, she's within like 3 yards of dry water, but she's still having to really concentrate. And now you can see the soft sand, how hard it is, and Hiroka's just going to get swallowed once again. It is brutal out there. And due respect for all of the surfers, because you've got to be calculated, you've got to have energy, you're hoping you've had a good night's sleep, you need your backup board on the beach, you need spare leashes, and you also need support on the sand to just help give you confidence and guide you.
And that's saying nothing about the stamina required to go and cop that. It looks like we can't see it, but she's probably laying down, having a little kip there on the sand. The beach is so steep here, Sam, so there she is, having a rest. It's so steep. When the shore break runs up onto the top, it surges back out. So Hiroka was probably just stuck, getting sucked back out to sea every time a big whitewater was coming through. And when you've got such a huge board hanging off you too, you got to hold on to it because it can fling around and hit you. It's a sketchy scenario.
But Harry, talk about that last score drop for Hiroka.
There we go. She's taken a very tight heat and made it convincing. 5.73, a higher score there for Hiroka. And you can see why. This initial nose ride, it's a great clean wave. She's right up high and she's in full trim, Sam. Lovely fast nose ride. And look at when she walks back there, the air that gets under her board, she manages to get back just in time to keep the rail engaged.
Sure.
Super exciting moment there from Hiroka, and she backs it up here. She navigates the bumps through the foamy inside, taps the nose again.
She was hoverboarding through these nose ride sections.
Actually, it's like the flying scenario that we heard from Rachel. It is quite like a hoverboard as they go down the line. But look, I hope Hiroka's okay, because she's taken a beating in there.
Feels like she was indicating maybe rail hitting the leg as well, but I think she's going to get the support now. Here's Natsumi's come in. Fingers crossed she's okay. I did see her gesturing that she had just got a bash on the leg. You could just see Thomas Beckson in the background there, best looking shaper in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, I'm very biased, so.
Oh, wow, this is interesting moments, Harry, because you can see that Hiroka's pretty shaken up there. So let's just cross thumbs that she's going to be okay.
Yeah, well, she'll be really happy to have gotten through the heat. I can't tell if she's laughing or crying. There's a lot going on there, but got great support there with Offaly and Natsumi. I'm going to take that leggy off. Hopefully the gals can grab the board and help her out. But she was grabbing onto her leg.
Yeah.
Let's hope there's nothing serious, maybe just a bit of a scare.
Sure. Well, she clearly wants to just stay put. There's clearly a little bit of referencing to maybe the rail hitting the thigh or the fin. There was a combination of like that fine line between laughter and crying. Of course, she's delighted. She's booked herself a spot in that quarterfinal. She's up. She's smiling. She's going to be okay. She's resilient. She's a warrior.
And she got the thumbs up from her mate Offaly, who is a physio too.
Skin dog down there as well.
Lots of support there for Hiroka. The oldest competitor on the women's side, 33 years old. She's put on a great show here. Copped a few beatings on the shore break, but everybody's copping beatings today, Sam. It's all happening down here at Bells Beach.
Well, we've got two goofy footers coming up next. Avalon Gall representing the USA, and Emily Lethbridge from Australia. Stay with us. The Waxhead and Constable coming into the booth to call the next two heats.
Avalon girl, the winner of Stop 1 of the World Longboard Tour this year in 2025. She took the win, her maiden victory on the World Longboard Tour, and she's been knocking on the door for many years. And being a Southern California local, this is considered to be one of her home breaks. And you talk about the contest arena. She put on a finesse display of longboarding, nose rides, cutbacks. But here today at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, we got different conditions from 2-foot Huntington Beach to 8-foot bells. She's going to have to be showing the full spectrum of repertoire. And there we see her getting cheered up the beach from fellow Hawaiians, Khalees and Sophia. The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We are into Stop 2, and we are welcoming the third heat of the day. This is the women's round of 16. Josh Constable in the booth with myself, Matt Chinosky, the Waxhead, taking on Emily Lethbridge, the fellow goofy footer from Noosa Heads, and Avalon, current leader on the world rankings, Josh.
Yeah, this is a super exciting heat, Matt, but how crazy is it to watch that highlight package from Huntington Beach? Just beautiful, clean, perfect longboard waves. And here we are at Bells Bowl today, and it is bombing. But here we go, some replays that we missed in the break. But nice stunning wave here for Emily. Both these ladies, very similar approach, both goofy footers, both beautiful style, footwork, flow, grace. And this is a really tight heat, and it's going to be super fun to watch, man.
Absolutely. Very similar styles you just alluded to. So you see Emily finishing off on the inside. She'll get the jet ski around. Wow, and just exiting out right there on the shore. And this was the replay of Avalon. This was a 6.83.
Yeah, it looks like Avalon's slight advantage in the score right now with a 6.83. Emily's that we just saw was a 6, but nice patience, beautiful nose right here, holding on to that, going super fast, and then a big wall closing out. And nice little down carve there and bringing it all the way in. She'll opt for the walk back up the beach, which is super tough, isn't it, Matt, in that soft sand, and then jump back on the ski.
So Avalon to get the first right of the way on the ski, getting down there into the corner. They've got to walk along the sand and then go all the way around. Looks like Emily, despite beaching it onto the sand, she's either been dropped off or she's paddled back out. Either way, she'll retain the priority. And Avalon will make her way back out. She did get the ski out, just had the confirmation. So that first wave she caught, she was the first one to the ski. She'll get that timing right, and she'll make her way into the impact zone where the waves are breaking. A 6 for Emily to kick things off, and I think she'll take a little bit of confidence out of that, because it definitely was far from her best surfing.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice opening for both those ladies, and Avalon just getting that slight edge. But Matt, talk to us about that 6.83, to get that little edge of 0.83, to have that lead and the beach commentator letting you know that you're in front. It does give you a little bit of a confidence and a little bit of a nice touch to the first wave of the heat.
Yeah, it's a mental edge, you know, understanding that you have got that edge as you're paddling back out. This is the replay of Avalon's wave. So the judge is probably appreciating the commitment on the bigger wave, but I think it was this turn. She steps up to the nose and really puts some effort into this end section here. Look at the commitment, the wave well overhead, and here, just lining it up for the inside, stays on her feet. The wave just explodes behind her. The biggest set wave, the toes right over the nose. That's a lot of commitment there, Josh.
Are they giving her a make on that last manoeuvre?
I think so. Yeah, I think she rides down and then the second bit explodes. Usually they're pretty strict on that, but I feel like she completed
had enough
the wave.
Control.
What about you think?
Yeah, I think so, but the nose rides, I really liked them. The second nose ride she was going really fast and
high up on the wave.
Really controlled. Looking back on Emily's, she was having some great nose rides as well, but not as solid, but maybe Emily's down carve a bit more radical. So yeah, really nice start to this heat, and this was kind of one for me that I was excited to watch. Both such similar styles, both real favourites of mine. I get to surf with Emily a lot back home, coming from Noosa, and her approach out there on those beautiful, clean, perfect walls of Noosa is really, really good.
Yeah, Emily, she's she's world class. We've known that for a long time, but in terms of her commitment to the World Tour, you almost wish that you've seen her on there the last 5 years and where she could be at with her competitive prowess. But in terms of class and style and technique, she's right up there with the world's best. This will be a tough battle for Avalon. She may be first on the rankings, but she would have also looked at this, Josh, and gone, wow, I've got my work cut out for me in this heat.
Yeah, definitely a tough draw this early in round of 16. You wouldn't be surprised if you saw this in the final or a semi or a quarter. So Avalon, it's the most committed I've ever seen. We've seen her out there. She even paddled out and free surfed this morning and got one really, really good wave. So in previous years, we might not have seen her paddle out and have a warm-up on a day like today. So for me, it's great signs to see the confidence and really working hard after that fantastic, her best ever result in Huntington Beach. She's the current world #1, leading the rankings. So she needs to go a couple more rounds and put on a really good result here. And she wants to get to El Salvador.
Yep.
And she really wants to try and get up higher in that ranking.
And coming from Laguna Beach in California, she's a regular at San Onofre, and her dad Ray's here supporting, and her little crew that she's rolling with. She's changed things up this year, and she's looking very mature on the World Tour. She is still riding the Michael Takeyamas, which look phenomenal. This morning she took off on a solid 8 feet wave, went to the nose, really elevated nose riding, stepped back into a carve. Doesn't really matter what equipment she's on. I think Avalon's all about confidence. And someone else who's riding a wave of confidence is Hiroka Ishikawa, who's on the glass with Berlin. All right, hi Hiroka. So this morning you did not know it was going to be so big. How did you know when you got here, and how did you feel in the surf today?
It was a really challenging condition for me, and then when I arrived here, I hear the really big sounds of waves, and wow, it's just huge. And I just tried paddling out now, and I'm so happy to be back here.
And you got some great waves out there, and you won your heat, so congratulations. How are you going to prepare for tomorrow? Not so big tomorrow, but still good size waves. How are you going to get yourself prepared for that?
I just keep my surfing and just focus on my surfing and try to do beautiful surfing tomorrow.
Okay, well, good luck and congratulations, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Do you want to say anything back home?
今日はすごい波の大きいコンディションだったんですけど、無事勝ち上がれて本当に良かったです。次のヒートも本当に頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Okay, back to you boys in the booth. Thank you, Berlin. Good insight there from Hiroka. Very relieved Hiroka. A little bit of an incident getting into the shore break coming in from that last heat. She was very lucky to avoid serious injury.
Yeah, it is tough, that shore break. Pulls no punches, and it's intense. I got to share some waves with her yesterday afternoon out at Rincon. There were some great waves, and just her energy and buzz and vibe is really cool. It's great having her around the event, and it's nice to see her progress through that heat. And if the swell drops off a little bit tomorrow and cleans itself up, she's a threat. She's in form. She's surfing really good, and she'll be riding on that confidence.
She's got a good crew that she's staying with as well, and we talked about Avalon spicing things up in her travel plans, but here she goes, current heat leader. That trademark hang 5, the foot all the way over the nose, power gouge back to the pocket. Surfing with power and finesse. She trims her way through the inside. 23-year-old studying real estate management. She'll be looking to, it's a great industry to get into, especially in Southern California, and she's got a great career ahead of her on the Longboard World Tour, especially with more wins and showing form like that.
Yeah, that wave was really good. It's I know he keeps saying it, but she's gone another level this year. Her surfing's improved. She looks hungry. She's chasing the goal now, and that nose ride on that opening part of the wave was pretty sensational.
Then we talked about the board design, where she's keeping that same style of surfboard but not letting it be of any disturbance. It's very rare that somebody can actually ride the same board in all conditions and surf at the same level from Huntington to 8-foot bells. Not many people are doing that.
No, and it just goes to show the confidence she has in that board and the relationship she has with Michael to really trust. Last year she did bring a pintail, but she opted to keep riding her square tail. And it looks unreal under her feet. It's just, she's one. I actually said that to Rachel Tilley. She looks one with her board, no matter what the conditions, 1 foot, 6 foot, and Avalon's looking the same, man.
We got more sets on the way. We're going to go to a Bioglan brew break, and we'll be back soon for the remainder of Heat 3.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back and good afternoon. We're into Heat 3, the round of 16. This is the second part of the heat. Avalon Gal from Laguna Beach, California, is in the lead with a 5.83 and a 6.83 from Noosa's Emily Lethbridge. This is a goofy foot affair. Matt Chinosky joined by Josh Constable in the booth. And here goes heat leader and ratings leader Avalon up and riding on this beautiful carve. She comes off the bottom. This is longboard surfing epitomized here for Avalon. That relaxed style and that flow, trying to use the board to generate speed, and that one does not connect through to the inside. Perhaps a tactical move from Avalon midway through the heat.
Yeah, just the way she's like really digging in on those turns and just really using that upper part of her body and then just swooping through, really driving and accelerating out. Her previous wave, 5.83, was a really solid nose ride, but I feel like this one had a little bit more oomph in the turns. I kind of like this one. I think she might improve. Like right there, Matt, digging in, bringing it right down to the bottom of the whitewash. And one more. Shame that this one didn't link through. It feel like she started to get momentum right there and kind of backed off. Maybe she could have
pushed all the way through.
Yeah, trimmed and got through, but maybe opting to just get back out the back easily rather than going all the way to the shore.
I guess you're weighing up, is the wave going to provide that extra point and a half, and then you've got to take away 5 minutes with a walk around, the jet ski. At that point, maybe she was looking for a little bit more. I can't express how daunting it is when you head into that shore break, knowing that it may not even be worth it with your points. Half an hour heats. What's going through the surfers' mind as they approach that section? I just mentioned that extra point, but the danger element too.
Oh, it's crazy, Matt. Like, you've got 6 foot of wall, whitewash coming at you. You've got a cliff down there. You can see in our top right of the screen, we've got shallows dumping on the sand. We've also got a rock shelf in there. It's high tide, so that's not showing as much, but you know there's rocks underneath you. It's intimidating, it's daunting, and that's why they're the world's best, and they put themselves in that situation and can handle it.
There is Mason Schremer. She'll be coming up next against Honolulu Bloomfield. And there's Honolulu walking down for her heat. And Ray giving a thumbs up. That's Avalon's dad. And he's just an absolute... He's a stalwart himself on the tour. He's been making a trip over to Australia for well over a decade now. And so has Honolulu.
Yeah, Ray's a great guy. We love having him around the event, and it's cold down there, and he's always walking around, no shoes on, loves getting his feet in the sand and grounding himself, so really cool. But here's a great looking wave here for Emily.
She's waited a long time for this one. Getting low and kicking out of that, so advantage to Avalon. Looking for a 6.9, that won't be the score. She makes her way wide on the... Wide of the break, a 6.07 locked in for Avalon. Despite not making it all the way through the inside, she does improve in the heat total.
Yeah, I think the judges appreciate her just digging in that little bit more on those turns. And I definitely like that, watching that, just really pushing and driving. So looks like Emily's paddling across to the ski. I'm not sure, Matt. I don't think you can jump back on, can you? But you have to come to the beach. But maybe just getting wide enough and just making sure she's out of the way in case some of those bigger cleanup sets come through.
And if it's not something that, I mean, although they've had the briefing, it's not something on the top of their mind. Wave selection is, board choice, making sure they've got the dry wetsuit. And at times, a lapse in judgment, maybe they think, oh, can you just give me a lift back out? Like we do when we're free surfing. How's this set rolling in? Emily out wide. She's going to cop the whitewash here. Maybe just scraping over in the blue rash vest. Thankfully for her energy levels, she gets over that one. And Avalon too. So tide's starting to drop out. The swell straightening up. The wind cooperating.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day today. And when we came over, normally we come over over the hill this morning and you normally see stacked lines. There's a lot of lulls between it. And there wasn't many lines this morning. And I pulled up and I was like, oh man, the swell hasn't arrived. And then I got out of the car and walked out onto the deck and looked across it. It was bombing. I saw a huge set. Taylor Jensen taking off on that. And I saw you in the car park just I've never seen someone get changed so quick into your wetsuit. And mate, you were frothing. You got some beautiful waves this morning, and can't thank you enough for taking my son Jive out and pushing him into probably his biggest wave of his life.
Yeah, I told him to go. Young Jive Constable, he said go. His eyes lit up. Okay, I've got to go.
Yeah.
And that's what being around these events does to you. And we see Avalon Gal, she's been doing this for a decade now, traveling to these World Tour events so she can develop confidence like this. The Stonerwood slow-mo. This was the first wave, the 683. Delicate footwork. Gets a little caught up there. As we slow-moed this down, it was probably the leash. She kicked it away from her on the back foot. Really committed bottom turn carve there. Looking for this growing end section. Look at the nose. Her feet wrapped around the front. Just the relaxed, dainty hands. Almost like a ballerina. And she steps back into this one and finishes complete.
Yeah, nice little drive away there. So that was a great wave, yes, and she did have great control there. But those hands, like you said, like a ballerina, that is her background.
Yeah, it is.
And you can see it, the beautiful, delicate footwork, the hand position. She is one of my favourites, and I'm stoked to see both of these ladies surfing against each other. It's a shame that it's so early on in the event, but definitely Avalon goal right now, running with this momentum of current world #1. And Emily, she just needs to regroup. 6.9, it's definitely not out of her reach, but she needs to get going for sure.
Second in priority, Avalon should be happy to be ahead, but Emily, she'll know what she needs. It needs to be a special wave. Doesn't have to be the biggest one, but Emily has a terrific technique herself. The judges break down the style. These two have got that back leg tilted in, using their hips, and when they turn, they've got a very similar upper body pendulum swing, and it looks fantastic, and it displaces a lot of water. So very much their strengths in each other's wheelhouses, both of them. So it's a great match. And the next one coming up, Honolulu and Mason Schremer. This is another even match. Both these surfers have relatively similar upright styles and a real knack for commitment.
Yeah, we have the battle of the goofies right now. Got the battle of the regular footers, and both Mason and Hono have come up against each other the past 2 years together here at Bells. So it's been going Honolulu's way, previous matchups. So Mason will be looking to get one back. Both of these surfers, they all feel comfortable in these bigger waves. Definitely Honolulu, she is one with the ocean, and she's excited. We've seen her around the contest zone this morning, and a different energy from Honolulu this year, being a mother and having the baby here and Clay, and they're just in a really good space, and she seems happy. So looking forward to seeing this next heat too.
She has been typically relaxed the last few years, but always battled with confidence in those first 5 to 6 years on tour, but really showing a real comfort level on the World Tour these days. And Clay, a big part of that. Here goes Emily. She's here with part of her family and friends, carving this one around. Good style. Oh no, just getting a little bit of a wobble as she hits the boil there. She looks like she's going to ride this one into the shore, reset, and get the jet ski back out.
Yeah, really nice wave there. Great wave choice. I'm surprised Avalon created so much space and let Emily take that wave. Unfortunately, Emily had a few little bobbles. Unfortunate. Even the carve, thinking back to what Avalon was doing, really laying it over and drawing it back to the bottom of the wave in that little bowly pocket. Emily cutting her short, so I don't think it's going to go there in that 6.9, what she's chasing. I don't even think it's going to improve on that 6-point ride, but let's have a look at it, Matt.
So she gets up to the nose, and it's here. The wave races away, and the boil starts to show itself after this turn. Just a little loss of momentum there. The judges will penalise that heavily, and she was well on her way at the beginning of the nose rides.
Yeah, it was a great wave, so unfortunate, but plenty of time. Helps with the jet ski assist. She's going to run back up the beach. Hopefully her sister Charlotte's down there, maybe grabbing the board, taking a bit of pressure off Emily so she can run and get up there quicker. But yeah, there it is, Matt. Comes in at a 5.1. So unfortunately for Emily, not improving on that 6, you know, trying to reduce that 6.9. Even if it goes at a 6.5, it's less score. But wow, look at this wave, Matt. This is a nice looking one.
Yeah, standing up on the outside. Another committed carve there for Avalon. She's got a better a 6-point ride here, and she's worked out the wave IQ. If she can get another nose ride here, it'll be asking a question. She works her way through the inside. This one, tapering off. A couple of touches, nothing critical yet. She's going to need a dynamic finish. Gets a strong carve in there. She's way down the beach there, so she'll wait her turn for the jet ski. Oh, wow, she is super close.
Way down the bottom. She needs to paddle in and get in quickly, because that is where it's really dicey down there. But that was a fantastic wave. That's going to be the best wave of the heat for sure. Nice nose ride here. These calves, you can see she's just bringing them a little further around than we're seeing from Emily. Judges will like that. This is a long ride, which is giving her lots of opportunity. Like you said, nothing huge and icing anything, but again, just staying busy, patience, little tap of the nose again. It's quite bumpy in there. It's not easy to do, so this is a long ride. I don't think we're going to see Avalon ride another wave. She's a long way down the beach. There's 5 minutes remaining, but it's a long walk back and then to jump on the ski. But this slow-mo here, just bringing it back to the pocket. Beautiful surfing and really nice wave.
This is a part of the heat where that heat IQ really starts to come in choice, and she knew that she needed to convert this into something considerable. She didn't have any doubt. She committed all the way through to the inside section. This is a new and inspired Avalon gal we're seeing in a competitive sense. Still the same amazing surfer, but the decision-making has gone to a new level.
Yeah, she didn't have the big dynamic finish, so she really had to capitalise and ride it as long as she could and try and stay busy on those inside spots. Didn't come through as a best wave, probably because of the finish, but again, improving a little bit, putting a little bit more pressure on Emily. Emily now requiring that 7.13, 4 minutes remaining. Emily's going to have the lineup all to herself.
Yeah, I don't think Avalon will get out back in time, but she did well just to improve incrementally. We talked earlier about what it feels like to have that first place being said over the loudspeaker, the beach commentator saying, you know, Red, you've improved your lead. Those little mental notes can have a big impact if you're coming second. And hearing a number up into the 7s, that's a hard number just to grovel for.
And Matt, how does it feel being out there in Emily's shoes right now, needing a score, big wide lineup? It's not as defined takeoff because the swells, it's big, it's moving around. How hard is it to position when you're the only one out there right now?
Incredibly difficult, especially if you haven't surfed bells a lot. You know, she's coming down from Noosa. She has put in the time, but you, 2004 Australian titles winner, you surfed out here with 3 other guys as well with a big open playing field. But it's not perfect today. It is a little tricky. The waves are not coming to you necessarily. You've got to sort of hunt them down.
Yeah, you've got to feel the ocean, don't you? You've got to move around. You've got to look for those little boils and just be on your toes, whether you have to shoot up the point by 20 or 30 paddles or wider set that sneaks across. We've seen some great performances today with people really hunting down waves. You can't sit and get stuck. You have to move, but looks like both of the ladies here are opting to maybe see out the end of the heat and then jump on the jet ski at the start of their heat to get an easy...
Or, wow, this is an interesting scenario. 2.5 remaining. The beach announcer hasn't been overly vocal with times, so there's a chance that they're both waiting for each other to paddle out. So we'll catch up with that in a moment, but here's Emily's go. This could be the last effort, needing a 7.13. Good start to this one. Stretched out nose ride, but good style. Working that Thomas surfboard all the way through the inside. She's going to need a strong finish.
I like this, but she needs to get busy. She needs something dynamic. It was a nice start to the wave.
Oh, she goes down.
Oh, unfortunate for Em right there.
The wave was drawing similarities, the way that it hit the inside and ran away like Avalon's. So, oh, here we have swimming through the inside section. Watch that board.
Yeah, thinking the same thing. So this is interesting right now, Matt, with the ladies in the next heat sitting around waiting for the end of this heat. We saw that with Tucker this morning. He got cleaned up and got washed up. So he waited for the heat before, but let's go through this replay. Got off to a great start. Good size wave, nice nose ride. Again, the turns are a little shorter than what we've seen from Avalon, not wrapping them back to the pocket as much. Great nose ride coming from behind this little section here. This is where she really needed to capitalise. She needed to get big, something big, dynamic. And unfortunately, gets a bit bumpy here and going down. What do you think, Matt?
It could potentially be her best wave. The nose rides were a little stretched out. The judge has been critical on that with how far the feet were apart. But the good thing is she had all eyes on her at that time, and she is very stylish and gracious through her movements, so she does make everything look smooth. And that style is part of the criteria. Same with flow and control, and she had a lot of control on that wave. So she's asked the question. The judges are taking their time to lock in the score. But phenomenal surfing from Avalon, a great heat, surfing 5 waves, and 4 of them were keeper scores. So she's really surfing smart this event.
Yeah, she is. She's connected and feeling good. There's Charlotte, who's a very good friend of Avalon's when they're always surfing and hanging out while the Noosa Festival's on. So it's just, we're a big family. We all travel and surf and hang and always cheering for each other. So it's great to see. But Emily Lethbridge, great to see her back in the Rashi. We haven't seen her at the world stage for a little while, Matt. So, like you said, it's who knows where she could be if she was committed to the tour. But she's gone to college. She's got a great degree. She's got a great career now. And but it's good to see her back here at Bells Beach.
This was an exciting heat to watch. And Emily Lethbridge truly is a world-class surfer. She's one of the most stylish surfers in the Southern Hemisphere, if not the world. And certainly not outclassed here.
It's taking a little while to get this score, Matt, so does it mean they're a little more interested in it? And like you said, she was the only one in the lineup. All the eyes were on her. Judges are having a really good look at this, which means it may be close.
Well, the nose rides of Avalon's were out on the face, not in the pocket as well. So they're comparing the same thing there. Just maybe the turns and the completion, but she got that chip shot into the wave and finished way down the line.
Let's have another look at it here. So good nose ride there. Didn't hold it for super long, throwing a lot of spray, but not wrapping. But this is a good nose ride.
And a good combo from the turn to the nose ride.
And then coming around here, again, just here, the wave just gets a little bumpy. Tap of the nose again. It's going to be really close. It's a shame she fell there and just couldn't kind of finish with a nice completed turn. It is psycho in that shore break. It is scary, but really good.
And this camera angle does compress everything. It is a little different for the judges. They've got the expansive view and certain waves today. I think Edouard Del Pero had a phenomenal mid-sized wave that scored it was the highest single wave score of the day. And it was phenomenally surfed, but on the screen it looked compact. But in real life, apparently that wall was stretched the whole way out. It looked really, really technical, and he got the excellent score. So we'll wait and see where this comes in. And perhaps her friends and family are a little surprised as well how long this is taking.
Yes, this is really good for Team Noosa and Australia and Emily fans. Great to see them all down there. Charlotte, Emily's sister, fantastic surfer. We got Claire. Pete will be home. Heard he went fishing the other day, didn't watch it. Went and caught some big fish and watched the highlight later that night while he was cooking up some dinner.
So we're going to compare Avalon's 683. We just went through the replay of Emily's 4th wave, which is still yet to lock in. And that'll be the reference the judges are going back on. They have access to the replays in their separate room. So a bigger wave. The foot, a little loss of control after that nose ride, kicking the leash away. So it wasn't a perfect start. And holds that nose ride a little bit longer. There, that was an extended bit of nose ride time. And then she got blown up by the whitewash not long after. So the scores lock in. 2 judges say yes, and 3 say no. A 6.97 is the average. And there you have it. She summed it up. Oh, well, I gave it my best shot. Great surfing there from Lethbridge, and she'll leave here in the round of 16. But we'll see. Avalon Gal, number 1 on the rankings, move forward into the quarterfinals. And stay tuned, because up next we have Rachel Tilley coming into the booth to call Honolulu Bloomfield and Mason Schremer. the beautiful state of Victoria in Australia. 243 kilometres of the Great Ocean Road. We have the 12 Apostles, those little coves nestled in amongst those giant cliffs. There is something for everyone in Victoria. Amazing events, tremendous bushwalks. I like the little Airbnbs and of course the little cafes that are in those little coastal hamlets. But as surfers, the crown jewel is Bells Beach, and that's where we're located for stop 2 of the World Longboard Tour at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We have so much action remaining today. Heat 4 in the water, but I have a special guest, reigning world champion Rachel Tilley is joining us in the booth. You had a heat win earlier, and how lucky were you get to call this amazing heat as well. How are you, Rach?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm finally just caught my breath after that heat. It's a lot of hard work out there, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Mason and Honolulu battle it out. They have gone against each other quite a few times over the past few years especially, and they're really good rivals. So, and two of my favorite surfers and people.
So both regular footers, you yourself are a regular footer, and this is just a phenomenal matchup. If you were in either one of these positions, we'd be saying the same thing. Honolulu and Mason have met up here the last 2 years. They also met in Abu Dhabi. Honolulu has had the jump on Mason here in the last 2 years, but very evenly matched in terms of their skill set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them are riding not super dissimilar boards, more traditional style of boards. Mason on her Thomas, and Thomas is here, been supporting and watching, so that's always cool to see him on the stairs, and Honolulu on her Meyer. That's been going so well for her over the past few years. So as we see some sets coming through, I love like watching them navigate this and trying to scratch, and it's really difficult to find your positioning, especially at the very start of a heat, as to where you want to be sitting out there. B and I found ourselves kind of in the same position as like a lot of cat and mouse.
Yeah, you had local girl Beaches Conroy, who obviously knows the good ones, but you had the jump, better wave selection, and this is Honolulu starting things up in the red. No stranger to the wind and the bigger waves from the North Shore of Oahu. Just getting things started here. Up on a Myers Surfcraft, a little heavier, that board blast. And that is certainly going to play into the favor of both of these women, because one thing, although you might get more maneuverability on a performance-based craft, when that wind is up and the chops are present, it's very difficult to maintain control, which is part of the criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. And that wind kind of coming more from I don't know, the west, I think, right? West, on like the right side of your screen, I guess. During our heat, it really picked up. It like started white capping, and then halfway through the heat, it kind of backed off again, and it hasn't looked like it's picked up as crazy, but that helps a little bit. It coming from that direction, it's not coming up the face of the wave and, you know, making it extra bumpy, but it is pretty, there's a lot of large lumps out there, and especially like we saw at the beginning of that wave here, it's really foamy, and that is really hard to navigate when you have so much speed. That as you do on these waves, and she did well to get up on the nose, but they're both just sitting, I think, maybe a little bit deep. Obviously, we've seen Mason have a quick ride of a 1.83. We didn't get to see it, but I imagine maybe it was something of similar nature.
Honolulu was pretty lucky. She didn't commit to the inside section there. The wave almost forced her to kick out. That wave just completely shutting down. What happens when you go past that point of no return? The walk up the beach, are you going to be able to punch it back out, or when you look back up when you finish, it's just like, no way, I've got to get the ski?
Yeah, I think, you know, that's something that I was super mindful of, is wave selection super important so that you're maximizing your time.
Wow, tight 5 nose ride there to get things started for Schremer. Stepping on that tail, whipping it in that little turn. Just looking to get back onto the nose here. Delicate footwork. Nice measured, controlled wave here for Mason. And she rides out of this one with control. So that'll be a keeper score in the scheme of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice way to start out your heat, you know, and get the juices flowing and start to feel comfortable getting your feet in the wax. And, you know, now she's made a complete ride, which feels good when you're getting all the way down to the beach. Pointing a little bit more forward on that one. I know, you know, she stands up right away rather than opting for a bottom turn and a small turn. Mason's really good at keeping her surfing really composed and controlled. I mean, we don't see any wobbles or moves from here that are, that I think the judges will dislike or anything, but also nothing overly flary or critical, but a good start for her heat.
Harrison alluded to a flat spot out there in the lineup that I felt during this morning's free surf as well. You set a good line, a big long bottom turn, which typically serves you well here at Bells Beach and Sunzal. With that cross chop, it creates those little flat areas. Mason did a great job, I think, to disguise what would otherwise been a bit of a lump in the wave.
Yeah.
We'll see if the judges pick up on that tight footwork, the way she stepped back over the fin and sort of whipped it around. You do a great job because your boards have a lot of that natural curve in the board, and it's glued to you and it feels like it's one. So I love that sign from Mason, showing spicy, connected surfing, using the footwork in a functional manner. Love breaking down the technical aspects of longboarding. And Rachel, you've seen the full evolution in the 10 years that you've been competing, and since your last world title, what's one of the major changes that you've witnessed in that last decade?
Well, I mean, the equipment changes absolutely are, I think, the main thing. And our tour took some time finding its footing as we were going through those changes. WSL even aired, putting equipment decisions or, forcing us restrictions. Thank you. But yeah, let's take another look at this one of Mason. Judges locking in a score for this one. And
yeah,
Matt, I think you're right. She did a really good job at disguising that flat spot. I think especially her board not having a lot of rocker. The surfers that are riding boards that don't have as much rocker are often having a lot wider of nose rides, but look at how tight that nose ride is and critical. And she just has that little airdrop coming down, and her upper body is just so composed to that entire thing.
That turn there where she sets that up after the nose ride could have gone so wrong with the flat rocker that you alluded to. She's doing a great job here, Mason. A 7.83 after that critical nose ride, connecting it through to the inside of the Bells Bowl. A tricky wave that you would say from a competitive standpoint, she surfed up the score. So advantage Mason Schremer, and great surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really phenomenal. And I think the score really, I mean, we've also talked about the tight footwork and the tight nose ride where that score came from, but her composure, I think, is something that is so signature to Mason, is she's all so composed throughout everything. You don't see any bumps through her upper body at all. Some styles are a little bit more, waving the hands and all of that, and she's always has a really nice composed upper body, and I think that lends well to conditions like this where you can see all the texture on the water right now. It is so lumpy for the surfers to be navigating.
Someone who did a great job navigating the bumps and the lumps in her trademark California styles, Avalon Gale, who's on the glass for her post-heat interview.
All right, Avalon, coming off a win at Huntington, you're on a roll right now. We're sitting here giggling about what the conditions are like and trying to come in. Give a little insight to those at home how that was for you.
Well, I love surf like this, and I had so much fun, but I could not get in. On both times I tried coming in for the ski, I could not get in. I rolled at the beach 8 times. I had to rip my leash off to get in, but besides that, the waves are so much fun, and it's so sick to see everybody surfing.
How good does it feel to get a nice win, solid surf under your feet moving into the next round?
I'm honestly just so stoked we got some good waves, and I hope we get some more tomorrow. All
right. And your equipment, is your equipment feeling really good under your feet right now? Because to us, it looks like it is.
Yeah, it's feeling really good. That's actually my model that I'm riding. Michael and I have been working on it for a while, and I'm super stoked on it. And sorry, I kind of stress cracked it my last heat a little bit, but it's working great.
Well, best of luck in the next round. I'm sure everyone at home is super excited to watch you surf, and we'll shoot it back up to you boys in the booth. And Rachel.
Thank you, Berlin. An enthusiastic Avalon there. Great signs. She'll be into the quarterfinals. So the 7.83 for Mason, pressure applied to Honolulu. It is going to be a race for priority, and Schremer gets it. We see Honolulu paddling back out. This is the replay.
Yeah, another kind of foamy one, unfortunately. Just trying to find that opportunity to get a nose ride section. And this is where wave selection is really crucial out there. I think a really smart decision for her to cut out rather than trying to milk it to the inside. 17 minutes, still plenty of time, or, you know, really more like 18 minutes remaining, still plenty of time. And I think the outside sections are the most critical and crucial to your score line. So if you kind of miss that opening nose ride or turn, you kind of think the flow-on effect is you're capped out. And this is the opening nose ride. Wow.
And paddling back out is Honolua, looking at a front row seat of this. And Schremer looking spicy on her Thomas surfboard. This is the WSL Whizzle model, made for this exact purpose, an all-round single fin. Putting it to good use there, committed turn.
No.
And as I say that, the back foot slips.
Well, it was committed.
Well, it was committed,
Yeah.
and it was going to score really well, but only needing to drop a 183, she'll extend her lead and put even more pressure on Honolua.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful nose ride. This will be such a beautiful still photo. Look at the size of the face of that wave. And again, such great composure, nice turn, finessing this section really well. I like how patient she was here. A little stumble there, missed opportunity to get back on the nose, but that wasn't going to affect her scoreline too much, I don't think. That obviously will, missing that opportunity to maximize the rest of the wave.
Yeah, she really put the power into this turn. Maybe felt a bit of a downtime that she needed to capitalize on and surf up the score. Here we have just pushing on the tail, losing a bit of momentum, disengagement from the rail, the edge, and the fin. And as we see her paddling back out, we'll wait for scores, but we'll go to a bonsai brew break. Don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 4 and plenty of action. For the rest of the day, stay tuned. Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic Day 3 of competition, round of 16 in the water. The women's Heat 4, Rachel Tilley, 2024 world champ, joining myself, Matt Chinosky, the Waxhead. Good afternoon from Victoria. Rachel, an amazing day of competition. You won your heat earlier. You'll be in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good, feeling relaxed. It's a lot of hard work out there, working a lot of water moving, so it takes a lot of effort and work to even walk, by the time you finish your wave and you're getting onto the beach, running up the beach, the jet ski. Thank goodness we have the jet skis. Really stoked that Will Hayden-Smith and the team at WSL lined that up for us. That makes a huge advantage for us to leave it to the scores and the surfing.
We saw a great wave from Mason Stremer, a 7.83 that she surfed all the way through to the inside section of the shore break, utilising that jet ski assist. And if we have a look at behind us on the replay, that technical hang five, stepping into this little turn. I love that little transition. I think the judges did too. the control as she gets through to the chop in here, and she balances and manages it so well as she gets to the nose. What is she thinking going into this section, Rachel?
Yeah, I think, as you're getting into this inside section, that section starts to stand up and run away, and so it gives that opportunity to have a little bit more of that critical nose ride as you surf into it. And here she's just thinking, just finish this off strong. I love her down carves. Some of her down carves are some of her signature maneuvers that I think about her with.
And there's a shelf in there. There's random rocks that pop up. So great committed work there from Mason. And you too, you had a phenomenal finish. Go back and watch the replay of Rachel's heat before. Honolua asked me, she goes, what did Rachel do in the inside section to get all those compliments? And I said, she sent it. She went so hard.
Thank you. Yeah, watching, we had the example of the men all morning, and I really appreciated how Taylor Jensen was finishing his down carves, and I'm half the size of him, but just watching how they were reading the wave is something I took a lot of inspiration to. And Mason's doing a really great job in this heat. Already only 12 minutes remaining. I think if you're Honolua at this point, she knows she needs 2 scores in her score line. She's going to try and be really picky with her priority, and she's winding down that time for that 2-wave opportunity.
And Honolua, a recent mother, she's got her baby Rain here and Clay, her boyfriend, and she's got a great support network. Her sister here looking after the baby as well when she's out surfing. And at that little community network she's got, she'll be feeling at ease. But right now, hearing that 7.83, the scale has changed. Obviously, that in previous heats may have been a little bit different. We had the offshore wind and we had some bigger waves earlier. But we're just going through her mind right now. Would that be in a pretty intense total to try and come back at a 9.66 required?
Yeah, I think at this point you're not thinking about a 9.66 as your requirement. She's thinking, I need to throw away my 3 and my 2, and I just need a really good canvas of opportunity. Obviously, she's a phenomenal surfer. She just needs the wave opportunity, in which she hasn't really gotten yet. Maybe this will be one.
Second wave of the set's usually been a good one, but a little deep maybe. Mason's going to go this.
Ooh.
A 5 on her last. Ooh.
Oh! Shoot.
Well, there's an unconventional wipeout there for Mason. Usually you see the pin drop, but that she didn't even want to go down the wave on that one. And here she goes on a clean wave. This is Honolua Bloomfield, one of your old sparring partners. Rachel.
No. Oh, good save.
Winds up the windows a little bumpy on this one. Choosing a choppy, whitewashy wave. It's going to hope for an inside to chip away at that score. Good form so far, good control. Managing the bumps, she's got to stay with it. And that'll improve on the 2.43 and slowly reduce that requirement. May even be her best wave yet.
And opting to cut out means that she is going to paddle back out, which honestly I think is a good call at this point. Will save a lot of energy. Let's take another look at this last one from her. Lots of bump on this, so hard to navigate that part. Obviously a little stumble there, which took away that opportunity for her to get a nice carving maneuver in there as she recovered, but she made up for it getting back up to the nose here. So technical that she just navigated all of that. You can see her absorbing all that shock through her knees and just demonstrating what a talented surfer she is.
A lot of muscle memory there from Honolua. Been longboarding for 20 years. Oh, and a mid-face nose ride for Mason. He's really laying it down there for Honolua to see as she makes her way back to the lineup. And Schremer adjusts for that nose ride. She'll go all the way through the inside, try and improve on that 5-point ride. A great flurry of waves there.
Yeah, wow. I can't wait to see Mason's again as well. Just looking really beautiful. You know, Mason's waves, maybe a little bit better wave selection, a little less of that foam that she's been having to navigate, that Honolua had to navigate on her wave. But with just about 9 minutes remaining, Honolua is going to be out in the lineup again shortly. I'd still say there's an opportunity for 2 waves if she needed to. Let's take another look at this one of Mason's. She gets that mid-face nose ride really tight. I love how forward that back foot is, really important, and nice carve, staying right in the critical section of the wave. A little stumble there, or I'd say not super meticulous footwork there, but she replaces it really quickly, finishes it out. I'd say that's complete there. And another look at this one from Honolua. Nice nose ride there as well. Stumble. This is where I would have loved to see her get a carve, be higher up on the wave when she finished that nose ride, carve down, and now be bottom turning back up. Would have helped her scoring opportunity here. But she did well to recover and get more out of this. I think it was good that she continued to milk this wave. Earlier today, or earlier in this heat, we talked about, you know, making that call if you miss that outside section to cut out. But at this point with time remaining, she really does have to start maximizing those
The opportunities, yeah. 4.33 drops for Honolua. It is her best wave, but now requiring an 8.5. A legend of the sport paddling out. That's Soleil Erico, last year's champion, and Cash Hoover, the wild card into the event. That's going to be another great battle. And you've had fantastic duels over the years with both Soleil and Honolua. Have you had a heat against Cash yet?
Yeah, I have not here in the in a WSL level event, but at home in some of our local events, we've had some good battles, and she is a phenomenal surfer, really, really talented in the way she reads a heat, and mature for her decision making in the heat for her age as well has really impressed me, and something I've noticed really early on, that she's going to be a staple on this tour for years to come.
And tell me some of the battles you've had with Mason and Honolua. Anyone in particular stick out? I'm sure some of the Taiwan World Title races with Honolua.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Honolua and I, for years and years, every single event would meet in the semifinals, quarters or semis, and we'd kind of be the keen rivals at at pretty much every stop. But we're great friends on the beach, not rivals on the beach, fortunately, but she has made me a better surfer and competitor over the years. And you know, also Soleil, I think those have been my two main surfers and women over the years that I've come against that have really pushed me to think about how I structure a heat, pushing the level of surfing that I'm doing. You know, Honolua, usually her knack is great wave selection, so I've been a little bit surprised in this heat, but it is super easy to get lost at sea out there.
Scores coming in for Schremer, and I was wondering how they were going to approach this. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. So she gets to the nose, this wall goes all the way through to Winky, but she goes to the nose, she doesn't shy away from it. The judge is really appreciating the speed and the commitment of this nose ride. And as she steps back into this turn, the judge is showing, well, she's showing the judges that she was here for it and really wanted to line up the inside. Big points coming from that inside section, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that opening nose ride, also being on that clean face, and she had so much speed through that turn that she just was able to engage that rail the entire way and cleaned it, finished it off clean, which was amazing. It comes through as an 8.5, which makes sense. I mean, I think it was better than her 7.83, so I think the judges could only have gone higher. I was interested as well to see how they were going to go with that mid-face nose ride. You know, obviously we were looking at it really close in, you know, with a wider view. I wonder, you know, how far in front of that pocket she was is the only thing that maybe I was thinking might keep that score down. But obviously the judges awarding it as very critical as it was, and well deserved. You're
getting the blueprint for what the judges are wanting here,
yeah,
Rachel.
Absolutely.
It's like an overview into what to maybe take into finals day tomorrow, because Edouard Del Perro, a very similar type of nose ride, kind of lower on the face, stretched out, but fast. And I think the judges appreciating where you're nose riding, where it's typically a cut down section. Doing a great job, Mason. That'll feel phenomenal. Putting Honolua on the ropes, needing a combo, 16.3, almost out of touch. She does have time. She's out the back. She does have time to get this in two, but she has to act almost immediately. You'd have to think and not surf all the way into the shore break. She'd have to get one, maybe kick out and look for another.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we are kind of past the point of potentially getting it into, which Mason has forced her now into needing it into. I mean, we'd need to see a set rolling in right in this moment and her taking off on it. But even in saying that, I think she would have to maximize that final end section as well, doing that down carve, which would mean she'd have to do the full runaround. Here comes some lines, so let's see if there is potential here for something to happen. I would just love to see a wave that Honolulu can perch on the nose, clean face like we saw on Mason. Her signature style is so beautiful in conditions like this, and we just haven't seen her be on a wave that allows that potential.
Typically, Honolulu is the one on those waves that
Yeah.
Mason is. You know, you said you've been in the passenger seat
I
watching
have.
her.
Yeah.
Where did this come from? You know, and it has eluded Honolulu here at Bells the last 2 years. Other people have been in sync with the ocean, which is uncharacteristic. She has a natural affiliation with the way that the ocean's moving. She's won many of her titles through, not through a lack of planning, but just a natural attachment to the ocean. You see those waves come, she capitalizes. Despite whatever nerves she might carry into it, when she's up and riding, she has such a good success rate.
Yeah, absolutely. With 3 world titles, that's an excellent success rate in such quick succession as well.
And always those clutch waves, and she pulls them off. And this time, Mason Schremer with the 8.5 and the 7.83, putting the 3-time world champ into combination situation, and a sigh of relief for perhaps other people in the schedule coming up. And tomorrow, do you know who you're surfing against?
No.
All right. We'll try and get confirmation on that, see if they've reseeded everything. You're surfing against Japanese surfer Hiroka Yoshikawa, and you'll be in the first heat of the day.
Yeah, Hiroka's a phenomenal competitor, and I keep being on the first heat of the day. I was first heat of the day or of the round, and I was up here early in the morning yesterday as well for the calls, so always those first heats are kind of annoying, but it's okay. I'm very happy to be into the quarterfinals. Really crucial when we're talking that final 8 situation that we're obviously all surfing for and competing for. So yeah, super happy to get another opportunity. I was really hoping to get that opportunity to surf in these big waves today, and I was so happy to capitalize on that. And I think tomorrow conditions are looking phenomenal as well.
And what's next for you, Rachel, besides Abu Dhabi?
Well, I've been on the road for a while now, so I'm looking forward to going home and kind of resetting at home for a little bit, and then heading over to Abu Dhabi. We're actually going to stay right after this event, we'll stay in Melbourne for maybe 3 or 4 days and explore a little bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Abu Dhabi. My mom is coming with me as well, so
nice.
That'll be fun to have a trip with her. And Honolulu opting not to go on this. And
Schremer goes down hard and just wanted to go for a victory lap there with 10 seconds remaining. Hopefully she pops up, and she does look okay. Yep, limbs all intact, and she makes her way.
Intact.
Yeah. She's had a ball of a heat this one. Maybe one of the career highlight heats I think she's had in her WSL career. Mason Schremer takes the win over Honolulu Bloomfield. You'd have to say an upset here, getting the jump. This is the 3rd time they've met at Bells, and she's finally taken the win. That was the Hydrolite heat to watch. The Hawaiian via Noosa taking the win over the Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield. We'll say goodbye to you shortly, Rachel, but I mean, I'm going to jump out of the booth and start getting ready for an evening surf. How could you not? Pumping Bells Beach.
Yeah, absolutely. We're so lucky in our window here to have gotten the swell that we have in the conditions, the wind cooperating. So it's been a great day of competition. I've been loving watching the men and women navigate it today, and looking forward to finals day tomorrow.
Stay tuned. We have an amazing Heat 5 coming up. 4 more heats to go. We've got Sole Erico up against Cash Hoover. We're going to bring in Sam and Berlin for the call.
Welcome back. It was this surfer, originally from New York, of course, now based in Malibu, who won back-to-back Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classics on her combination design, combining the skills of Ian Chisholm and CJ Nelson as she put her feet in and out of critical tens, big down calves, and Chizzo and CJ carried her up the beach, and she took the coveted Bells Bowl, beating Natsumi Teoka in the final. That was a pleasure to watch, and she is coming up next against Cash Hoover, of course. Cash won the trials at Torquay Point a number of days ago. How will she cope with the bigger conditions? We will be finding out, because this heat is underway with Soleil ranked number 2 up against Cash ranked number 22. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with Berlin Alvarez Kimball. Berlin, the energy continues to be amazing. We got the Bells Bowl trophy on the table. We've got a surfer who has won 2 of these back-to-back, and she's now going for the 3rd. She's up and riding with really nice rail work, straight into a 5, holds that 5 for their second nose ride section. She walks down and kicks out, just grabbing that rail in time, with Cash having a look on her Michael Takayama board, and the wind starting to be a bit more gusty through the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of wind, some texture. The girls paddled out. They got out actually quite easily, neither of them waiting for that, the start of the heat to get onto the jet ski. And they kind of hung at the buoy, and then it's this opening ride for Soleil. Lovely nose ride, nice weaving, up to a 5 again. This is just to open up her account. Again, just great surfing. Kick out, smart, controlled, knowing, okay, I'm not going to risk anything on the inside. We've seen a couple of that people get, you know, drug around like little prawn cutlets on that inside section.
Prawn cutlets. I had some prawns in my ramen in Torquay yesterday. Seafood.
Oh, amazing.
Really good.
Here. Oh,
best.
Yes.
Delicious.
Yeah, so Soleil.
Great energy out there today. A lot of local crew coming down to watch. Janjuk and Torquay surfers in the house supporting the event. Great to see. Thanks for having us. But right now we're waiting for that first score to come in for Soleil. And we'll talk about the pressure on young Cash. You know, how will she be coming in to this huge heat, meeting a 3-time world longboard champion?
I think she's going to have some pressure, but I think Soleil's going to have a little bit more pressure. Soleil's like the reigning champ, you know, and we've seen what these little rookies, these little whippersnippers, as we call them, come in like with some sharp teeth, and they're chasing you, and Cash really has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Soleil has GOAT status coming up that she wants to maintain.
So Cash, just age 15, she got a result there in that first event in Huntington, and she is of course earning a spot here through the trials, because Huntington, she was an event wild card, and she had to turn up in Australia and win the Torquay trials, which she did, and she now finds herself in this round of 16, looking to better the 9th if she gets 2nd, and get a 5th if she gets to the quarterfinals, or better if she goes all the way to the semis and the grand final, as we can see now sitting much towards the low tide, still on the bowl. Big sets to contend with, a lot of stamina required, and some really gutsy performances so far from everyone.
Oh, we just saw a really impeccable performance in that last heat. Mason Schrimmer just ripping. She had the whole staircase screaming and hauling for her on some of the bigger sets that come through. And yeah, the energy right now down here is so infectious.
Yeah, infectious.
And everyone is just loving watching the women have the opportunity to showcase their talent in this size.
So we've already seen that first quarterfinal guarantee between Rachel Tilley and Hiroki Yoshikara. Second quarterfinal is going to be between Goofyfoot Avalon Gall, currently our tour leader, having beaten Soleil in the first event of the World Longboard Tour, the US Open of Surfing at Huntington. She is going to be surfing against regular footer Mason Schremer. And now in the bottom side of the draw, you've got Soleil surfing against Cash. And then they will meet the winner of Chloe Calmon from Brazil against Ginger Kaimi. born and raised in the Canary Islands, part of Spain, but representing Italy. Her father, Franco-Italian. So those two goofy footers will meet the winner of this. And then in that very bottom side of the draw, you have Cleese Kelly-Opaha and Sive Girard surfing in Heat 7. Heat 8, you'll see Sophia Colhane and Tully White. So across those last heats of 7 and 8, the top two will meet in quarterfinal number 4. There's a lot of exciting matchups.
There's so much great surfing to come, and you know, these conditions, you know, they have just not stopped. And you know, when we look at the girls scratching right now, they see some big sets coming through. Are they going to make it over?
Soleil just having a scramble over the top of this as Cash just about creeps over the top. And with that, let's go down to 2 Thomas Becks and team riders. Harrison Roach was with Mason Schremer.
Yes, full disclosure, everyone watching, I'm a huge Mason Schremer fan, and she just had a great session out there. Mason, how did it feel getting an excellent score and a 7 to back it up? Good stuff.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, it was really cool. Like, it felt good to like put together a few scores, and especially against Hono. Like, she's probably competitively and like all around one of the best surfers. Like, I definitely look up to her. So it was cool to have a heat with her, but I'm glad to kind of get one finally.
Is that the first ever win you've taken over Hono in the WSL format?
The first that I can remember, to be honest, like the first in a really long time. So yeah, it felt good to get some good ones.
Well, what a way to do it too, in pumping double overhead Bells Beach. You seem to have a bit of a connection with this wave. Has that come from experience, or what have you been doing to prepare to surf Bells when it's quite solid?
I feel like I've done a couple trips down here when it's been pretty solid. Like one trip in particular that was probably too solid, but I think just kind of putting myself in that position to like come and practice a little bit, even when it's a bit out of my league, like it's kind of helped me figure out like where to sit, kind of know what to look for.
Yeah, well, I noticed sitting out the back, Hono was in priority, and you angled past her and paddled closer to the peak where you thought you were supposed to be sitting. You kind of towed her into a wave that ended up not being so great and then capitalized afterwards. Was that a strategy of yours?
Not necessarily, but I definitely know like the ones that I was looking for seemed to be a little bit different to maybe the ones she was picking. So just kind of like, I guess, the competitive side, like try and sell them on a few that maybe aren't that great and get the one behind it.
So coming into finals day tomorrow, what's the preparation like? What's your plan?
Not really change too much, just kind of stay warm and relax and watch the footy tonight. But yeah, just that.
All right, thank you, Mason. Up the lines, let's go. Well done.
Great stuff, Harry. Congratulations to Mason, of course. Both team riders was Thomas Becks and Thomas on the sand, watching the action as Cash Hoover on a Michael Takayama deals with a big overhead wall here, Berlin. And Soleil out back on a 5. Walks out of that 5 and just engages that inside rail, but perhaps purposeful, just getting a kick out early on that wave.
Yeah, I was talking to Avalon, and she was just saying how she wanted nothing to do with that inside section. She's just like, I'd rather kick out and try to paddle back out instead of trying to come back in that inside shorey, because it was really difficult. So we'll see if that goes into her strategic plan to get back out and get priority.
Great shot there from the Victoria flight cam, as you can see the steps, the judges, where the contest officials are, where the broadcast area is at the back corner of the left of your screen there. By the scores, you can see that the fact that all of the competitors and the spectators getting nice and close to the action, as now Cash Hoover comes in, walks up the beach for the jet ski assist as we get to look at the replay, Berlin.
Yeah, so this is Cash. She's trying to find her line, goes up to a 5. Again, a little bit of bump on that. As you can see, her board kind of bouncing around. She's doing well to stay in that. Again, a little bit of forward trim. Unfortunately, that wave just doesn't offer much. She's had some great nose rides off of it. So it should be a nice opening ride for her.
Josh Constable just supporting Cash there. Of course, this is a big moment for 15-year-old Cash. Josh just really just calming her down. There's Anna Constable as well, making sure they give her some tips, some thoughts, and some positive encouragement as Cash drops the score of a 3.17. So it's a decent score to rival that opening 4.83 of Soleil Erico. Soleil gets that low score of a 1 to back things up. There's the jet ski assist waiting with Harrison Roach in a number of heats ago. I got to speak about the fact that it takes a lot of energy and control to do this.
It does. It's hard enough on a shortboard, let alone add, 4 more feet onto something. And I was talking to her about it just a little while ago, how she does it. She said she's done it when she's going out to Alamoana, but she's never actually had to go up and over waves and stuff. So this is a totally new experience for her.
Yeah, there we go. She's just getting that Michael Takayama under her arm as she now sits comfortably, sits secure. Big moment. Cash Hoover now with a jet ski assist, just getting out through the shore break, and then they'll zip on across into the channel, come wide, go out to the buoy, and then she'll have a short paddle to get onto the peak. Soleil Erico with that one would have kicked out, and she'll probably be sitting out there on the peak now, just knowing the situation, knowing that she's going to be building on that 4.83. And Soleil already 3 World Longboard titles to her name. In 2018, she won that at Jinsun Harbor on right-handers, and then she went back-to-back at her home Point Break of Malibu, of course, originally from New York, really refined her surfing in Hawaii, but then moved to Malibu, and she won her world titles in 222 and 223 there. And she lost out last year, beaten by Rachel Tilley in El Salvador, but Soleil Erico, like Honolulu Bloomfield, going for her 4th world longboard title. But Honolulu eliminated in that previous heat, but of course only recently had a baby, so a huge achievement to be back at the world level already as such a new mum.
It takes a while for your body to come back. I know, I'm a mother. I know what it's like to get your body back, and coming into big conditions like this as well. Honu is an absolute water woman. She is a weapon in conditions like this normally, but like I said, yeah, coming back from having a child and the fact that she's even here, it's like, hands down, you are a superwoman.
Yeah, absolutely. Her partner, Clay Rayner, is obviously holding the fort for their baby Rain. And a good result, a 9th, she can be proud of that. She'll, want to do better when she gets to Abu Dhabi for the next event of the World Longboard Tour, and she'll aim to get in that top 8 if she can, compete for her 4th WSL World Longboard title. But will it be Soleil's chance to book herself a spot in the quarterfinal, or can Cash Hoover catch up? We'll find out real soon. 15 minutes remaining, and we're going to have a short bonsai brew break. Victoria's regions offer such a massive range of experiences ready to be discovered. See the towering 12 Apostles, marvel at the limestone cliffs and visit seaside villages, dig into freshly caught seafood, and head inland to the Otway Ranges to see rainforest, waterfalls, wildlife, koalas, echidnas, and of course the duck-billed platypus. It really is an incredible area, and I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the commentary by Berlin Alvarez-Kimball. Berlin, you live up the coast in Australia. How special is it to be down here in Victoria?
It is, for me, quite an honor to be able to be down here. It's such a gorgeous landscape. It's so different to where I live. I live up in warm water, the tropics. But to be back to here, all snuggled up and warmed up and enjoying the beautiful food, the warm coffees, and the great atmosphere, and then to watch this. Really, come on, as a longboarder, you always dream of seeing good bells.
Absolutely, the locals enjoying Winky Pop and the competitors enjoying Empty Jirak, which is the Wadawurrung name meaning bended arm for this iconic surf spot, as Cash Hoover looks to add to her 3:17. Soleil Erica with a 4:83 and a 1, 12 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. Soleil just positioning herself a little bit further inside, a little wave coming through. Will we have a taker? Soleil's got priority, Cash in second priority. So as it stands right now, Soleil with that 4:83 is the highest score of the heat. There's not a massive amount of time to get 2 waves, but it would be possible to get 2 waves in the last 12 minutes.
And the only thing that Cash is needing at this point is a 2.67, and which is completely attainable. And clearly, you know, Soleil needs to get rid of that one. But the thing is, if you take off on one of these sets and fall, and then you get pushed inside, that's where you start kind of panicking.
A number of years ago, I got to do a really nice, insightful interview with Soleil, and she talked about how she visualized that back-to-back win at Malibu when she was going for her 3rd World Longboard Title for 3 months, and up before the comp, just really trusting that she could do it, and also celebrating that longboarding is such a feminine art form, and she really appreciates the grace and how it allows you to really paint your unique style onto the board. And she kicked off this tour in style once again, getting a 2nd, losing to Avalon Gould in Huntington. That was really nice to see Avalon take her maiden World Longboard Tour win.
Yeah, and then to see her keep winning her heats here, you know, you definitely would get such a boost in your confidence as she looks back and sees this little set coming through here.
Wow, big set actually. So Soleil will lose priority, and it now means that Cash is in first priority, but out of position for that set. So Soleil may have a little bit of luck here. Is this going to be a taker? She's paddling hard. She doesn't catch it, but she's now in second priority. So the situation is shifted towards Cash being able to choose which set she wants to get, as you can really see that line of white water along the reef here.
I was just getting ready to say, for those of you, you know, that are just watching that, still learning about surfing, that white water line right there, that's just, you can see how it's just hugging that gorgeous limestone bottom. As we see Ginger Kamani paddling out, and this is Chloe Coleman.
Yeah, Ginger on the Skin Dog surfboard, double scoop swallowtail. Skin Dog is now on the sand watching. He'll be supporting Ginger. Chloe on her Neko Cabone new advanced surfboards on the rounded pin. I think that was a 2+1 model. Was I correct? Did you catch?
I didn't catch the bottom.
Feel like it was Ginger on the single fin there. But what Ben Skinner has done with the double scoop is he's recently added a swallowtail to really give a little bit more zhuzh in the rail work. Slightly changed the outline from the other double scoop designs, but also focusing on the ability to keep that lift and lock in the nose ride, but accentuate the possibility to engage that long rail with drive and power.
Look at these girls. Okay, they see something coming. I'm interested to see. So Cash has priority, and Soleil's moving up. I wonder if it's, you know, trying to pull Cash a little bit deep.
Well, Cash is turning, having a look.
What's Cash doing here?
This looks like a really nice opportunity for Cash, but is she going to be in the spot? Soleil's gone deep. She's turning. She's having a look, and Cash is not interested. Soleil's going to go. She's up and riding, cross-stepping forward.
Smart.
That wind just strong and gusty. She was being active there, recognizing that wasn't worth committing to. Now Cash didn't opt to go for that wave, and she's choosing this one, up and riding on a Michael Takayama stalls. 2 steps forward, cross steps back and now widens the stance on rail, and again getting another high line and finds the touch of the 5. So already we have seen the first nose ride of this wave, but some good lines and rail work as Soleil on a bigger wall and a cleaner face gets a nice 5 into a big sweeping cutback down carve off the bottom as Cash comes through to the inside, and Soleil finds a locked second 5, really charging down the wall there with an amazing amount of control, and then just managing to kick out before the short break. I think that's going to be a big score for Soleil.
Oh yeah, what a great exchange. You know, at first it looked like Cash maybe got the upper hand on that, and then we saw the wave that Soleil took, and that thing was big, and it stayed green, and it had a nice shoulder on it. It's going to be a solid score, I think, coming for Soleil.
So scores coming through, waiting for the second ride of Cash as she runs up the beach. More support from Josh Constable is just helping out there. That's really great to see. Of course, Josh and Anna will be really cheering her on the sand. Soleil waiting to get her significant score through to add to that 4.83. I think it's going to be a very strong score for Soleil. There was 2 incredibly committed long nose rides, and there's really good rail work as we now see that beautiful Michael Takayama, a little bit of edge in the tail there. Of course, Michael finishes his entire boards by hand from the shape all the way through to the polish and the gloss.
Well, I think after that drag, you're going to lose a little bit of that edge on that sand right there, a little bit of sandpaper on that rail.
I know that. My son Ruben, who's 11, he can't fit the longboard around his arm yet, and he often drags them, and every time he does, he sands the edge off the tail. So he often kind of goes through the paint as well.
Yeah, so Cash should be so proud of us right now. That wave she had was a great wave for her. Oh, a 5.5. There we go.
Nice score for Cash.
A good score on the board right now. Puts her into the lead. This is the wave right here. Nice takeoff. A little bit of a section there. And then again, just this foam in front of here for her. Just a little bit bumpy. She's doing so well to navigate all that chop. You can see, just really soften the knees to really allow, to navigate that bump up to a 5. And then again, just holding on for this inside section, getting nice and low. She does well to ride through that. And then the replay, Soleil straight to the 5, just composed and locked in. Big swooping turns. Again, just a little bit of a stall there. She sees what's coming, and that was really great timing to set herself up for this ride. And just holding it, again, get nice and low, this chop.
Well,
she pulled out of that. That was a controlled, almost like a Hawaiian pull out.
And she gets an excellent range 8, and this is a good opportunity to go down to the sand because Harrison Roach is there with the Soleil Erico Camp and Kai Ellis-Flint.
Yeah, here with Kai down on the beach. It's been tense moments down here in this heat. Little Cash really putting it to Soleil out there. She got a good wave, didn't need much of a score, but Soleil backed it up and got a lovely wave, didn't she?
Yeah, that was incredible, that one. Soleil's just so clinical, and Cash is kind of, giving her a run for her money. I saw Cash earlier, and I was like, you got to show up. And she's doing it. Cash is surfing well.
Yeah, so in talking to Soleil before she paddled out for this heat, did you have any advice for her, or is it the same with her when you paddle out for heats? You're both supporting each other really well down here. It's really cool to see. Did you offer her any advice after your experience this morning?
Yeah, I think, just being smart about wave choice is probably the key with these kind of waves in particular. But, just being quite, I guess, selective of what kind of maneuver you're doing in what part of the wave, because it's, you can kind of get the wave can kind of sweep the board out from under your feet if you're out the back and you're dropping down after a nose ride. So just making sure you're getting back early and then waiting for that turn to kind of come to you is usually what me and Siege talk about, and then that is kind of between Siege and myself and Soleil, we kind of have a similar sort of aspect that we look upon when we're trying to surf a heat. So, yeah.
Well, it seems to be working down in the Soleil camp today. We'll wait and hear what that score was, but back up to you guys. Looking forward to the rest of this heat.
Well, Harry, it comes in at an 8 as we see the Stone and Wood slow-mo Berlin. The way she locked in that opening 5 was not the only thing she did that was excellent range. She really backed it up with rail work and a super critical nose ride through the middle of the wave.
Yeah, and that turn, look how much spray comes off of that, and the way she transitions back into that turn. So smooth, and timing is just on point with this. And just holding on. She read this wave so well. And again, soft knees. You can see how the bounce in there. And if you stand really straight-legged, you're not able to walk back and get nice and low and compressed, which you have to when you see these bumps. And again, she sees this, she's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, and that was a smart decision.
That was so smart.
She knew that she wanted to just do that standing island kick out in that instance. And you talk about the need for soft knees controlling the bounce. As we see a shift in priority, Cash Hoover now chasing his 7.34. Soleil with an excellent 8 and a 4.83. But Cash's main score of a 5.5 is better than Soleil's backup. So that keeps Cash in the mix. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And it's now Cash with priority. Is she going to get the option here to go? She decides not to. Soleil now has to decide if she wants to scramble for something out of priority to improve on that 4.83.
So if Soleil can grab one of these like medium-sized ones that have clearly had great walls on there, she will 100% get rid of this 4.83.
Here we go.
Cash.
Straight to the 5. Nice clean footsteps up to that nose ride. And then a snaking S-turn. Gets another touch of the 5. Good little bit of lift and the third nose ride. This is really nice from Cash Hoover. And now on rail, on the tail, stays high. And then again touches the nose for the 4th time as things get foamy here. And she does the down carve, grabs the rail, hangs on tight, comes cleanly out of that inside section. She's chasing a 7.34. There's 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining. It may well be important for Soleil to improve on her backup 4.83 if she gets time.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that Cash's, oh, here we go, Soleil.
Up and riding, Soleil Erico looking to replace a 4.83. Nice trim speed, really clean footwork into the nose. A second nose ride already. You feel like that's going to be a significant score, but then that wave just not giving much more. So she's probably not going to improve on that 4.83. Now we have to wait and see what the judges deliver for Cash, because there wouldn't be enough time for her to get the jet ski assist and to go out. You can see there, Jive Constable with the board of Cash under the arm. And here's the replay, Berlin. What do you think?
Oh, nice setup for that nose ride. Nice in the top pocket. Again, her turns right here are really lovely. Not as powerful as Soleil, but still really technical. And again, quick nose rides, great turns, and moving that momentum. As we see, I think this is a really great wave for Cash.
Yeah.
The only point of difference I see between Cash and Soleil is just she's just, a little stronger.
Yeah,
and her turns are a little bit stronger too.
I mean, if we think about the 8, I don't think it's going to get close to the 8, and she needs a 7.34, which would be close to the 8. I think it's incredible surfing from Cash, but my instinct says it could be higher than the 5.5, but I don't think it's going to be the 7.34 she needs. As Soleil gets a 5 or 10, still looking to improve on that 4.83 into a second nose ride, arm up, looking really good with those knees flexed, and great style. And you talk about transitions, Berlin, and that's what Soleil has brought so much into the world of competitive longboarding, that ability to come out of those critical nose rides and engage that long rail and come smoothly with transition off the bottom in that modern involvement style of longboarding. And she looked incredible there, and I think that this is a kind of real demonstration of somebody who's really hunting for that third back-to-back Bioglan Bells Beach longboard win.
I agree, and that was a very big mouthful you just said. Cash, a 6.07 came in. She should be so proud of herself, and to be in the heat with Soleil, taking away so much knowledge, so much education. What a great experience for her.
Yeah.
And, those last 2 waves of Soleil coming in just kind of, I think, even solidified that win a little bit more.
Brilliant.
Brilliant surfing.
And yeah, huge congratulations to Cash Hoover. That was an incredible performance, a 5.5 and a 6.07. Soleil with that slower start, 4.83, but then once she got that 8, you really saw a masterclass from our reigning champ here at Victoria, and then looking to improve on that final score, and there it does. It comes in at 8.43, so the highest heat score for the women's so far. Soleil Erico books herself a spot in that third quarterfinal, and she will be surfing against the winner of Chloe Calmon and Ginger Kaimi. That heat will be kicking off real soon. We're going to have a break first. We'll be waiting. Stay with us.
Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
Welcome back as CJ Nelson goes in to congratulate Soleil Erico. She's exhausted, but she's happy. She got an incredible heat score, rivaling Taylor Jensen's score with two excellent range waves, an 8 and an 8.43. Soleil absolutely on fire, but it took digging deep. She was really pushed to the edge by 15-year-old Cash Hoover.
Oh yeah, Cash, like I said, it should be so incredibly proud of herself. She gave Soleil a run for her money today, and I feel that a lot of these rookies and these young girls are doing that for some of these veterans.
Coming in at seed number 3 from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, it's Chloe Calmon. She got to the semi-finals of the first event of the World Longboard Tour, and that was a loss to Soleil Erico, who went on to lose in the final to Avalon Gould. Ginger Kaimi, she had a good start to the World Longboard Tour, getting a 9th on her maiden year qualifying. She lost to Malia Iliogan. As we can see, a really nice positive embrace between young Cash and Soleil herself, still extremely young. I mean, Soleil only born in 2000, you know, she's only in her mid-20s, and she's already been a 3-time Women's World Longboard champion. She's recognizing the talent pool coming through, and Cash Hoover is leading the pack.
Yeah, in Noosa this past year, I saw Soleil hanging with Cash quite a bit. And it's so important for these young girls to have mentors like Soleil that sit on the side of the events and talk to them and give them insight, and as well give them those really important tips of how to do it.
Yeah, and coming in even younger, the youngest competitor in the field, Ginger Kaimi, just 13, born on the 21st of May 2012, but already beating the very best. She comes off the back of having won a WSL Longboard qualifying series event at the Boardmasters in Fistral Beach, Newquay, beating the likes of Elise Lemoine in the grand final. She also took a win in Ferrol, Galicia, North Spain at the Longboard qualifying series event earlier in the year, and she's got herself on tour, and she is a huge excitement for the future. She's opting to ride her new Skin Dog Swallowtail dynamic double scoop board. She's also got a Michael Takayama in her quiver, Her dad, Franco, couldn't come out here, so she's being looked after by Antonio Dantas and João, the Portugal team manager. So they've got her under their wing, and it's working out because she's already got herself a spot in the top 16. Is it going to be enough for her to rival the silky skills of Chloe? Chloe, one of the greats and so good in big waves.
Wow, Chloe's very confident in big waves, but you know what? So is Ginger. Ginger is no stranger to surfing very, very solid and very heavy waves.
Very true. Growing up in the Canary Islands, Fuerteventura, it's windy, it's juicy. We call it the Atlantic Hawaii. It's volcanic rocks, as we can see now. A surfer in red is deep, but Ginger is a little bit wider. Both surfers having a look. Gusty winds. How does that affect the takeoff, Berlin?
Well, you get a lot of wind coming up the face. It goes underneath, you know, the bottom of your board, which can push you off. And as well, you know, you get all this water up your actual face, which makes the takeoff hard. And then, you know, you got to try to get that momentum into it, which you're fighting so many different elements.
So Chloe traveling out here with Ofili Akuen. She's also spending time with her sister. Her sister is now based out in Indonesia, in Bali. So Chloe just paddling a little bit deeper. Ginger staying active as well. So no scores so far. Psychologically, how will it be for a competitor like Chloe coming up against Ginger, who's so young?
I think that, well, Chloe will be coming back pretty fresh. You know, she's taken a year off, so I think she is truly would have done her research on Ginger coming in and having surfed against her. But, you know, it's like when Kalia came on. You know, everyone kept their eyes on her.
And Sophia Colhane as well.
Sophia, like, they surf so well. And you give them the right wave, anyone is beatable.
And Berlin, how old were you when you had your first kind of element of sponsorship and limelight opportunity in global longboarding?
Oh, I was only like I was 17, so I was a lot later than these younger girls. But yeah, around 17, 18, Dick Brewer was my first sponsor. He made all my boards, and then yeah, went on to Channel Islands after that.
And then what advice would you give to somebody like Ginger, so new in her career, you know, to keep humble, to keep modest, to keep her feet on the ground?
100, I would say, be a gracious loser and be, you know, a humble winner. Lean into your elders. They have so much knowledge, and really work well with your shapers. Get to understand your equipment. Learn about why your board works that way, why the glass job works that way. Understand fins, learn and hone your skill. And, you know, don't be afraid to ask questions because that's how you're going to learn.
Brilliant. That was brilliant. Any young longboarders listening out there, I recommend re-watching this on the heat replay and listening to that advice, because that is really important what you've just shared.
Yeah. And you know what? Open your home up to people. You learn so much about different cultures, and as you travel, you go and stay with these people as well, and you get more than the tourist insight as to when you're traveling. You actually get the local understanding, and then you make friends for life. I still have friends that I used to travel all over the world with, and I can go and stay at their place, and they come and stay at mine as well. And and that's the beautiful part about longboarding, the community with itself. Everyone looks out for each other if you are open to it.
There we go, building bridges, as we now see as we move to 21 minutes 30 seconds. A little set coming through. You've got Chloe deepest, Ginger in blue, slightly to the left. It looks like Chloe's going to be in the best position for this wave if they turn and take it, but clearly that's an unrideable point to catch that one from there. It's not a significant score because they've been moving way through to the inside, but it looks as if there's a couple of possibilities for this next wave, Billy.
Here we go. There's a couple waves coming. This tide, you know, I think it's bottomed out now, right? It should be turning around.
Yeah.
And so we should start seeing maybe a little bit of pulse.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Low tide is at 4:04 this afternoon, and you can see neither of those waves broke just then. So it's been one of the slower starts of all the heats. Local time right now is 2:30, so still going out that tide. And this is the first heat I've seen where it's taken 10 minutes for any of the riders to get a wave.
If we watched, you know, when we were watching that last heat, We did see Soleil paddle for a few and didn't get into it. So this is that, and I think that, you know, it's just a testament as to what's going on. Look at these big little sand. You can see the sand piles underneath. I was noticing that a few heats ago is when you get these like the big pull out currents. Or the big sets come through, you get these really groovy looking sand swirls where all the little holes are at and the sand's kind of just spitting up.
Yeah, great to look at from the Victoria flight cam, of course. Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different, and the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic takes place on land that is deeply significant to the nation's indigenous population, the Wadawurrung people, and there has just been a restart. Can you believe it?
This is the first restart I have seen in a very long time in a heat.
Wow, and that is great for both of these surfers because they get an opportunity to really reposition themselves as a big set starts to show. And Chloe Calmon is deepest, Ginger Kaimi moving off to the side. You may well be worried about 13-year-old Ginger in these conditions, but let me tell you, having traveled a lot to the Canary Islands in my lifetime, I've surfed a lot at Los Lobos, a fantastic, juicy right-hand point break just north of Corralejo. That wave is mean and vicious, windy and wild, and she is used to these big conditions, as we can now see Chloe, wide stance, up and riding, but she was bounced off of that one. Berlin, do you think that was the fact that it was just such a long start until they caught the wave?
Maybe, but as well, I think her takeoff. I think she was just at a unique angle of the takeoff. And like you said, that stance as well. We'll see in the replay what exactly happened. But yeah, yesterday it was cold. If you didn't keep moving, your hands, your feet get really cold, and she's not used to the cold.
Well, let's go down to the glass because our 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion, going for her 3rd win at Bells, Soleil Erico, is right there.
Yes, she is. Thank you, guys, in the booth. Soleil, big heat. But let's start with your competitor, 16-year-old surfer Cash Hoover. You're no stranger to 16-year-olds in competitions. You were one day, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. It's so cool to surf with Cash. She's the next gen, and I'm very, I think she'll definitely win a world title someday. She's got that it factor. And yeah, she's a good friend of mine, so it was great to be out there with her. We both were kind of scared, honestly. We were looking at each other like, when the big wide sets would come, we'd look at each other like, oh shit. I was like, anyways, but yeah, she's great. And yeah, I was glad to win that heat.
Yeah, so little bit of a slow start, but came back strong, ending up with 2 8-point rides, the best heat total in the women's draw so far. How does it feel going into the quarterfinals, having a great heat like that?
Yeah, it feels really good. That heat was a bit sloppy. I was just paddling for a bunch of waves. The wind is so strong, so it was really hard to get into the waves, and I missed a few, and I was like, oh, dang. But kind of just kept going, just kept plowing through it, and was just telling myself, you got it, just keep going. You know, it's only 30 minutes of your time. But when I got that last wave, I was really stoked because that kind of sealed the deal. So yeah.
It sealed the deal in a big way. I wouldn't be surprised if Cash was left in a combo at the end of that one. We'll have to confirm with the guys in the booth. But moving into the quarterfinals, you're up against the surfer in this heat who qualifies. Who are you more worried about? The young one, Ginger, 13-year-old from Italy and the Caribbean, or one of your old foes, Chloe Calmon, back on tour?
I mean, Ginger's so young, and Chloe just has more experience, so I don't know. They both rip. I think Chloe's just older and more experienced, so probably her, but Ginger rips so hard, and she's another one that's just the next gen, and is going to be on this tour for a while. But whoever I have, I'm just going to go out and enjoy the waves. The waves are really fun when you get them. It's just a lot to get them. But tomorrow looks promising. It's going to be a little smaller, hopefully. So, yeah.
Right, Soleil, paving the way for the next generation. Congratulations. We'll see you on finals day.
Wow. Great stuff. The next time we see Soleil will be finals day. Chloe Calmon up and riding, holds a 5. Really nice long nose ride from Chloe. Walks out of that. Down carve, readjusts off the bottom. Kicks out, 2+1 board, new advance. She's got a score of a 0.67 for that up and wipe out, and now this will be something significant. Leaves the opportunity now for Ginger to get her first score, as we can see Chloe having to jump and swim underneath, as we'll see her pop up, hopefully happy. There she is, pulls the leash back on the board. Is there a little lull in the action? Here's the replay, Billin, what do you think?
Oh, that setup and the nose ride, just so precise, controlled, and so effortless, really. She's just moving so lovely. And then, yeah, you see that kick out, which was smart.
Yeah, I agree.
Very smart. So I think this is going to be like, it's just I'm here.
That was like a very, very wise decision. That we also saw Soleil do that, where she got the kind of engaged inside rails, what we call the kind of standing island kick out, where we use the nose section to leave yourself off the back of the wave. She didn't want to come through and then be washed onto the inside. She was like, I've done my scoring, I need to get out back. And it will probably pay off as Ginger Kaimi up and riding. No, has a look, recognizes she doesn't want that. So that won't be a scorer for Ginger. Didn't get to her feet, so the judges don't have to drop any scores. Chloe's going to come in with something pretty significant, and you could just see now her positioning is going to be great because she's already got herself close to the kind of like lineup, and she's just got to go deeper to the takeoff spot. There's Ginger on quite a foamy wave, hard to ride, cross-stepping forward. 2 more cross steps again. She's going to get a score. It's not going to be a super significant score, but of course Chloe is carrying that backup score of a low 0.67, and here now Ginger's going to have to work hard to get through this. He just manages to scramble over that one in time.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. You just want to scratch over. As you can see, you know, she's using everything, every little drop of ounce she's got on to get that board moving and get over these things.
Okay.
It is solid out there.
Is she going to get over this one? You can see her on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can see the jet ski out there. So obviously the jet ski is not going to help the surfers at this stage. It's only if they come onto the inside, then they can use the jet ski assist to take them out to the buoy and then paddle across. But luckily for Ginger, there's a little bit of a lull, so she should be able to stay in the channel, go around and come back into the takeoff spot. But Chloe now with a 5.33, and that was a very good score, and I think that it wasn't worth driving out of that closeout because she would have got washed through to the inside, and she can confidently now carry that 5.33 and really now be patient and hunt for another solid score.
Chloe's very smart when it comes to knowing what she needs to do. She would have looked down the line, saw that thing was going to shut down, and was like, I'm going to just get back out here, just catch my breath and wait, because, you know, it's like as you saw Rachel explaining earlier, it's hard work out there. There's a lot of water moving, and it puts a lot of strain on your body paddling out from that far all the way back in.
And some really cool stats from Chloe's dad, Miguel. It was 29 heats and 27 wins this season for Chloe across all different competitions. We can now make that 30 because she won her opening round here. So that's 30 heats, 28 wins, and she's already in 7 events in 2025 after a year off from competition. Had 5 wins, the Mexi Log Fest and a number of longboard qualifying series events, and 3 of the Brazilian national tour events for the national title. So she's come back firing, and I want to thank her dad for sharing those statistics. Super interesting, you know, and I love it when the fans engage with us as the media team and share some of this insight, because, you know, it's the fan base driving the love of longboarding, and we really want, you know, to share this knowledge and entertain you, and for you to get behind your favorite surfers.
She has been a very busy little bee, and again, chatting to her about everything. She ended up doing a really cool little single fin in Uluwatu as well just recently, which was, you know, she rides all different equipment. She's, you know, again, another amazing water woman, and yeah, I'm interested to see, like, how many heats did you say? 30 wins?
It's now of 30 heats, 28 heat wins.
I would love to compare that to some other surfers and see what that's like. I'm going to come back to some stats on that.
And that's only early in the season. We've still got a lot of events to go. We've got the rest of this event. We've got Abu Dhabi if she qualifies for the top 8 in El Salvador, and there will be other contests she will do as people continue to enjoy this Surf Coast Shire as we're here at iconic Jirak Bells Beach, the Wadarurung name. Of course, Wadarurung country covers 10,000 square kilometers and includes the coastal areas between Aries Inlet and Werribee, and extends inland to cover the towns of Geelong and Ballarat and the surrounding districts. And surfing came to Bells Beach in the 40s, really started to take off in the 60s, and of course the first competition was held here in Easter 1962, and now this is the 3rd year longboarders have been back here. And Ginger would have been one of those fans 3 years ago, tuning in, dreaming of one day being here.
She would have been 10 years old.
Yeah, and that's impressive. And she's been on the map for that many years as well. I first saw her competing at the Salinas Longboard Festival in North Spain when she was 11, over 2 years ago, and it was really big for the junior finals, and she paddled out no problem. And she did that by strategy. She spotted the holes in the beach break and managed to weave her way out through big surf, and there and then I knew that growing up in the Canary Islands was going to be a huge asset to her big wave longboarding.
Watching her surf in El Salvador 2 years ago as well, I just was blown out of the water by her, because yeah, she was able, exactly, she read it well, she got out her timing, and then I think when we all saw her stand up on some of those waves, it was like 4 feet over her head, and she surfed through so many heats, she surfed so well. So I'm really hoping she gets an opportunity. She only got a 133 on her opening ride, so it'd be interesting to see what's going on for her out there and why has she only got one wave.
Berlin, I got a great idea.
Yes.
You know what we should do?
Get her in the booth.
No, well, yeah, that's great. I think the surfers may well be a little bit out of position. So let's have a look up here behind us on our screen. And Berlin, show us the different sections here. You know, you've got the rincon, you've got the bowl, but they're not getting many waves. Where could they be based on the shallow section here, as you can see them in the bottom corner around here?
Well, I'd say maybe just a little bit over more, because you can see the water kind of hugging the reef a little bit more right now, and you can just see that drop off over here. But then again, we're seeing a couple little sets come through. Maybe come in just a little bit and try to pick off some of these little insiders. It's really, look up there.
Yeah, there's some big scoring potential. There's sets that come wide and break here, but there's scoring potential a little bit further in the shallows there. But of course, you know, playing it safe, not wanting to get cleaned up. But if you look at the scores, it's a fairly low scoring heat, and there's big opportunities. Chloe wants to get that backup wave. She's quite patient, quite disciplined, but Ginger really wants to get that campaign underway. She wants to really fly the flag for herself. She wants to do what Cash did and feel proud when she finishes the heat.
Oh, of course, everyone wants it. But if you have a little look at this, see how you can see there's like a lump there, and then that next line, and then there's another lump, and then that next line. So you can see right now this tide really is kind of affecting how it's breaking. It's that really weird tide.
It's a difficult tide still, you know, almost 2 hours until it's low tide. Of course, it's all been bowl sections, nothing on Rincon because it's been too big. Of course, we'll get that tide coming in later, and we can really now see from this perspective that there is potential to go a little bit deeper or inside. But do you think this set's going to be a goer for the two women, Berlin?
If that's the case, she might need to, we'll just see how it hits this reef, because you've got that bigger one behind it. You don't want to paddle too far that way, because the last one that Ginger took, as she took off, you saw it swinging way more down this way, and it just shut down for her. But there we go. I was wondering if she's gonna paddle and fade or just take off. Oh,
again,
too far out maybe.
Just needed to be a little bit more deep, but Chloe may well be in position if Ginger can't catch this one. It's going to be hard to catch. Ginger's got the slingshot line here. Ginger Kaimi.
Oh
no. Unable to get that. So we just really demonstrated how difficult it is to line up. It's just been an unusual heat. The first one of the day to have a restart. And of course, a low scoring heat, as you can see, with that 5.33 and that 0.67 for Chloe Calmon. But Ginger just with that 1.33, but there's still 15 minutes remaining. But we have seen how 15 minutes is not a massive amount of time with the length of ride and the potential need to use the jet ski assist to get out.
Yeah. You know what, I'm also really interested I'm really interested if Chloe is kind of just hanging as well, just kind of keeping an eye out for Ginger.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Working
Like
the system.
Yeah, but as well, keep like literally just
Sure.
keeping an eye out, making sure that she is okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that could be the case. Well, let's find out. We got 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We're going to have a bonsai brew break, and we'll be back for the continuation of this heat number 6. Welcome back. It's Calmon versus Kaimi. It's Chloe and Ginger. Chloe from Brazil, Ginger from Italy, raised in the Canary Islands. Chloe with a 5.33 as her top score. She's looking to now get that backup score eliminated of that 0.67. 30 minutes, 17 seconds remaining. Ginger Kaimi just with one wave. This heat had a restart despite the size. The fact that we're moving towards that low tide at 4:04 p.m. local time. We're approaching closer to 3 p.m. right now. It's 2:45 to be precise. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Berlin Alvarez Kimball. And Berlin, this has really been an interesting heat because, you know, it has looked like the women have sometimes been a little bit out of position, but it's easy for us to say that from the comfort of the broadcast booth because they're out in the big long lineup of Jarak, which means bended arm in Wadarurung for the shape of the coast here. And it's not been easy to navigate because there's been a lot more lulls in this heat.
You just made a really good point, and I definitely want to touch on that, on how, you know, we're here in the booth and we're giving our insight, but as soon as we're down there speaking to everyone, it's hard out there.
Sure.
It is really hard, and we might be able to make it sound nice and fluffy, but every single person that has been on this heat, I'm giving you massive kudos because, you know, we both being surfers know how hard that is.
Sure.
We haven't experienced it today, but they're doing so well out there.
Absolutely. And we move into the last 12 minutes. So priority sitting with Ginger Kaimi. We can see Lionel Gerard, Sive's partner, just talking to Sive. Sive's going to be coming up soon. She's going to be surfing against Kelis Keliopaha. Goofy footer against a regular footer. That's going to be heat number 7. We move then into heat number 8. Sophia Colhane versus Tully White. Lionel just kind of keeping it positive for Sive. We've got Ian Chisholm there on the inside. Chizzo shaping the boards now for Sive. So he's got a lot of his team riders in the event.
Yeah, his beautiful wife, Angela, as well. Down here, she's going to be running the finals wrap-up in the afternoon, you know, being First Nations as well, which is great. As we see, here we go. This is Ginger.
Ginger Kaimi gets a 5, walks out of that nose ride. Unfortunately, that line quite wide on the shoulder, so it's not going to be a significant score, but Ginger active, finally getting that second wave, and the fact that she didn't take that wave all the way through means she should have time to paddle out to the peak. But it'll be interesting to now watch her body language, Berlin, because there has been a slow heat. You know, are they sitting a little bit too far out? Are they a little bit too wide? Is there going to be more potential to go either deeper, closer to the shallow area, or come a little bit more inside?
Well, I think, you know, we just watched Chloe paddle for 2 more waves and not get into it. So, you know, this little, it is a better wave for her. She's only needing a 4.08 Ginger, but, you know, she's needing to get a score on the board.
You know what we're needing to do? We need to go and get a sideline hit with Matt, because he's there with Bioglan.
Oh, yeah.
We're down here at the Bioglan activation as part of the Bells Beach Longboard Classic. They are the presenting sponsor. This is where we can get our merch for the event. I'm wearing the hat. We got the hoodies, the tees. As we walk inside, we've got the supplements. Bioglan are an absolute powerhouse in the health and wellness space in Australia. For surfers, the anti-inflammatory curcumin. They got the L-theanine 200 and the new product on the market, the active magnesium with creatine. They got an event special, $10. They're set up down here. The waves are pumping. We look forward to seeing you.
What a great price.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matt. That active magnesium with creatine, of course, supporting muscle and bone health and supporting strength and energy production. And we were talking this morning, Berlin, about the active magnesium night formula that you've been taking to help with muscle cramps and support your sleep patterns, and that's been working well for you because you've been on fire. You're fresh as a daisy every day, and you're shredding it up in the booth. So thank you.
Oh, I've had so much fun here. Yeah, and it has been helping me sleep. You know, coming into colder weather, you know, and as well surfing in colder water, you get the cramps. So it's important. And as well being an athlete, these athletes out in the water, you know, they're working hard. They're putting their muscles through a lot. But
what a heat this is. This is so interesting. Yes, it's been slow, but there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of scenarios that could unfold in the last 8 minutes, as you see Queen Kings going down, representing Waikiki and stuff.
Oh, yeah, she is. They refer to the Waikiki Beach Boys. She is of that generation, you know, long heritage of family from the Waikiki. Her mother being an amazing surfer, her grandmother being an amazing waterwoman as well. They used to own a surf school there. So they're generational Waikiki family.
Sure.
And as well family before that. So I'm looking forward to seeing Kaylee. She was the Ginger not too long ago and coming in.
Absolutely. And Sive, of course, our Hawaii and Tahiti qualifier representing American Samoa. She's riding her Ian Chisholm boards. Earlier in the event, she was on the Virtuoso Cali-style log designed by Ian Chisholm. I'm not sure if he's going to be mixing things up for the slightly bigger waves. We'll find out when that heat kicks off, but we've got to set on the horizon. Berlin, what do you think?
I'm really hoping that it comes to these ladies and they're able to catch them and get into them, because every heat we've seen pretty much prior to this has been like 10 foot.
Sure.
And consistent, and so many waves being ridden. So for it to kind of shut down right now, it would be quite frustrating, I'm sure, for both of them, because Chloe wants to show, you know, her talent, and so does Ginger.
So you can see Ginger just scrambling wider, Chloe sitting deepest. With priority red, Chloe Calmon from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Out of priority is Ginger. She's scrambling wide, closer to the buoy. Is this wave going to be a contender for our surfer deepest, Chloe? As she moves back across, and she's going to turn and have a look. But again, the set has come through, and it's been super difficult for both of the surfers to navigate and catch.
It'll be interesting to find out what it was like and what was going through both of their heads post this heat, and as to why they were kind of sitting where they were, and how it was feeling in the water for them.
There we go, Killy's sitting down there with her Waikiki model, of course, designed by Kai Salas Longboard Company. She saw her team rider Coniella eliminated, losing to Edward Del Pera. Of course, they're cousins, Connie and Kaylee's, but she did see her shaper Kai move through into the quarterfinals. So there's going to be some big matchups to look forward to on the men's side. We've got JR versus Max Weston. We got Kai Ellis Flint versus Declan White, and we got Taylor Jensen versus Kevin Scavana, and Kai Salas versus Edward Del Pero. And so far on the women's side, our first quarterfinal is going to be Rachel Tilley versus Hiroka Yoshikawa. And then Avalon Ghoul, our tour leader, versus Mason Tremor in form. And then Soleil Erico will meet the winner of this heat. As it stands, is Chloe out there in the lead. Ginger Kaimi chasing a 4.80, but Chloe only needing to improve on that 0.67. And there will come a point when you think Chloe will just come shallower and shallower, knowing she can get a really big improvement on that low-scoring 0.67.
It is not like Chloe to sit there and leave a 0.67. This is not like her. So clearly something is going on right now with the surf and so forth. And the fact that it's only a 4.08, Ginger can sneak one of those and just get a couple nose rides, a quick 10, and she'll get that.
Here we go, Chloe turning. Is she going to have an opportunity to catch this? She's got momentum, she's got speed, she's up and riding. Chloe Calmon just wipes the water off her face, charging over this section. Big wall ahead, cross-stepping forward as things get nice and lively as she just comes smoothly on rail, navigating that very well, cross-stepping forward. Is she able to find the 5? There's the 5, locks into the 5, still moving as she kicks out. So she's going to improve on her situation and replace that 0.67. There may well be some sets to deal with on the head first, though.
Yeah, I think that that wave not really giving much of an opportunity for a score out the back, really hoping that inside opened up for her. As we see the girls right there, a little support crew.
Yeah, we got Natsumi, Hiroka, we got a Philly as well, Philly traveling with Chloe. Is that Chloe's sister?
That's Chloe's sister.
There
yeah.
we go, Calmon's in the house.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So nervous moments for the Calmon camp, and also Brazilian fans tuning in as well. But exciting possibilities for the Kaimi camp because they know she's still in the game. She's chasing a score now of a 6.07 because Chloe's just dropped to 2.67.
A 2.67. All right. What is Ginger going to do? Is she going to come in? Is she going to sit out? Just 3.5 minutes. Oh.
Well, I think that what we saw is Chloe in the good takeoff spot, and that's exactly where Ginger's gone to. And you can just see jet ski team there just making sure everyone's safe, everyone's happy. Ginger there patiently sitting, looking, eyeing up the horizon. She's got 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This time on a Skin Dog surfboard. It's a testament to Ben Skinner that she came to him excited to get a custom order. I actually went in and out of the factory in Newquay a few times while that board was being laminated by Jason Gray.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful board. Is Ginger Kaimi is having
Ginger.
a look, chasing a 6, up and riding. Ginger, big drop. Huge overhead wall, and she's not even at the bottom of the wave yet. As she cross steps forward, touches the nose, finds the 5, and that wave not going to deliver anything else, but she may well be able to get back out for more. But Chloe has got the edge on the paddle battle, so now Chloe is probably going to be sitting out there with priority, able to kind of manage the last 2 minutes 30 seconds of the heat.
It'd be interesting. I wonder if Ginger felt like she just didn't get what she needed and, you know, kicked out of that, or if it's just a little bit overwhelming for her. I really would like to get the insight as to why Ginger is doing what she's doing.
Well, it was a nice nose ride.
It was a beautiful nose ride.
It looked like there was a lot of potential, a lot of possibilities. The wave looked like it had wall and speed, but we were on a tight angle there, so we didn't get to see if it was kind of running away too quick down the line. Combination of possibilities. One is that, yes, she was thinking that, did we just become soulmates? I don't think she was thinking that. I think she was thinking, I'm not going to get the score, or she was thinking, this wave's going to break too quick for me to make. But Chloe may well improve on her situation. Now she's coming alive with a really gorgeous drop knee, driving, smooth, silky setup for another nose ride, holding on to that 5, cross-stepping out of that 5, and she'll come through to the inside here, and she's going to improve on that 2.67.
Oh, yeah. She's just, yeah, she'll feel good about this one. This will be, you know, a little bit of a switch. Oh, Ginger.
Wow, big heavy wall for Ginger, grabbing the rail, cross-stepping forward, finding the 5, walking out of that nose ride, putting the board on rail. We don't know what happened on the takeoff, but she has got a rail grab and a nose ride. She opts to kick out in that situation. 1 minute 21 seconds. Was there more scoring potential with a controlled down carve, or do you think it will pay off to try to go out for one more?
I think that after this wave, look at this slow-mo of Chloe, look at the nose ride. Nice wide stance, stable. And then again, quick footwork. She sees what's coming, and I really love the way she leans into her turns. Look at, she looks where she's going. And then that drop knee right there. It is beautiful.
Textbook.
Textbook. It is gorgeous. And then, again, just sets her line up for this other 5.
And Chloe herself, first competing on the World Longboard Tour, age 15 in 2010. You know, so she's got a huge history coming in also as a young talent. As we see Ginger on the inside, looking to get the score that she needs. So she sets herself up for a 5, and now a big section as she just navigates this with a wider stance to control things. And Chloe waiting for a score to potentially improve on that 2.67. So you'd imagine that Ginger probably needs something in the 7 range now, which she's not going to get on that wave, but it was a really interesting heat. And I know that Chloe will be super supportive of Ginger on what was a super radical big overhead session for 13-year-old Ginger Kaimi representing Italy.
Oh, 100%. That nose ride right there. She looked like she was taking off at Waimea. And, you know, just navigating a lot of wave underneath her. And again, you know, that board's 9 feet.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
And, you know, you look at her taking off. Again, nice little soft footwork up to a 5. She should be so proud of herself. You know, she's not used to this lineup, let alone big. And you hear from people that have been surfing this wave, that know this wave, and they say how tricky it is when it's big. So to come in your first year, unexperienced out here, she should be so proud of herself.
Absolutely. There's Ben Skinner who shaped the board under her arms. It's the double scoop swallowtail as we wait on scores. Chloe Calmon gets a 5.83. Ginger Kaimi doesn't get the scores that she needs. She gets that heat total of 5.77. Chloe a heat total of 11.16 with that 3.5 and that 2.27. But Berlin, final words about this heat from you. What a performance from Ginger.
An amazing performance for Ginger. So excited to see where this young lady goes, and being able to surf with your sheros as well. You know, this is just all takeaway learning aspects from her. And this is one of the most humble women that you could be around and to learn from. So good for her.
Well, Chloe got the jitters out the way on this one. She's going to be strong on finals day. She takes the win. Khalees Keleopaha from Hawaii coming against Sive Girard next. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We have the heat winner of number 6, round of 16, Chloe Calmon, a relieved Brazilian goofy-footed there who had the young Italian nipping at her heels, Ginger Kaimi. There's a support crew of Feli, Natsumi, Hiroka, and her sister, Harrison Roach, in the booth. 2022 world champ. We watched that one from the stairs. Phenomenally big waves. I'm the Waxhead. We'll be taking you through the remaining 2 heats in the post show today, and what a day it's been, and more to come.
Yeah, so much action today. Really fun and great to see one of the best get one over the little Grom there. She is a tough cookie, young Ginger, coming from Italy, 13 years old. but the experience and class of Chloe Calmon coming through with the goods.
In this heat, Khalees Kaliopaa and Sive Gerard representing American Samoa. Sive spending her time now on the west side of Oahu, but before that, down in Carlsbad, California. She's got the Californian-Hawaiian mix. And Khalees, she is Queen's Waikiki through and through.
Yeah, she is. What a place for surfing history. Waikiki. Every time they paddle out, they walk past the statue of the Duke. Brought surfing to the world. We have all seen the shots of him here in Australia, Toronto. And it looks like we got started in the break here with Khalees. Straight to the nose. All of the good scores coming today. The surfer has hit the nose immediately off the takeoff. So a great start here for Khalees. She's taken note. And a lovely hang five through the inside. Really noticed there, Chono, her toes were hanging right off the edge. Half of her foot, in fact. And it's come through really well for her. A 7-point ride to start. Sive, not wanting to get left behind, has picked a nice, clean, mid-sized wall here. Starts off with a 5, gets a little caught, a little bit of a bog on that turn. She's just going to fall off the back. But yeah, exciting stuff from the Hawaiian Khalees. That foot hanging off the front of the nose, so cool to see.
Yeah, 7-point ride justly given there for Khalees. It's a pretty simple formula today. Pick a set. It's got to be pretty clean, combine a good solid nose ride and a few turns, and you're going to have a keeper score. And not too many waves ridden today in terms of the volume of waves. It's been the quality over the quantity.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time out there when you're covering this much ground. 30-minute heats. It's a healthy heat length, but there's so much ground to cover here at the Bells Bowl as we see Khalees navigating through some white waters on the jet ski with the local legends looking after everyone today.
And if you're just joining us, Jet Ski Assist has been available for those surfers that make it through to the sand on their lineup. They'll walk around the sand into the inside where you usually paddle out. The jet ski will be waiting for them. They'll go around a buoy, get dropped off, and have to paddle for priority. You see Sive out the back. She awarded priority already. And this has saved, it's created a lot more better viewing for people at home. We've seen more waves ridden than you typically would if we were paddling. And Sive opening up with a 3, but she'll still retain that priority on the outside, opting for a more, as far as on paper goes, a more practical surfboard with a bit of edge, a round tail for more hold, and a slightly smaller fin. Didn't want to overfin the board. We watched Declan Wyden and Edouard Del Piero really flexing and leveraging their rail earlier today.
Yeah, a couple of great performances there today, but there's been a lot of standout performances. Sitting down on the beach a few heats ago, watching the reigning champion Soleil Erico take down Cash Hoover, who was coming through hot. Great show from the 16-year-old, but Soleil showed a lot of class in that heat. The lineup's looking really clean now, Chono. Like, this wind swung a bit more offshore. We're seeing a lot more clean faces. We've been talking about it all day. The swell's going to clean up, and it's definitely looking that way at the moment.
Some of the sets that came through in that previous heat with Chloe and Ginger was insane, and it's slowly dissipating with offshore winds, but there's a 7-point ride. The Stone and Wood slow-mo with Khalees, the Hawaiian, stepping back into that carve. The combination of nose riding, rail turns, and control, judges appreciating it, giving that 7-point ride out to an early lead.
And watch this as she comes through the inside with that foot hanging right off the edge there. She tucks the toes back under, kind of grabbing on with her toes. But yeah, lovely rail surfing. That turn in the middle there to bottom turn, the cut back to bottom turn, never lost the rail, always engaged, and super stylish surfing from Khalees Kaliopaa. I'm sure there's lots of people watching in Waikiki. She wants to hear some scores. She's probably dealing with a bit of wind out the back there. I saw the Hawaiian contingent up on the stairs. The uncle, Kai Salas, standing there alongside Carney, Ella Stewart. They were waving her out for the paddle out, giving her a whistle. I'm sure they're giving her a few pointers.
And someone who, with that paddle out, actually almost had a close encounter with a couple of sets was Chloe Calmon, the heat winner of Heat 6. She's on the glass for a post-heat interview.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Chloe, an extra 10 minutes out there. Some would say you were happy to do that. Some would not want to do that. Some big waves out there, and it is cold. Talk to us about that heat. You guys were sitting wider, dodging a few very big sets that came through, but composed at the end, got some beautiful waves and advanced through that heat.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave because the waves got really big today, and we got some hours throughout the day that was really clean, but the wind just picked up right before our heat, and we paddled out early for our heat, and we managed to get over some really big sets. That got me a bit scared at the beginning, and I was also worried about Ginger because she's so young and she's doing so great. I know she could handle it well, but when it's challenging and big, we gotta take an eye on each other the whole time. And at the end, we were kind of like afraid to get washed by another set, so I think we were sitting too far on the channel. But I was just trying to keep myself cool and to get 2 nice waves, and I managed to sneak that last one, and I'm really stoked to make it through.
Yeah, so that's the goal of it, isn't it? Is making it through, surviving to tomorrow. Forecast looks fantastic tomorrow. A little smaller, a little groomed, offshore winds. Talk to us about tomorrow and making it through and getting a result on the board.
I've been thinking day by day, and today was really challenging with the big waves, and tomorrow is another day, different waves, different conditions. So now it's time to rest and reset for tomorrow, and can't wait.
Just a quick one to friends and family back in Brazil. You're a fan favourite. Obviously, a lot of people back there cheering for you.
It's 2 a.m. in the morning, so thank you so much for cheering on. Obrigada a todo mundo que tá acordado aí na madruga mandando as boas energias, e estamos no dia das finais.
Look forward to watching you tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great insight there, Josh. Thank you. And Khalees carving away on this wave. Beautiful style. Judges really appreciating the controlled finishes, transitioning between the nose rides and the turns. But as you said earlier, the nose rides unexpectedly scoring higher than what we probably would have anticipated. And a board change here, talking about nose rides. Sive, she took out the more performance-y board, decided to do the switch that was in her game plan, speaking to her camp beforehand. This is a board she's been ripping on all week, going back to what she knows.
Yeah, interesting to see. She had a wave while we were in the interview with Chloe. I'm sure we're going to get a look at it again. It had excellent written all over it with the wave quality. Oh, it's brutal on the back of these sleds here.
It's a small sled too, so she's got to get up off the back, and so she's used to just laying down on the back, which is what on a big wave board typically you can do that. You paddle it back up. But yeah, you can't get the whole board up.
Oh, it's really tricky. I don't think you can't underestimate how hard this is, or understate how hard this is getting on and off this tiny little sled with the 9-foot board. A little bit awkward there for a moment. Gonna be tricky to regroup after that, I would say. But yeah, she's made a board change. Here's Khalees' wave. As I mentioned before, the surf is pumping this afternoon. Kind of interesting that she didn't choose to just ride that one out, kicking off the back. She wants to get back out the back. She knew her competitor wasn't anywhere to be seen, so she's probably going to go back to the drawing board and go for another one. But she got some good work done at the start of that one. Surprised she didn't opt to finish it. But yeah, back to Sive's wave. Sort of missed that big opening nose ride off the start. It looked like the board accelerated at a time where she needed it to slow up and match the speed of the wave, but it kind of accelerated out from her, and she's gone in and changed up the board. We'll see how she backs it up, paddling out after an awkward moment on the jet ski.
Technically speaking, the square-tailed nose rider, a little more stable, a little slower, but a bit more of a platform for the nose, and the differences between the more performance shape with the edge.
Yeah, and I think now that these waves are much cleaner, you can really afford to be riding the wider tail boards and the more stable boards. Perhaps earlier today, where we were dealing with a lot more bump, I probably would have advised some of the surfers, if I was in anyone's court, to be taking out something that's a little more manoeuvrable, something that you could skirt over some of those bumps and move around. As we see the board being retrieved here, You can see just a narrower tail on that one, and you can see the edge in the tail too, whether it's shaped or actually glassed there, but probably a little too fast for her out there at the moment. Excited to see how she backs it up, but great to see competitors down here ready for everything, ready for anything. And Khalees having a look at that one. She was in priority, not sure if she really paddled for that. But Sive is looking to get one on the board now.
A 383 for Khalees on the wave just before last, and here she goes again, looking to extend her heat total. That one isn't going to be it, using her. Sive had second priority, so that was a priority mistake there for Khalees. Advantage over to Sive, who's just made her way back into the lineup with that new board, that board switch, but clean surfing there for Khalees. Good signs, a 7 and a 383. But 5.3 and Sive's last. It was her best. But going back to the board, she knows she wants to get some of those nose rides. And as we're waiting for some of these sets to roll around Cape Otway and into Bells, we're going to go to a break. But stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 7 coming up soon. The beautiful Victoria, a slice of paradise and a little bit for everyone. Gorgeous white sand beaches, the rugged cliffs, the little nestled coves as you make your way along the Great Ocean Road. Phenomenal cafes, wineries, breweries. But for surfers, it is the famous Bells Beach and the waves surrounding the Surf Coast region that brings us to this region. It is the queen of the coast, that right-hand reef that just sends and pouring west southwest swell in amongst the green rolling cliffs and the barren landscape lies one of the beauties of the surf in surfing world. Khalees Kaliupa'a from Hawaii and Sive Gerard out in the lineup at the moment. Harrison Roach joining the Waxhead in the booth. Sive on a board change with a wave in the break at 1.9. Didn't improve her situation. Khalees now looking to extend her lead on this wave. Gets to the nose and kicks out of that. So these surfers just opting just to roll the dice and try and improve their totals. But just as soon as they're identifying something down the line, being a bit picky.
Yeah, it was looking really good, that wave. Have to see what was happening down the line for her to kick out, but very surprising there. Also very surprising that you neglected to mention the hundreds of kangaroos in that green grassy field from the Victoria flight cam as we entered into this. It's just stunning down here. So happy to be here in the booth with you, Waxhead. Waves are cooking. We've got, it's a second last heat of the day. The next one coming up is going to be a big one. But yeah, as you can see, it's Khalees Kaliupa'a off to a good start. She's got to back it up though. Sive Gerard, she's got that 5.33, only needs a 5.1 at the moment, 5.51, sorry. And yeah, she got a really good score there, the 5.33, without hitting that first section. And it looks like our next heat is getting ready.
Sophia Cole-Hain. This is going to be a great battle with an in-form Tully White. Sophia's had good success here at Bells over the years and be looking to take the crown, but Tully White, she's been warming up in the free surf this morning. She was definitely the star of the women's side. We saw Avalon Gale, who was free surfing, take a win. Tully White, who was free surfing, also take a win. So that could follow the theme. We'll have to wait and see. It'll be coming up in just under 12 minutes. Plenty of action remaining because it's the Hawaiian Khalees out to the lead. The 20-year-old, she's studying to become a yoga teacher, incorporating mindfulness and wellness into her surfing journey. But at 20 years old, we've been seeing her come over to Australia to compete for about 8 years now, Harry.
Yeah, the youth in the longboard scene on the women's side is just so strong. So many of these competitors, we were just talking about Sophia Cole-Hain. She started out on tour as a 13-year-old, just like Ginger. Have to confirm just quite how young Khalees was as well. Must have been pretty similar, if not younger, because she's been putting on performances to remember for a long time. It looks like Sive in priority is turning and swinging on this one, but as we saw with Khalees earlier, another priority error there. She's missed that wave.
And when we say priority error, we mean that they're not capitalizing on their priority in their situation. So they're handing it back over to their opponent. And that could also go the same if they take off, pull off, and don't capitalize on that opportunity. And it's tricky out there. The waves are changing. It's moving around. It's a little shifty. She's going to go this one. This is Sive. Nope, under priority, nothing to lose. And in your competitive journey, Harrison, did you get much into breath work or cross-training, yoga? What did you do to balance the stresses of competition and work life?
I just tried to surf a lot, Matt. Stay busy in the water and enjoy myself. Never been one for some serious exercise. I think only in the last couple of years I've started running a lot. But yeah, just surfing a lot and trying to, maintain confidence in my own ability. I know these girls would have a heap of confidence, having had some great experiences over the years. But this is Bells Beach, and it's big, and it's sketchy, and it's hard. So they're being put to the test out here today. And just look at the sand popping up from the reef there. It's a mixed sand and reef, as you can see, but lovely shots from the sky of the girls as they're paddling out the back and waiting for the next set to roll through.
Harry, did you have any injuries throughout your career or your competitive push for the world title?
Not throughout my competitive push. I have had injuries over the years, a couple of bad shoulders, a couple of tweaks here and there, nothing too major, luckily. But through the competitive season, I was doing okay, so that's nice. But yeah, we weren't really surfing these gigantic conditions. A couple of the girls been getting smoked this afternoon. Hiroka took a fin to the leg, but back to live action here with Khalees. Take us through this one.
Yeah, beautiful timing here. Just trying to build some momentum. She needs to better that 383. Doing a good job on this, just staying rail to rail. It's been about 10 minutes since a considerable score on her last wave, but Sive on the inset, just behind Khalees, we see on the right side of the screen. This is a great matchup. Sive on maybe the better wave of the two, but needing a higher score. Sive finds the nose as this one links all the way through. Nice turn there. This is a very, very good exchange. Look forward to dissecting this in the replay. Khalees will likely get back to the jet ski in time for the trip back out.
Yeah, and there's 8 minutes remaining too, so there's going to be time enough for another exchange here. So whoever comes out on top is not scot-free. Look at the rocks just on the sand there too. Imagine how careful you have to be.
This is the training.
This is new. This is a running race for priority for the jet ski. Pretty hardcore. I think it looks like Khalees is out in front. She's going to get the nod probably because she had the first wave as well. But interesting scenes here down on the beach at Bells. We've only got the one ski. We're lucky to have it. Longboarding is coming up in the world, Chono. We've got one of the best locations at Bells for an event stop.
This is phenomenal, and to the grommets that are out there tuning in right now, or the seniors, the veterans who want to jump on tour, there is a regional qualifying tour. You can go to the WSL, you can click on events and look at the schedule, type in the Longboard Tour, and you'll find in your region where the qualifying events are and when they're scheduled to be. That is the route to get in and at least get your name out there. Eventually, you might get called up for a wild card if you're lucky enough, or get to enter through a trials. Sive there, she qualified through her region over in Hawaii. And she is taking in the big breaths. She'll have to sit there, wait for the score to be locked in. She might give herself about a minute or two once she gets out there to get another wave.
All right, so let's start off this replay program with Khalees Kaliapaha. Beautiful clean wave with a lovely nose ride to start. Gets a little tap in, fading back towards the foam. Identifies that she wants to be closer into the pocket. You've got to work close. You want to be nose riding as close as you can. She's almost going left when she tapped that one. So a bit of work done on the outside. Coming through the bumps, maintaining that effortless style, the Hawaiian surfer, and really looking strong here. She's got a 7 in the bank. This is going to feel good to back it up.
And Sive on the outside, she gets to the nose, gets a hang 5, doesn't get the 10. Nice rail carve there. And she stays spicy through this inside section. This is about where we caught up with her, and holds that hang 5 through the inside. Not overly critical, but a good combination of maneuvers. It'll be her best wave, and this is going to be a great exchange because Khalees just locked in a 5.87, needing Sive a 7.54 required. I don't think that'll be the number, but I think we've got a heat on our hands.
I hope that's not, that's just some seaweed there. I thought there was a trail of blood running up the sand, but no, it's just some of the beautiful seaweed getting around here. But yeah, I think Khalees may have left a few points on the table there with that one. The judges may be identifying that she wasn't really in the pocket with that initial nose ride. Wasn't quite as critical as it could have been. But a healthy backup number, 5.87. It's almost a 6. It's put the pressure on Sive, and Khalees is out the back, or making her way to the lineup from the ski. She's going to get priority with 5 minutes to go. She's in a really good position here.
All right, let's see how Sive manages this now. She didn't have great success the first time around. Here she is, she's grabbing the board, fin first this time. And most longboarders haven't had this opportunity to do much of this prep. Our jet ski rider's doing a phenomenal job, the water patrol, to guide the longboarders as they make their way on the outside. That beautiful South Coast surfboard, clutched in the arms. Looks nice and safe up there on the ski right now. But all in the battle. Scores still dropping for Sive. Hopefully she can hear that exchange as she makes her way back out. Just under 5 minutes remaining. A good heat put together by Khalees, but I feel like that 5.87, she could have converted that second wave, that 3.83, if she'd have continued, maybe into a little bit of a higher score earlier on, and she may have actually been in this position, putting pressure on Sive a lot earlier.
So what do you think now, Jono? She's out the back, 4 minutes remaining. If a wave comes through, does she go, or does she wait and sit with priority to control the back end?
She's hoping for that score to drop just as much as Sive is, because that'll determine her next 4 minutes. It's either going to be a really long 4 minutes or a really short 4 minutes for her. We'll wait and find out. You see Sive getting dropped off around the buoy. This is exciting stuff for longboarding. We talked about the profile of longboarding, and that's how it's being elevated, and that is just truth to be told here. We had a waiting day, a lay day, to choose the best conditions, and we have the water patrol. Great initiatives from the World Surf League. Early signs for Sive. It's not the score, but it is going to be one of the best waves of the heat. One more score to drop, and it locks in at a 6.6. Second best wave of the heat, now requiring a 6.2. She'll grab some confidence out of that.
All right, so let's see another exchange. That's all we can hope for as spectators for this heat. It's come down to 3 minutes remaining, so really excited to see both of these professional longboarders get another shot. The waves are cooking, the water's clear. You couldn't ask for much more in the round of 16 here, but you really, really want to get through to tomorrow, because I've got a feeling that it's going to be a super special day for longboarding.
Sive now needing that 6.28. She'll take some confidence out of the 6.6, but time ticking fast, and defensive move there from Khalees. She's just moving around with the priority. She has the choice of the next wave. She has structured a fairly good heat, although there was quite a distance of time between her first and her last wave, but making no mistakes. Great footwork, that trademark style, that elegance, the glide. The way that she's holding her hands through her nose rides, just looking super confident. But the ball is in Sive's court. Second in priority. She'll have to try and get something under Khalees and just use some of that wave IQ. But the good thing is there's been waves in 3 or 4 sets.
Yeah, it's been consistent, hasn't it? And it's consistent, it's clean. She could potentially get an opportunity here, and Khalees has let it go. So let's see if she can capitalise on this wave.
It looked like a good one too.
It's a couple of surprising manoeuvres. Perhaps we're not seeing the wider angle there, so might have been a big section coming down the line. And I like it though. Sive asking the question of Khalees, and Khalees almost provided her an opportunity. But if you take a look out at that blue Bioglan boy out the back, looks like there might be some more waves on offer.
3-wave set, maybe a 4-wave set approaching the lineup.
Yeah, this is what we want. This is what we want to see. So
what's Khalees going to do, Harry? What are you doing in this case?
I mean, you can't leave it up to chance, can you? You can't give her an opportunity, Sive. If this wave's looking like a good one, you've just got to take it and hope that the next one's not a better one.
Oh, she's going to...
You've got to go.
Yep, okay, so Khalees has used her priority and opting to stay out the back and try and maintain some pressure. Sive has to go. 40 seconds remaining. There's 2 waves. She's got the priority back. This looks like a decent wall if she can get into it.
Big moment here for Sive Gerard. Up onto the tip. She's looking for a solid score of 6.28. Coming through a foamy big section there. Got off to a good start with the nose ride. Wants to get busy though.
Nerves of steel right now. You can feel it coming in the inside. And Khalees on the wave behind. Knowing Sive got an opportunity, so she got up before both surfers, not particularly capitalising. We'll have to wait and see though. We'll run through the replay of Sive's last wave, but exciting times here in that Heat 7 of the round of 16 as Sive makes her way through to the shore break. Early impressions?
I'm not sure it's going to get there, but it's really impressive stuff from Sive getting the opportunity to put a score on the board. In saying that, I think Khalees will be looking back at the end of this heat and really having to question some of the choices she made. She had to go that first wave, but she didn't capitalise, and she's left Sive out the back, needing a score that she's more than capable of getting. As we said, off to a good start with the hang 5, but it's pretty foamy. It's pretty tough through the middle here. And not much of a turn there to speak of, and kind of riding this one through. So first impressions, Khalees might be getting away with this one, but leave it up to the judges. I've been wrong before today.
Yeah, it wasn't overly convincing. Didn't put the hammer down on that last wave, but a great sign. Gave herself the opportunity in the dying minute. And she did surf it all the way through to the shore, which is a big thing, and finished cleanly. So scores to be locked in there for Gerard. They'll make their way back up. Kind of relieved that they didn't have any of those big sets. That heat earlier between Ginger and Chloe was some of the biggest sets of the day. Early signs from the judges. The score is under, and it's a 4.6. So Khalees Kaliopaa takes the win in Heat 7. She'll be moving through to tomorrow's quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. One of the heats of the day, Sophia Colhane and Tully White coming up right after the break.
Let's go.
Great Ocean Road, a fixture down here in Victoria, 243 kilometres, lush rainforests. We've got the barren landscapes as you drive up through Cape Otway. The rainforest mixed with those walks, the big sheer cliffs, the waterfalls. But for me, I like the little beaches that are nestled in amongst those little coves. You've got mountain bike tracks, walking trails, and for surfers, we come here for the excellent waves. You make your way over to Bells Beach, the surf coast, and those famous Bells Stairs. Big pumping waves here today for day 3 of competition, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Police Calliope are taking out that heat from Sive Gerard, a great battle. In this one, we have fellow Hawaiian Sophia Colhane, ranked number 8, up against Manly's Tully White. Didn't get the start she wanted over there in Huntington, looking to go one better here at Bells Beach. Harrison Roach joining the Waxhead in the booth. Who's your pick for this one, Harry?
Ooh, it's a tough one. Tully White was the standout this morning in the warm-up session. Saw her get an incredible hang 10 on a gigantic wall. But Soph, she's been making a mark on tour for a few years now and making it really felt. She's got priority at the moment and she's paddling into this one. Let's see what she can do.
That one, yeah, just blowing her off the back there. So a little up and down wave of 1.07 for Tully in the break. So in the terms of what in the scheme of what we're expecting in this heat, that will be a non-event. These two are some of the heavy hitters. We've seen Sophia put in some great performances over the years here. She feels comfortable down in Bells. She had a 9th last year, but her mum, Sarah, has family down here, and she's got some of her relatives tuning in and down on the sand watching her right now. So this is a home event for her. Although it's all the way over in Australia, this is her home event. But Tully, she's got some of the Manly crew, her parents here to support her, and her boyfriend Archer as well. So both women really looking to put a dent in their season here.
What a great way to finish off what has been an absolutely epic day for longboarding this 2025 tour season. Tully White got a lot to prove here, but we're seeing Soph get underway, Chono.
Midboard trim, ooh, in the pocket. That one almost barreling. She makes a great choice, rides out of the pocket, decides to kick out of that. Didn't give her any of that scoring opportunity. Typically, Sophia's that surfer not to draw out a bottom turn, but go straight to the nose. Those committed hang 5 and 10s that we've seen her do over the years. That was an unusual line for her, and I liked it.
Yeah, she's riding her signature model. Michael Takayama has made for her, the Pipiopi. She's got the nickname Pipiopi from one of the local rudder lifeguards in Hawaii, where she's from. But through this wave, it's a quick start for her. And as you said, coming through the inside, almost looking like it's going to barrel here. She sets her line, but very intelligent call to step away from that one. Probably would have got lipped in the head. It's pretty crumbly out here today. The swell's still quite west, so we're not getting those open bowl sections as much as we would if the swell was a little more straight on. But yeah, it's great heat to finish the day.
Yeah, you're right, the size. It gets bigger down in the bowl, but with a little bit more of that south direction, you can get some of the barrels here in Bells. And fellow commentator Josh Constable had one to win the 2004 Aussie title, and that was even on that day, it was pretty unique to get a proper tube. So I remember that one sticking out in my memory.
Yeah, took out a solid field. Wayne Dean, rest in peace. What a legend of our sport. He was on fire that day as well. But it's all about the girls here today. They have been putting on a show for the last 8 heats. And yes, a little bit of looks kind of quiet out there in the lineup for once.
Yeah, little lack of consistency through the end of that last heat and this one, quietening down a little bit. As we see the tide, it's already dropped. It's going to start making its way back in. So we should see corduroy lines for the rest of the afternoon. Competition off. This is the final heat of the day. And you can see both surfers just with a 1 in their scoreline. Big expectations in this heat, but to make it through to the quarterfinals, that's going to be a keeper result. If you can get beyond that, moving into Abu Dhabi, it's somewhere that is nerve-wracking for all surfers.
Oh, it's so tough. Such a pressure cooker event, surfing in the pool. there's lots of time in between when you get to ride a wave and everybody's watching and all eyes on you. It's a little bit easier in this sort of scenario, but still lots of pressure out here. Yeah, they want to make it through to quarterfinals. They want to make it through to finals day, and they want to win this event. I know both of these girls very serious about their prospects for a title this year. As you mentioned, Tully didn't get off to the start. She wanted it in Huntington, so she's looking for a really big performance here as she swings. So have a look at this one.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of wobble in it, but she's been practicing up on the nose, hanging 5, drops into this one. Great style, middle of the board, driving through the whitewash in sections, but she's got a good line, stable on her feet and absorbing the chops and cautiously moving through to the inside, just trying to get it complete, and does really well to stay on the board. She'll get this one into the sand and get around and get the jet ski assist.
I like it. I really like that she didn't kick out and just go for the easy paddle back out. It was sort of a straighten out there, but she did add a little half a point or so there with the carve as she carved down, and just sending the right message to the judges. She means business. But what about the start? That was an intense nose ride to kick off that wave. Really steep and high and super technical. She's got her mate Declan there carrying her board for the runaround.
She'll get around to the jet ski while we're waiting for those scores to drop. Let's catch up with Khalees, who is on the glass with Josh.
Yeah, Khalees, it's cold once you get out of the water, but the performance was hot. Surfing so good out there. Tough conditions, big waves, but you look calm, composed, beautiful flow like you always have. Talk to us about today's conditions.
Oh my God, yeah, I was so nervous waking up this morning and seeing how big it was. Like, I love small waves, but I knew today was just gonna push me, and I was really excited for that. So yeah, it was really fun.
You did great out there. Today's about just getting through. Was that the goal, was to get through? Tomorrow's conditions look great. Hopefully a little bit more longboard style conditions. And is that the mindset, just beat your opponent?
Not so much beat my opponent. Sive surfed really good yesterday, and I told her, like, her surfing was really impressive to me, so I knew today was gonna be a really good heat with her. But I really didn't want to lose in the round of 16, especially going into Abu Dhabi and hopefully making the finals. So I just wanted to make it to the end of the contest.
Well, you did that. Today's performance was unreal. Go and get warm. It's one of the first stylish outfits that I've seen. Got the Uggs on, the new sponsor. They look great, keeping your feet warm. Go and get warm. Have a great night. Rest up. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Josh. Great insight there from Khalees. And a lot of the surfers were not overly excited on the women's side of the draw of the wave. Some were licking their lips, absolutely. Honolulu Bloomfield was one of them who bowed out, unfortunately, in the event, but she was super excited seeing it. Yourself, Harry, if you were in this situation, you'd be excited? Or
Oh, so excited. What an opportunity. Like we keep saying, one of the most iconic surf destinations in the world, and it's absolutely pumping out here. Tully White, she's just got a great ride, comes in at a 6.17. As you mentioned, when she was paddling into that one, Jono had a little bit of a break up in the wave. She got caught behind the whitewater for a little while there, but she started off super strong with the big nose ride out the back.
Yeah, committed surfing, judges appreciated it. I thought it may have even gone a little higher than that given the scale of the day, but that wind has cleaned up again. We've seen the conditions even out, and it's a heat by heat scale. You can't use a heat from the beginning of the day and compare it to one in the afternoon because they're not surfing against each other. It's a two-person heat.
No, yeah, it was strong wave. Perhaps the only real manoeuvre of note was that first nose ride. Stuck behind the whitewater a little bit. So the judges definitely recognising that there are some really long, really open-faced, clean waves out here. So we'll be hoping that Sophia gets an opportunity on one of those waves to answer back to Tully's start. She's looking to get some a notification from the judges about that score. It'd be tough to hear anything out there, wouldn't it? It's pretty far out.
Yeah, and that's beach announcers need to consider the jet ski, the power, the offshore wind, and just the commotion going on with the people cheering when you're running around the beach. It can be tricky from the wrong spot to get that indication of where you're on the heat.
live action. This is Sophia. Oh, nice nose ride to get things started, but we saw Tully drive around the section. Culhane goes down. A crucial time of the heat, yet to really have any single wave of significance. That'll be a minor score.
Yeah, she'll want to get back out the back and sort of just restart this one. Doesn't have much of a score on the board, and that won't be what she's after. But what I like about Sophia is her cross steps. She's very on the balls of her feet as she walks up to the nose. And speaking of getting up to the nose,
yeah.
Tully White looking super confident out the back.
Long 5 for Tully, absorbs the energy of the wave there. She steps back onto the tail. Nice carve, getting low. Another completed wave there for Tully, and stays on her feet and right in front of Sophia Culhane. That one will be a brutal sight for Sophia to have seen, because that was a beauty of a wave and possibly should have been the wave that Sophia was waiting for.
Yeah, hindsight, mate. It's tough sometimes, but
a reset, as you said, still 17 minutes remaining.
Cool, calm and collected from Tully. She's going to have 2 healthy scores on the board now, and Tully's going to have, Sophia's going to have to answer back pretty soon here.
Another run around there for Tully. We saw Declan do this earlier as well. You can see that Sean Nettleton shape, pulled in nose, and she's got a little bit of edge in the tail of this board. A couple of unique features. Got a little scoop in the tail and a slightly bigger fin than I've seen her use in the past, but long hang 5 in this replay.
Yeah, look, the intent here was perfect. She took off, decided to go with the 2 steps, get straight to the nose, and then she held it, a hang 5. Not exactly the hang 10 that goes excellent, perhaps, but really held it there and stamped her authority on the Bell's Bowl. Nice surfing here from Tully White, and beautiful slow-mo as she goes through on the ball of her foot, hanging off the front there. Perfect style with the hands too, Chono.
Beautiful approach. The judges deem it excellent at 8.17 for White, and she finished this one with control. The key at Bells Beach today has been those effortless transitions between the nose and the rail. Tully doing a great job. While we're waiting for Tully to get back out, Sophia to really kickstart this heat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 8 and the post-show. Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, located in that southern state of Victoria. We're on the surf coast, Torquay here. You can see the swell lines, west-southwest swells come around Cape Otway and use the bathymetry of the limestone reef to nestle their way into Bells Beach. We're in the Bells Bowl today. Winky Pop down a little further. That's that reef there in Torquay. The city over to the right, a ton of little beaches, little coves. You get the tide right, you'll get plenty of waves in and around these areas, but it's Bells Beach, the queen of the coast. You can see that offshore reef. It just
harnesses all of that swell into the takeoff area. Rincon tucked up close to the cliff, the Bell's Bowl in the middle. You can see the button, which we've mentioned, which is where you can end up if you catch one of those wide ones. Don't get in on the shore just in time. Today we have the jet skis helping. You can see all the white water on the inside of the bay there. Can be treacherous when it gets bigger than this. It is a premier big wave spot, but we've got longboards and they've been going just fine today. The Wax Head in the booth with 2022 World Longboard Champ Harrison Roach, one of the best to surf this place.
Oh, geez, you think so?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Especially on a longboard.
Well, we'll see this afternoon because I think you and I have about an hour booked in out here as the competition's done after the post show, Chono.
Yeah.
It's cooking. We're going to get out there and sample it. But for now, it's Tully White out ahead with an 8.17 and a 6.17. She's got Sophia Culhane on the ropes, looking for a combination of scores to get back in action here. It's a tough ask. 12 minutes remaining, but don't put it past her. She needs a couple of things to go her way.
Yeah. So you're in Sophia's spot, second priority. Inside, Tully White has scored an excellent ride, and you saw the wave as you're paddling back out. What are you doing in Sophia's case?
Well, it's interesting that she doesn't have priority. It must mean that she's gone a wave and it's not worked out for her in the break. But I'm trying to sell Tully on whatever comes through. I'm looking busy right now, just considering how long it takes to catch a wave, get back out and catch another one. And yeah, I'm looking at this wave and I'm thinking, oof, I want to go that. And looking at the next one, I'm thinking, ooh, I want to go this. So hopefully she gets the opportunity, but Tully's feeling pretty good about this one too, isn't she?
Oh, committing to this. White knifing into this. Pin drops out of there. So a strategic move there from Tully to take off from that wave. And she will retain, not a priority, but retain the outside area, so she won't have to waste that 5 minutes getting back around.
So would you call that a defensive play, Matt? It's a little hard to
10 minutes off. I mean, it did look like a good wave, so we'll have to try and get the wide angle of that. But it did look like an actual scoring wave. So maybe she decided she saw something that she didn't like.
Yeah, it's interesting. She just got into her feet and then hit the eject button. So now it's Soph in the hot seat with priority out the back. Lots of waves coming through on the horizon, but
this is that wide angle. So she knifes in, maybe just seeing there's a section ahead. You can kind of see it looming. So it's going to close out. So just wanting to maybe reduce the amount of time, downtime.
Yep. Bit of a mistake there, you'd have to say, from Tully. But Soph's 10 minutes isn't a long time out here today, so she's going to have to get busy. We've got sets approaching. Let's see if she could put a meaningful score on the board here.
Very close to Sophia right now. If she was to swing, and she's made enough room for her there, maybe not a committed paddle. Hate to see an interference on such close proximity.
Funny, isn't it? Paddling with these big boards, you can really get in the way of your competitor. You've got to be so careful. We don't want to see any interferences in this event, but big sets coming through out the back.
Wow.
It's Sophia Culhane with priority, chasing a combination of scores. I am excited to see what this set has on offer because there's more than one wave. Tully out the back, she's not selling anything on that one. Nobody taken off on the first one, so Soph's going to have to get busy though. She's going to have to take this opportunity in my eyes.
Right, she looks at the foam there, not really actively taking off on any of these waves, and there's nothing on the horizon. So thankfully for Tully White, that position where she took off, ejected, didn't come back to haunt her. She does have the 8.17 in her scoreline. That is a super confident ride that she had an excellent range score. We're going to break it down in a moment. Harrison Roach, Matt Chinoski, the Wax Head here to break things down here. Stop 2, the World Longboard Tour at the lovely Bells Beach behind us.
Yeah, what a spot. And it's really put on a show today for us, coming through with a big swell. So many great moments today. And here we go. It's Tully White with one of these.
Beautiful hang 5, as you can see. She gets things started really high up on the wave. And as she pedals back, she has an elongated nose ride here, which this is about 5 feet below her here. Impressive stuff. Then she steps back into this, full control, and then instead of wiping out, she gets low, compresses in the middle of the board, and just relaxes, springs up, and here, uses the rail, just gets on the heels a little bit, just to show the judges a bit of variety, getting low and pouncing into this end section where she straightens up, absorbs the energy of the wave, gets low, rides that with control, judges deeming that excellent, and finished cleanly.
Yeah, so she started off with that 6.17. I think that might be a little bit of an indication of why that score went into the excellent range. Great nose ride out the back, fantastic. The turn probably left a little bit wanting, but excellent surfing there based on the scale of this heat, and she's really put the pressure on Sophia. She's been a standout in this heat for sure, and the young Hawaiian hasn't had much of an answer for her, has she?
Not at all, and it's a very unexpected situation. 7 minutes remaining. Tully's really putting the hammer down, but she does have priority, Sophia. She knows Bells Beach well. And back to Tully's 8.17. Although we are a sport, this is like a performing art where you are trying to balance the game of scoring points with this repertoire of making it look smooth and controlled and these key words that are not very sportsman-like. And she's trying to, I think Tully did a great job just to fit enough in to be scored, but also make it pretty enough, elegant enough, controlled enough to get the scoring right in the criteria.
Yeah, Tully, an incredibly stylish surfer. I really loved in this nose ride, once she really locks in, super locked in here, but watch her lift her front foot heel up. And she's just taking a bit of weight off there, allowing the board to accelerate down the line. Her heel's off the board. And watch the acceleration here as she drops down the face, gets low, compresses, as you said, and coming into this beautiful open face wall, does a nice little cut down to finish. And yeah, lovely bottom turn on rail too, with the little turn down to straighten out. But she's stoked, she's feeling good on this heat. She's looking confident. At the moment, she's looking really likely to be going through to finals day here, but 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Soph wants some busy sets. She wants a busy finish to this one.
Yeah, it'd be a real shame if she can't capitalize on this priority right now. Now is the time. She can still fit in 2 waves to get out of that combination situation. And Culhane hunting around. She'll have her friends and family back in Hawaii, tuning in California, all through America, and her Australian fans are down here on the beach watching, so they're committed to the cause, supporting their girl. And Tully trying to sell this wave to Culhane. She'll take off on it. Head down, chin down, gets into this one. Here we go.
This is what we wanted to see. Soph's got a great opportunity here to stamp her mark on this heat. Starts off great with a fast 5. It's a fast down the line wave too, Chono.
Nice cut down there. It's in good form here for Sophia. She makes her way through to the inside. She gets another nose ride. No hang 10. And a nice carving down turn to finish. So she's put her hat in the ring. She'll make her way back around for the jet ski assist. And it's going to be a very, very close battle to see where that score goes.
That is what we wanted to see. That's the surfing we've come to expect from Sophia. Beautiful line to that wave. It looks like the direction is just getting better and better throughout the day here. But as we start, that's that ball of the feet walking forward, a fast down the line nose ride. It's this turn that I really love though, after she trims through the section. Oh, she's trimming still, but here it is on rail. Real intensity to that little rail carve there. And she backs it up with a nice nose ride and finishes off strong.
Great surfing there, a little low on confidence. It's taken her 26 minutes to get that score, but I would imagine if that was her backup wave, you would have seen the trademark hang 10, but not needed at the moment. Just trying to chip away at combination. The fitness, the training coming in right now. This is where it all counts. Look at her go, determined. She's hungry, and let's just hope that score drops so she can hear the exchange and see what she needs. But Tully White now, does she hold priority, try and better that 6.17?
She holds priority, absolutely. Look at the athleticism required to surf on a day like today. It takes so much energy, and Soph's just sprinting back up the beach in the soft sand, trying to get onto this ski, onto the sled. It's hard on a longboard, and she wants to get back out there as soon as she can. because it's 3 minutes remaining. It's tense moments for the young Hawaiian surfer.
Great technique though, paddled on, saved herself a little bit of time. 2 waves have passed, so she'll get out there with just an opportunity. Scores still dropping. Action here in the final heat of the day. The quarterfinals will be on tomorrow, being confirmed. We'll have to wait and see if we start. At this stage, we'll be starting with women's, but we'll have the post-show after this heat, breaking down all of the action of today, and there were some phenomenal performances.
There sure were. I can't wait to get through it with you. How's the look on Sophia's face then, looking back to shore? She's feeling it. She's feeling the pressure right now. She knows she's given herself an opportunity, hopefully. She's back out on the ski. She wants to get busy. She wants to jump off that thing. She's going to be paddling as hard as she can. The score is looking good. It's a meaningful score. It's what she needed. Still waiting for one to drop, but you got to say she's going to be stoked with that last one.
Yeah, she's going to be stoked. She's still going to be needing more, but score's looking healthy. One last score to drop. It won't be excellent. It'll fall just underneath. They'll drop the high and the low and even it out with the other 3. And she'll need something in that mid-7, 6.58 required to move into the lead. So Tully White still holding the lead from Manly Beach. She's got the priority as well with just under 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, it's on. It's on right here. If Soph can get over and sneak a wave under priority with 1:30 to go, she has the talent to get a 6.58. We know that, but look, Tully identifying the situation at hand. She's making her way over towards Soph. She's going to get as close as she can and just sit on her for the last minute of this heat.
For the viewers at home, this is Blue Ribbon Longboarding, and I know you're all tuning in right now. You've got all the commentators, you've got all the people who are active on social media diagnosing who's going to win this heat, but I tell you what, it's not over yet. With a minute remaining, we have sets approaching, and we have the Hawaiian in the passenger seat watching Tully with priority. Have a look at this one.
Tense moments. It's a little lump. It's not looking like Soph's really getting into that. But yeah, stress on the beach. Look at the looks on these faces. Stone cold. But we've got more action coming. Was that a paddle? It wasn't.
Wow,
so.
Sophia didn't really try and make an active effort to try and go that and sell that for Tully either. So she's looking back up to see if that was a concerted paddle, and it wasn't. Tully remains with priority. Oh!
Hard to tell from this aerial view. Just judging, look, I think the girls that are onto it would have been a bit of a fat one, but 15 seconds remaining. You're thinking Tully has to go this one.
Well done, Tully White holding off Sophia. This could be the last wave of the day. A defensive move, not going to the nose on this one, but just looking behind her. Smart surfing there from Tully White. That'll be a very important victory in her World Title campaign, making it through to the quarterfinal. She bowed out in the round of 16 over in Huntington, so she'll feel the relief. I think a little hand up there to her friends and family as she makes her way in. An uncharacteristic claim, but unfortunately for Sophia Colhane, she gave herself a 6-minute heat.
She did. Made it difficult. Couple of poor wave choices to start the heat off. I mean, the waves are pumping. It's hard. All the waves are super fun on any given day, but she just didn't get the scoring opportunity that was required to beat this star of our sport, Tully White from Manly. She's got heaps of support down here on the beach. She's got a heat total of 14.34. Convincing, Jono.
Yeah, absolutely. Good surfing there from Tully, but an excellent wave. The 817 was the difference in the end. Sophia Cohen came back with a divine 777, but didn't have the backup, just that 3. So well done to Tully. A pivotal moment there in her career. And that's Sarah Colhane, Sophia's mum, congratulating her. Don't go anywhere. We have the Stone and Wood post-show recapping all the day's action coming up next.
welcome to the Stone and Wood post-show here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Stop 2 on the World Longboard Tour. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, joined by Harrison Roach, 2022 World Longboard Champion and a phenom when it comes to surfing Bells Beach. You had a couple of sessions here earlier on in your longboard career, and of course, you had that amazing clip that went viral in 2023.
Yeah, what a location, what a spot for longboarding, and today it provided with the goods. So much action, I don't know where to start, but yeah, there was so much going on today. Some losses that were surprising, some wins that were very convincing, some not so much, a lot of tight finishes. I was just on the edge of my seat the whole time, Jono.
Let's go look at the heat recap from today. We had a lot of action. We're going to go straight into Avalon Gal versus Emily Lethbridge, the two goofy footers. This was the heat to watch today. And I'll tell you what, heels to toes, stylish nose rides, drop knees. This heat had it all. Very similar styles, but it was Avalon that came out on top.
Yeah, a really tight one, this one. Avalon coming away with the win with a 6.83 and a 6.3, but Lethbridge so close with a 6-point ride and a 6.97. It was the finish from Lethbridge that put things really on the line. Great surfing from her, but as you said, Avalon had the number.
Yeah, winning over there in Huntington, carrying that confidence through. This is a new, revitalized, competitive Avalon that we haven't seen on the World Tour. Not just carrying that smile on land, but really through her competitive performance. I've never seen so many interviews from her through an event, 2 in a row. Look at that wave in the background, pumping bells still. Gal, 13.13, defeating Lethbridge. Judges waiting about 4 minutes to deliberate.
Really tight finish at the end there. They were deliberating on that one for a long time, and it's because it was so close and so meaningful. Meaningful in implications for the World Tour. Gal in the lead at the moment, still in the competition.
Let's have a look at the finals bracket. You see Tilly up against Yoshikawa, who suffered a minor injury today after her heat. Rachel, she's ready and rearing to go. Avalon will take on a good friend, Mason Schremer. Eriko, Chloe Calmon. That's a battle of two almost veterans in the industry. Goofy versus regular. That'll be one to watch. Khalees taking on Tully White. That one too, very similar in terms of the Chloe and Soleil type of heat. An amazing day of action. I mean, to sit here right now and recap it while the waves are still pumping feels sacrilegious as surfers, but we'll have our turn very soon.
We will. I can't wait to get out there with you, Matt. But what about tomorrow? That quarterfinal list is looking super spicy. I can't wait to watch.
Both sides of the draw, it's been absolutely incredible. When we have a look at what we've got coming up right now, I mean, I look at the men's draw coming up. Edward took on Caniella early on. That was absolutely incredible. And we'll have a post-heat interview coming up right now. Is she ready for us right now? Oh, Tully White, the queen of the day, and the 8.13 in that last heat. Phenomenal surfing.
Queen of the day, Matt's calling. What a fantastic heat. Talk to us a little bit. You get here this morning, it is bombing. How do you contain yourself all day to watch all those heats and then go out and put on a performance like that?
Oh yeah, it's a magic day here at Bells. Had a super fun free surf this morning. I only really got one, but it was so fun, and I came in all frothing and then realised I had to wait about 8 hours till I got to surf again. So yeah, just came down and watched Declan smash his heat, and then went home and just had to kind of not think about it for a bit, because it's a big day if you're frothing all day.
And are you back home relaxing watching the event, or are you trying to just totally get away from it so you're not mind surfing too many waves? What does that look like?
Bits and pieces of both. I like to have it on in the background and tune in and watch my friends, and yeah, it was such a great day of surfing. There's so many incredible waves, so yeah, just so stoked to get to surf it, and yeah, big thanks to everyone that makes this event possible, because it's the best.
And you and Declan both spend a lot of time down here. You've put in the work. Today it's a really challenging lineup, and you did look very comfortable out there. Talk to us a little bit about that, spending time in the water, the board you're riding, a different board choice, and also just how good it is having the Aussie crowd and a big support crew from the Northern Beaches down here.
Yes, so Dec and I actually came down last week. I love it down here. It's just the best. So it was really special to be able to come down here a bit early and get used to bells again. It is a challenging lineup, but lucky to have some great support in my corner. And yeah, just I think it's a challenging wave, but the more time you spend like getting sets on the head at the bowl, it just like there's something about it makes you love it more. So yeah, just like loving the challenge. And my equipment this year from Sean Nettleton from Rhino, just some really fun longboards. I love traditional involvement logs, but the waves on the Longboard Tour aren't always ideal for that. So really been working with Sean on making something that's for waves like Bells and El Salvador, which are, you know, not like 2 foot noosa, and they're working, so I'm so stoked. So thanks, Sean.
Yeah, well done, Sean and the team at Rhino. The boards are looking fantastic. Great performance. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Tully. Boards being a really cool concept today. And in the men's division, it was Edouard Del Pero who stuck to his guns, riding what he has right throughout his career, who got the better of Cunniella Stewart.
Yeah, and I like that call from Edouard. He's so good on these boards, and can nose ride up there with the best, especially when it's a big bells wall. Getting off to a fantastic start here. He put Cunniella under heaps of pressure. And then throw in the mix his big carving turns and navigating through the end of that one. But Carney had some answers here. He made the most of the opportunities provided to him. Arguably not in his top form, I would say, Chono.
Yeah.
But what was your takeaway from Carney in this heat?
5.83 and a 6.77. His effortless style could have been the difference if he was on the same sort of wave. His wave's a little more disjointed and a little flatter. We talked about the flat spot. Edouard, this one in particular, this was one of his best. This was the 8.4, holding that nose ride through the mid-section of the wave. Elongated 10 as well. But I think for him it was just the speed that he was carrying throughout the wave, and his waves didn't section and have those flat spots. He is on fire.
Start to finish, this wave was so exciting to watch. I was up there on the stairs, and from the fade takeoff into the nose ride section down the line and the big cutback, the man's on fire.
And we see those heat finals there. So 6.77 for Stewart was his best, but it was Del Pero, 8.4, 7.83. He actually never looked like losing that one from the outset. Dad power coming through for both of these new fathers. And the finals on the men's side, the quarters, JR Esquivel up against Max Weston, Ellis Flint, and Declan Whiten. That'll be our Hydrolite heat to watch. Taylor Jensen, Kevin Scavana, Salas, Del Pero. There's a lot of familiar names in there.
There are. The cream of the crop is coming to the top for sure. Tomorrow is looking like one to watch. Geez, Matt, so much on offer in the way of entertainment for us here.
The waves are pumping now, but let's have a look at what we're doing tomorrow on the Surfline forecast. We break it down. You can see the low pressure system moving under Tasmania. It's spinning some of that swell over to us in that west-southwest direction. Unfortunately, still a bit of south for the majority of the swell going past, but we're going to have corduroy lines. Still 12, 13 second period. Not wind swell, not super long ground swell. 6 to 8 foot faces. Dropping a little bit in the afternoon, but the good news, offshore winds.
Yeah, and the surfer's going to have to adapt again. There's so many facets to this incredible destination and incredible wave. We'll see. We'll get up in the morning and see how it's looking.
And tomorrow, our Hydrolite heat to watch is a no-brainer. Declan Whiten up against Kai Ellis Flint, two regular foot powerhouses from New South Wales and Australia. Kai took the win over in Huntington, but Declan, he beat Kai in the round of 16 last year, and it was a very close affair.
Two incredibly difficult surfers to draw in this incredible contest. So we'll see what happens there, Chono.
And the highlights today. Let's go through today's daily dose. We have coming up the Bioglan Vitamins and Supplies Daily Dose. Number 5, Declan Whiten.
No surprises here, Chono. Got off to a fantastic start. Heat total of well up above 15s, 15.33, a 7.5 and a 7.83. With surfing like this, you can't deny it.
And surfing his way all the way through to the inside. It was just key wave selection. He only caught 3 waves, but they were of excellence. And the way he just picked the good ones, very similar to Tully White in that aspect. Surfing smart, but also quality over quantity, showing the rail game and the nose riding.
Speaking of excellence, next up is Edward Del Perro with the Edward Excellence. 7.83, but it's the 8.4 that really stands out. This is a 7.8, getting off to a great start against Carney. That big swooping drop knee turn, managing to navigate a bit of wind on the face there, and nose riding like there's no tomorrow. Coming through down the line with another big carve. But watch him just get out of the danger zone there. But this is the wave, that fade takeoff, Matt. I love it.
Swooping into the bowl to get deeper and perching for a long time on that nose ride, carrying speed through all these maneuvers, showing so much control. In a day where there was a lot of wobbles and a lot of bobbles, Edward really ironed out the kinks, and love him or deny him. You can't deny him, because that was an incredible performance, and his wave selection was just got the better of Caniella.
Oh, fantastic competitor, this man.
Up
Watch
next,
out.
Schremer shines. A grudge match up against her old sparring partner, Honolulu Bloomfield, who's had the best of Mason here before, but this time it was Mason who got the better of Hono.
Yeah, she's been a tough competitor to come up against for Mason's career, Honolulu Bloomfield, but she was just on fire today. Starting off the waves, really clean faces in this heat, and she's just hanging 5 and 10 right out the back. And look at the speed here on this one down the line. Full trim, lovely surfing from Mason Tremor.
The full package there for Mace. I think this will go down as a career highlight for her and should have world title implications in her run to the top.
And how's the skill just getting back in that gnarly end section here at the bowl? She's stoked. But I love Soleil surfing today, Matt.
That's it. Soleil sets the bar, incorporating some of that involvement style surfing and some of that Malibu finesse here at the walls of Bells Beach. It was solid in the heats before and after this, but Soleil, she managed some phenomenal wave selection, posting excellent scores, an 8.17 and an 8.0 and an 8.43.
Up against the Grom, who won the trials, Cash Hoover, 16-year-old surfer. She was really put under pressure, but how's this wave to finish from Soleil? Super convincing from the Californian surfer. Love to see it, and she's going to go into finals day with a whole heap of confidence. Soleil's been there before, the 16-year-old challenger, but look at this guy.
TJ takes charge. Our number one highlight, first heat of the day. He was the first surfer in the water this morning, and second heat of the day, sorry for him. But look at the power turns, back onto some more performance-based equipment, and he couldn't look any more smooth.
You've got to say, when the waves are triple overhead like that one he took off on, you want to see Taylor on a board like this, because not many people can put it on rail the way this Californian can. And not only on rail, the nose ride through the inside. Incredible surfing from a master of our sport, Taylor Jensen, on the bombs and making them count, mate.
Absolutely incredible day of surfing. This will go down in the highlight reel for professional longboarding for decades to come. The biggest waves we've seen on the WSL World Longboard Tour for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest... It was huge out there today. People were getting smoked inside, outside, everywhere. It was full of action, but people were also ripping and showing us just what you can do on a long rail with a big open face.
You can watch the replays over on the WSL website. Tune in for the highlights on social media as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning for a full day of action on finals day. Thank you for joining us. See you tomorrow for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.